tabling of documents, dépôt des documents. I have the honor, pursuant to Section 66 of the Official Languages Act, to lay upon the table the annual report of the Commissioner of Official Languages, covering the period from April 1st, 2013 to March 31st, 2014. Conformément à l'article
Pursuant to Standing Order 1083F, this report is deemed permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Official Languages.
I also have the honor to lay upon the table, pursuant to subsection 23(5) of the Auditor General Act, the Fall 2014 report of the Commissioner of the Environment and Sustainable Development to the House of Commons with an addendum on environmental petitions from January 1st to June 30th, 2014.
This report is permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development.
Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Monsieur Blaney, appuyé par...
Mr. Blaney, seconded by Ms. Bergen, asks for leave to table an act to amend the Firearms Act and the Criminal Code and to make a related amendment and a consequential amendment to other acts.
Mr. Blaney, seconded by Ms. Bergen, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Déclaration de ministres.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the report of the Canadian delegation of the Canada-Europe Parliamentary Association respecting its participation to the second part of the 2014 ordinary session of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe and its parliamentary mission to the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, to the Holy See, and to Italy, the next country to hold the rotating presidency of the Council of the European Union, held in Strasbourg and Paris, France, and the Vatican in Rome, Italy, from April 7th to April 16th. Thank you.
Presentation.
Presenting reports from committees.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Stewart, seconded by Mr. Julian, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Navigation Protection Act, Burnaby Lake, Deer Lake, and Brunette River. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise this morning to introduce a private member's bill to restore key environmental protections to local lakes and rivers in my riding of Burnaby Douglas. The Protecting Burnaby Lakes and Rivers Act aims to re-add Burnaby Lake, Deer Lake, and the Brunette River to the official schedule of waterways protected in Canada. At the demand of oil and gas lobbyists, the Conservatives recently removed protections of 98% of Canada's water bodies. As a result of these changes, proposed development projects would no longer need environmental assessment or public consultation before proceeding across our lakes and rivers. Mr. Speaker, we need to reverse this gutting of our environmental laws. That's why I'm putting forward this legislation to re-protect Burnaby's waterways for my constituents. I would like to thank the member for Burnaby New Westminster, our excellent House Leader, for his support on this issue and for stepping forward today to second this legislation. In my riding, the stewardship of the Brunette River in particular has been a stellar example of our community coming together to preserve our cherished waterways. We need to make sure that our lakes and rivers are protected so future generations can enjoy them as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Stewart, seconded by Mr. Julian, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted. When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions. The Honourable Member for Nickelbelt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise and table this petition in the House today from various communities like Albert, Crystal Falls, Curdy Falls in the riding of Nickelbelt. The people would like to draw the attention of the Minister of Health to the fact that the federal government needs a national strategy on dementia and to help deal with people who are suffering from Alzheimer's.
Sudbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to rise today to present a petition signed by literally hundreds of members from my great riding of Sudbury, and they too are calling for the federal government to create a national dementia strategy. And these citizens would very much like this House to be able to pass Bill C-356, an act respecting a national strategy for dementia that was moved by my colleague from Nickel Belt, Mr. Speaker. So I'm very happy to present this petition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present petitions from citizens of Canada who want to see tougher laws and the implementation of new mandatory minimum sentencing for those persons convicted of impaired driving causing death. They also want the Criminal Code of Canada to be changed to redefine the offence of impaired driving causing death as vehicular manslaughter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Beaches East York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise today on World Day for Decent Work to present a petition arising out of the tragic deaths of 1,100 workers and injuries to 2,500 more in the collapse of Rana Plaza in Bangladesh. The signatories to the petition remind this House that it is the fundamental right of all people, wherever they live in the world, to be able to go to work without fear for their safety or their lives. And they call upon the Government of Canada to endorse the Accord on Fire and Safety in Bangladesh and to encourage Canadian companies that manufacture in Bangladesh to become signatories to the Accord. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present two petitions. The first is on the subject of animal cruelty. The petitioners are from Edmonton, and they call on the House of Commons to recognize animals as being capable of feeling pain, needing to have better protection under the Criminal Code. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is from hundreds of people from Sherbrooke, Quebec, London, Ontario, the Sunshine Coast of British Columbia, and Calgary, calling on the Government of Canada to create and maintain stable, predictable, long-term funding for the National Public Broadcaster, the CBC. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present a petition from Canadians across the country concerning the cutbacks to postal services, and obviously these people, and myself included, are against those cuts.
Presenting petitions, présentation des pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. Order du jour. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. With respect to the consideration of Government Business Number 13, I move, seconded by the Minister of Foreign Affairs, that the debate be not further adjourned.
Mr. Van Loan, seconded by Mr. Baird, moves that with respect to the consideration of Government Business Number 13, the debate be not further adjourned. Pursuant to Standing Order 67.1, there will now be a 30-minute question period, and I'll ask members to keep their questions or comments to about a minute and government responses to a similar length of time. The Honourable Member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This is a very perplexing move from the government's part. It's a sad move. It's now the 79th time that time allocation and closure has been used in this Parliament. And Mr. Speaker, 79 times is a sad record that never been equaled before by a government. There's never been a government that has been so inclined to impose closure and time allocation on this House. But it's perplexing, Mr. Speaker, because we already had agreement for a vote this evening. So for the government to then move to try to shut down debate when there has already been agreement is perhaps, yes, the member for St. John's East suggests perhaps it's a way of keeping their own members of Parliament from speaking. I don't know. But it's a perplexing imposition of closure, the 79th time in Parliament. And in this case, Mr. Speaker, as you know, completely unnecessary because there was already broad agreement in this House to have a vote tonight. So my question is very simple to the Foreign Affairs Minister. Since there was already agreement for a vote tonight, why is this government now imposing closure and time allocation for a 79th time?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if there is agreement, perhaps you could seek it and we could have the vote at 8 o'clock and this wouldn't be necessary.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, I think it's been fairly well noted that the need for a debate on the whole issue of what's taking place in Iraq has been highlighted ever since we came back into session. It is something in which the Liberal Foreign Affairs critic was successful at bringing forward an emergency debate. We know that Canadians are very much concerned about what's happening in Iraq and the role that Canada needs to play. The question that I have more so for the government House Leader is, can the government House Leader give a clear indication as to why it is that the government has chosen to limit that debate? I know firsthand that there are a number of my colleagues that would love the opportunity to be able to address this very important issue that's on the minds of Canadians from coast to coast to coast. So why the need to have a time allocation? Why not allow for more debate on this very important issue?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, quite simply, it's because the opposition asked for two things. One, they wanted a debate, and two, they wanted a vote. And we are proposing to do both. The government brought the official opposition critics and the critic for the Liberal Party to Iraq so that they could meet with officials, as I did in Baghdad and Erbil, see the front lines. We voluntarily called the committee back early, and the government presented its position at the time. We had supported the call for an emergency debate when Parliament did return. We'll have the occasion to debate this issue for 2 full days here in Parliament. But part of the political process is not just a debate; it's to take a vote of where members stand, and that's exactly what we're proposing.
Order. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We did have an interesting debate yesterday, and I don't know why, in the midst of that, the government House Leader decided that they had to have a closure motion to bring it to an end. I know on the government side, mostly we've heard from ministers or parliamentary secretaries, and I'm sure there's probably a lot of backbenchers on the government side who would like to participate in this debate, and maybe a lot of other people over here. So why insist on bringing it to a speedy close when it's an important mission? I know some of the speeches have been full of rhetoric, but this is an important debate that questions need to be answered and need to be asked. So I don't know why we're going through this process.
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I find that quite interesting for my friend from Newfoundland to raise that point when his own House Leader just a few moments ago in this very place said his party was prepared to have a vote at 8 o'clock and find the amount of time that had been allocated sufficient. I, for one, agree with his House Leader that the amount of time that the government proposed was sufficient and certainly had the agreement of the official opposition.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadra.
And I share the view of my colleague from Winnipeg North that there are many of our colleagues that would like to speak on this important debate that did not have the chance to go on the trip to Iraq and that have important views to share. And so I would ask the Foreign Affairs Minister to reverse this closure. I'd also like to point out that this is more really fits into the way he has been positioning this whole issue, which is either you're for a combat airstrike bombing role or you're a free rider. And I find that very counterproductive for respected parliamentarians to make this a divisive issue. In fact, most of our allies have not done that. They have brought their colleagues from all parties in. They've sought to get a consensus on the matter. They've gone forward with either a combat role, very, very few of them, or like Germany and Italy, which the minister incorrectly claimed were supporting the combat role in the media a few days ago, are not part of a combat role. In fact, this minister's colleague, very respected colleague from Edmonton Centre, in the debate said that there are all kinds of important roles for coalition countries to play. Some are combat roles, some are not, and each of them is an important contribution.
Order. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, the member opposite had an opportunity to participate in the debate today, and if there's other members of her party who wish to join the debate, we'll all be here until 8 o'clock this evening debating this matter. It's also debated every day in the House of Commons in the question period going forward. We had an emergency debate when the Parliament returned. The committee was seized with this issue and we called it back early, and we'll continue to prepare to debate the issues of the day. Both the opposition parties have opposition days where this can further be debated and discussed in this place.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Marc-Aurèle Fortin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'm sorry, but involuntarily I think I misled the House. Yesterday in a question I was asking, I said that 3 Iraqi divisions, 50,000 men, had been defeated in 2 days by 15,000 jihadists before the city of Mosul, but after consultation and looking at The Guardian and looking through Iraqi government information, it would appear that 30,000 Iraqi soldiers and 30,000 Iraqi policemen were holding the city of Mosul, and they were defeated by 800 jihadis. So they were defeated with those kinds of numbers. It's unbelievable. So my question is on the current relevancy of this debate. This will to put an end to the debate doesn't flow from the information that we are getting about all of this combat. It shows clearly that the air strikes have had no results whatsoever, produced none, and the Turkish government has asked specifically for boots on the ground, for Canadian boots on the ground. The Honourable Minister.
I think when Mosul fell, there was no outside aerial support for those trying to protect religious minorities. I suppose if we had adopted the definition of success and the criteria with which the New Democratic Party sets out on this, we wouldn't have been able to justify previous missions, whether World War I, World War II, Korea, elsewhere. I do think it is important that we have a good debate in this place. The member opposite's own party was supportive of the time frame that the government laid out, and frankly, we agree.
Questions and comments? Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable Minister for the debate, but I do object to the closure for the following reasons. Side conversations with the Minister just before the House resumed have given me more information than I've had through this debate. I will not be, on the current speaking order, able to speak with closure. I appreciate greatly that all members allowed me to have an opportunity on Friday through unanimous consent, but aware of the time and hoping I would have an opportunity for a full presentation of at least 10 minutes of the options the Green Party would prefer we pursued, rather than aerial bombardment, which we still believe could be counterproductive. A fuller debate would make a big difference. And I asked the Honourable Minister if he wouldn't reconsider or at least provide a speaking slot to the Green Party out of one of the many repetitious Conservative presentations.
The Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs.
I certainly appreciate the nonpartisan nature of the member opposite's comments.
Question and commentaire l'honorable député de Jean.
The Honourable Member for Jean-Lebert.
This particular motion, closure motion, is particularly disturbing because, as my honourable colleague said, there was an agreement in terms of the debate continuing and then voting tonight. And now we're here in a situation where we're spending basically an hour wasting an hour on this debate and vote on closure, rather than spending it on the important work of trying to figure out how to come to consensus on this military action.
Well, Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Well, the member opposite says there's agreement. Mr. Speaker, I seek agreement. If we can adopt this motion on division, we can resume the debate right away on this important question before the House. So if you would like to seek agreement to call the question and that it be approved on division, we can return right back to the debate as the member opposite would like, and I hope you'll support my suggestion.
Just before I go to questions and comments, if the Chair is presuming the Minister is speaking rhetorically, if in fact he wishes to move a motion, he is familiar with that procedure. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let's be clear. We have not been in agreement with this government's use of closure and time allocation. Not once, not 12 times, not 70 times, and not 79 times. This has been the reality of this government, is that they invoke closure and time allocation at the snap of a finger. And the point that we've been making, the point that the member made from St. John's East, the member from Jean-Lebert just made as well, is that what this government has done is change the focus of the debate that we were to have yesterday and today, and instead we're now having a debate around the 79th use of closure by this government. Absolutely unacceptable. So no, we do not support the use of closure. We think the government was wrong-headed in bringing this in. It just shows how this government likes to impose its view rather than having the kind of debate that should be part and parcel of what we do as parliamentarians here in the House. So we will not agree. We will not agree to closure. We will not agree to time allocation. We will not agree that 79 times this government has snapped its fingers and tried to impose its will on the opposition. It is simply wrong. Simply wrong to do this, and what the government should have been doing is allowing the discussions to continue, and rather than having a debate on closure, we should be debating the mission and our disagreement with the government's approach right now in the House of Commons. We can't do that because of the government's closure motion.
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Check the record. Check the record. The House Leader of the Official Opposition was very clear that he said there was agreement to vote on this at 8 o'clock, and that's exactly what this government is proposing we do. I do share the view. With my colleague, the Leader of the House Leader for the Official Opposition. We have in this Parliament the most unreasonable official opposition that we've ever had in this country, and that is indeed regrettable.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to, first of all, acknowledge the fact that the government agreed to bring this motion to the House for debate. We know that it is a motion of immense proportion and has tremendous impact upon Canadians. However, regretfully, they're going to stifle debate. And it's not unlike the tactics that they often perform in control and asserting themselves in this House of Commons, and it's unfortunate that they're choosing to do this. The irony in all of this is as we debate this important motion, we're doing it during Mental Health Week. The majority of the questions that I have gotten from Canadians is what is the government doing for our soldiers and our veterans who've already come home from combat back to Canada with no services. So as the government revs up the F-18s this trip, I'd like to ask them what they're doing for all of those soldiers and veterans in our country that are suffering immensely today because of combat efforts.
Before I go to the Honourable Minister, I'd just like to remind all Honourable members that they ought to keep both their questions and their comments relevant to the matter that is before the House, which is the closure motion and the motion itself. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
I know the Minister of National Defence would welcome the opportunity to discuss the range of mental health supports. I think that Canadian society over the last 25 years under successive governments are coming to grips with mental health issues. They were issues which were never discussed for far too long, and the government's taken a number of leadership roles in that. I do appreciate the member's comments at the outset. We are having a debate in this place. We didn't have a debate when we went to Afghanistan the first time. There is no legal or constitutional requirement that we have a debate. We're having a debate because this Prime Minister respects Parliament. This Prime Minister made commitments when we were a minority and a majority, and before we send men and women into combat missions, he's living up to that commitment of accountability.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député de Saint-Lambert.
The honourable member for Saint-Lambert. Mr. Speaker, this is quite frankly astounding to see this government again imposing time allocation. They're imposing this motion on a debate of crucial importance. As parliamentarians, it's crucial to Canadians too. So I would just ask the Minister how he is able to justify this to Canadians, this way of behaving here in the House, this way of muzzling and silencing debate and thereby silencing Canadians.
What this government is doing is simply adopting the time for debate that the member opposite's party own supported. Our own House Leader stood in this place at the beginning of outset of this debate, saying that her own party was happy to have a vote at 8 o'clock, and that's exactly what we're proposing.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for, Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough, Westdale.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I've heard the opposition over and over again talking erroneously about limiting debate. I wonder if the minister might be able to share with this House how often Parliament was consulted previously when military action was taken prior to the Conservative Party actually taking responsibility for leadership in this government.
The Honourable Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it wasn't. And the member opposite, her only sin was that she was once a Liberal member of Parliament. Otherwise, she's a great parliamentarian and wonderful person. The Liberal Party, which she was a member of, never had debates on this. When we left for Afghanistan, there was no parliamentary debate. This is something that this Prime Minister campaigned on, and we've honoured that, whether we've been in opposition, whether we've been in a minority or a majority government. A key part of the parliamentary process is a vote. All members of the House wanted a debate and a vote, and that's exactly what this government is providing for all parliamentarians.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that this government has decided to limit debate on the current motion, my question to the Minister is whether his government has plans to provide briefings to opposition members of Parliament, which may include non-public information that may be required for opposition members to carry out their duties of holding the government to account.
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
I certainly have taken opposition members to meet with Iraqi and Kurdish officials, where I gave them full access to all the meetings that I had, where they could participate, ask questions, make comments. I have had the occasion, as the member opposite's leader mentioned yesterday, when Parliament wasn't in session, to reach out to his leader, and I think the government is certainly prepared to work with parliamentarians and answer all reasonable questions.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Luckily, I saw the light, or I would have said the Minister of Foreign Affairs. In my riding in Gatineau, this is a very important issue for residents. Every day I get emails and phone calls from people setting out their opinion. They don't necessarily agree with the government. This is a debate that I get the feeling is very important, one of the most important decisions this country has to take. And so I understand in the context my colleague saying, look, you guys already accepted to vote, you agreed to vote at 8 p.m. So why? Well, like the member for Burnaby Westminster, my question is, why are you taking away an hour of debate from us? Very important time where we could have at least heard from 4 or 5 other members here in the House and perhaps promoted a greater consensus, or at least hearing from more opinions, the largest number of opinions possible. The Honourable Minister. If my colleague from Gatineau and her party, as she said, are unanimous that we could vote at 8, if one more person stands up to talk about this resolution, we could, if nobody else stands up to talk about it, we could proceed immediately. If the House agrees, we could proceed immediately.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a rare opportunity to follow up with the Minister. I do apologize to the Minister if he interpreted anything I said as partisan, as that was his response. But I do want to ask him once again if he doesn't think it would be fairer in the interest of a full debate if there wasn't closure, so that those of us who actually have original points put forward. I asked him before the mace came in this morning, we were able to consult informally, if there wouldn't be an opportunity to explore other ideas that could actually make a difference on the ground. We've heard from very knowledgeable foreign affairs experts, such as former Ambassador Peggy Mason, a foreign affairs expert who himself has had tragic and terrifying exposure to terrorist organizations, himself being held hostage in Mali, Robert Fowler, that the mission as proposed could do more harm than good. So then, Mr. Speaker, without time to adequately explore what could do more good than harm, what other opportunities are out there, this debate becomes foreshortened into a false choice between doing something that could be doing something stupid and doing something else. And I think that we need more time, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Well, the member opposite, my friend from Saanich Gulf Islands, who I think yesterday made complimentary remarks to, that while I don't agree with her, while I think she's wrong, I think she is principled in her position on this issue. She did say that members on one side of the House just make repetitive speeches, but only apparently she is able to give good speeches. I think that there are rules which allow parliamentarians to speak. Not every parliamentarian can speak to every issue. That's a reality that we all have to come to in a parliament of 308 members. The government, I think as many Canadians have, see evil people doing very bad things, and we want to help stop it. We can look at additional measures, as we have, whether it's humanitarian support, whether it's support with something I'm very passionate about, tackling rape as a weapon of war and sexual violence and conflict, whether it's include diplomatic efforts to ensure that there's an inclusive program with the new government in Iraq, whether it's ongoing efforts at de-radicalization, stopping foreign fighters. There are many other things we can do beyond this resolution, which the government will continue to work.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député de Portneuf.
The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just heard the minister say there are rules in this place to ensure that members get to speak, but he also said not everybody can speak on everything. I get it. But if the government didn't limit debate, there would be more members would have the opportunity to speak and share their concerns, the concerns of their constituents with the government, because there are places where the government has very few members, so they don't really know how Canadians feel in those places. So I'd like to know why, for the 79th time, those rules that are there to ensure that MPs have the opportunity to speak, why are those rules being flouted? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the standing orders are compulsory, and your role, Mr. Speaker, is to see to it that they are followed. We have agreed to the same time. We're going to vote at, we all agree that it'll be this evening. That's the motion before us. They have only to support it.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Churchill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It seems that as we debate the 79th motion for closure, that this government doesn't take seriously the need to debate critical issues. And what more important issue is there out there than the question of sending our country to war, than sending our members of our military personnel into harm's way? And that's all we're asking for here, is to speak on behalf of our constituents, to speak on behalf of Canadians that sent us here. And my question is, if the minister and his government are so passionate about this issue, why won't they let an open debate on an issue as important as sending our country to war?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I say to the member for Churchill, what this government is doing is having a vote at 8 o'clock tonight, the exact time her party wanted to have the vote. That's the exact time the New Democratic Party wanted to have a vote, 8 p.m. tonight, Mr. Speaker. We have debated this today. We'll debate it yesterday. We debated it yesterday. We had an emergency debate on it 2 weeks ago. We brought the committee back early. We debated every day between 2:15 and 3 o'clock. The opposition, if they'd like additional days, has a certain amount of opposition days. And if this is so important, as the member opposite says, there's many opposition days. Her party has yet to use one on this issue. And if it's the most crucial and important issue, as she suggests, I know they will.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Labrador.
Mr. Speaker, and just a very quick question for the Minister before we conclude all of this debate, unfortunately, is can he tell me what countries are engaging here, which ones are engaging in a combative role, which ones are in a non-combative role, and also tell me that if Canada is to go into a role of combat, how will that affect the work that we would be doing in terms of humanitarian aid and other supports in a non-combative role?
Good question.
Honourable Minister.
I say to the member opposite, I guess it depends on how you define combat. The German government itself are not sending in fighter planes. They are providing arms and munitions to troops on the ground there. The United Kingdom, whose all three party leaders supported this initiative. They are conducting a combat mission that Canada is contemplating with the motion before this House. France, of course, the United States. You look at our friends in the Arab world, Jordan, they're participating in a measure similar to Canada. The United Arab Emirates is participating. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is participating as we are. Bahrain is participating as we are. Denmark is participating as we are. Belgium is participating as we are. It's a long list, and we're in good company.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think we're seeing from the Minister of Foreign Affairs the same kind of imagination that he used in inventing the UN resolution actually in some way justified the government's intervention to try to pretend that the NDP had agreed to a certain time tonight for debate and a vote. And the point I was making earlier, and the point that I stress again, is that there had been broad consensus in terms of a vote tonight, not in terms of the exact time. But the issue here is the use of closure, which has taken and will take well over an hour out of the debate today that members of Parliament wanted to be engaged in. And certainly the government has shown a profound disrespect, yet again, 79 times to Parliament, by just invoking closure at the drop of a hat, rather than discussing with opposition parties, rather than establishing the kind of consensus that's needed. And so my point back to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and the question is very simple. Why does this government never seek consensus? Why does it never seek discussion? Why does it always seek to impose its view?
Well, Minister of Foreign Affairs.
You know, Mr. Speaker, I think it is. It might surprise the member opposite that I do share his concern. I wish there could be better collaboration between the government and the opposition and the government. When I say opposition, I mean whether you're independent, Green, Liberal, or New Democratic. It is unfortunate that that these things cannot be dealt with. The fact that it has risen to such a level, I think, speaks just as much about the official opposition as it does about the government. When I was in opposition in the province of Ontario, we did something remarkable. We actually worked with the government on a programming motion where, instead of debating for day after day after day the most inconsequential bill, and the most consequential bills getting the same amount, we could come up with a motion. We'll get a certain amount of work done in a certain prescribed amount of time, and that all members could structure the debate on and allocate how much would be on important issues and how much would be on less important issues. Unfortunately, we have a situation now where the opposition want to debate everything without ever having to vote on anything. We also have important responsibilities to move forward the people's business. I wish there could be a greater meeting of the minds, and perhaps this debate will inspire everyone to do better.
Questions and comments, the honourable member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been listening to the minister's comments. When debate is cut off, he says, well, it would be nice if we could reach consensus and work together. But if you want to get consensus, what you have to be able to do is listen to other positions. Democracy does not mean that those who are in power decide. That's anti-democratic. Now, let's be clear. We have a majority government in a parliamentary system, and where there's a parliamentary system, there has to be dialogue. When the majority government just decides to vote on whatever and whenever it wants, that's not dialogue. You're actually endangering democracy, Mr. Speaker. So my question to the minister is this. If he wants to speak to us, if he wants us to agree, then why doesn't he not listen to our opinions?
I think at some point in our history there might have been an opportunity where people came into this place and made impassioned speeches and spoke to the current issues of the day. I have been here in this Parliament for more than 3 years. I've yet to see one single member of the official opposition ever, not once, ever, not one MP on one vote against their party. I as a minister, a senior minister, have stood up and voted against my own government on on one or two issues, and I don't have a problem with that.
Order. The time for questions has expired. It is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the motion now before the House. The question is as follows. Mr. Van Loan, seconded by Mr. Baird, move that the debate on motion number 13 under government business shall not be further adjourned. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? No. All those in favour will please say yea. Yay! All those opposed will please say nay. Nay! In my opinion, the nays have it. Call on the members. La question est la suivante. Monsieur Van Loan, appuyé par Monsieur Baird.
Mr. Van Loan, seconded by Mr. Baird, that the debate on motion number 13 under government business shall not be further adjourned.
Motion will please rise.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Mr. Fantino.
Fantino.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore Port Moody Westwood Park
Mr.
Coquitlam.
Moore Port Moody Westwood Park Coquitlam.
Mrs. Aglukat.
Mrs. Aglukat.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East.
Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Brightcraig.
Mr. Brightcraig.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Gosal.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp at Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Keddy South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Keddy South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Decker.
Mr. Decker.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Leong.
Mr. Leong.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Lozon.
Mr. Lozon.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost. Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Gallipo.
Mr. Gallipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Van Kestern.
Mr. Van Kestern.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Harris, Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Harris, Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Allen Tubic McNaquack.
Mr. Allen Tubic McNaquack.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Woodward.
Mr. Woodward.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Ms. Crockett.
Ms. Crockett.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
All those opposed to the motion, please rise.
Mr. Lucan.
Ms. Ashley.
Ms. Ashley.
Madame Navardia.
Madame Navardia.
Ms. Sims Newton North Delta.
Ms. Sims Newton North Delta.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton
Ms.
Strathcona.
Duncan Edmonton
Mr.
Strathcona.
Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Harris St. John's East.
Mr. Harrison John's
Madame
East.
Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Bevington.
Madame Moore-Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Moore-Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Day.
Madame Day.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Kelway.
Mr. Kelway.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Toon.
Mr. Toon.
Madame Tourmel.
Madame Tourmel.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Grosguet.
Madame Grosguet.
Madame Boutin-Suisse.
Madame Boutin-Suisse.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Peclet.
Madame Peclet.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Maille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Larose. Monsieur Gigard.
Monsieur Gigard.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Sandou.
Monsieur Sandou.
Madame Sella.
Madame Sella.
Monsieur Diane Nabel.
Monsieur Diane Nabel.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Monsieur Tobias.
Monsieur Tobias.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Madame Morin Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Madame Morin Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Monsieur Morin Chicoutimi-Lafiore.
Monsieur Morin Chicoutimi-Lafiore.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Morin Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine.
Madame Morin Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Monsieur Morin Laurentier-Labelle.
Monsieur Morin Laurentier-Labelle.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Leblanc-Beauséjour.
Monsieur Leblanc-Beauséjour.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Valeria.
Mr. Valeria.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. McKay Scarborough-Guildwood.
Mr. McKay Scarborough-Guildwood.
Mr. Cousineau.
Mr. Cousineau.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Mr. Sims Bonavista Gander Grand Falls Windsor.
Mr. Sims Bonavista Gander Grand Falls Windsor.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Shue.
Mr. Shue.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Dubois.
Mr. Dubois.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Mr. Rathgeber.
Mr. Rathgeber.
Madame Mourani.
Madame Mourani.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Perrault. Yeas pour 154, 154. Nays contre 123, 123.
I declare the motion carried. Orders of the day.
Orders, business. Resuming debate on motion number 13. Military contribution against ISIL. Resuming debate on the amendment of Mr. Mulcair.
Order. Order. Could members who are leaving the chamber please do so that debate can resume? The order. When this matter was last before the House, the Honourable Minister of State for Western Diversification had the floor. Order! The Honourable Minister of State for Western Diversification has 7 minutes remaining. The Honourable Minister of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday I spoke of the clear danger that is presented by ISIL's advance in the region, and I'd like to speak a little bit today about the threat to our country and to other Western nations. And if colleagues here don't recognize this direct threat to our country, all they have to do is search any social networking tool to find repeated references for the desire to spread ISIL's vile ideology to Canada. I'm deeply concerned that the expansion of ISIL is attracting individuals from the West, including Canadian citizens, to radicalize to the point of violence.
Canadians are known to have traveled to conflict zones to participate in terrorism-related activities, including frontline combat, fundraising, operational planning, and disseminating online propaganda. ISIL has been able to bolster its strength by recruiting thousands of foreign fighters, including many from Central Europe and Central Asia. Recent media reporting highlighted the death of Calgarian Farah Mohammed Sirdan and that of Mohammed, who both died fighting for ISIL. As a nation, we have recognized that this expansion of ISIL via the recruitment of foreign workers is a serious issue and have already begun to address it, which is why we co-sponsored UN Security Council Resolution 2178. We have also implemented several key legislative tools, such as the Combating Terrorism Act, which created new offences for leaving or attempting to leave Canada to commit certain terrorism offences. The Strengthening Canadian Citizenship Act, now law, allows for the revocation of Canadian citizenship from dual Canadian citizens if they are convicted of terrorist offences. However, as the democratically elected government of Iraq has recognized via its request for assistance in containing the expansion of ISIL, if ISIL is allowed to operate in the open with its expansion of territory left unchecked, we and our allies have ignored the true source of aggression to our collective borders. This is why, after careful consideration, our government has put forward the motion in front of us today. I would be remiss if I didn't discuss the treatment of women under the ideology of ISIL as part of the case to support this motion. A report listed by the United Nations outlines the alarming atrocities committed by ISIL. Through their actions, they have embedded a view of women as subhuman to their ideology. Hundreds of women and girls have been sold as sex slaves by ISIL in a bid to tempt buyers to join their ranks. They have been given to ISIL or trafficked for sale at markets. Women with professional careers have also been targeted and executed. In one example, ISIL publicly killed a female human rights lawyer in Mosul after their self-styled Islamic court ruled that she had abandoned Islam. Samira Salah al-Nuami was seized from her home on September 17th after allegedly posting messages on Facebook that were critical of the militants' destruction of religious sites in Mosul. According to the United Nations Assistance Mission in Iraq, al-Nuami was tried in a so-called Shara court for apostasy, after which she was tortured for 5 days before militants sentenced her to public execution. There have also been reports that ISIL planned to make 4 million women and girls undergo female genital mutilation in the Mosul area. This is, of course, on top of the thousands of cases of rape, innumerable instances of forced marriage, and the complete removal of equal rights of women to receive education, participate in the economy, and in politics. ISIL's treatment of women goes well beyond any concept of misogyny that we're accustomed to fighting against in Western culture. Given that this group has been able to attract fighters from Western nations and clearly has sympathizers residing therein, it poses a threat to the ability of women to have equality in free society around the world. That said, I'm not afraid of these cowards who see women as subspecies with little value over being a necessary nuisance in procreation or chattel to be raped and traded to the ignorance that fight for their cause. This is because our nation's anthem has never rung hollow. Our brave men and women have always stood on guard for thee against threats to our country and to its people. This motion presents a clear and defined response from Canada to the threat ISIL presents to the global community. We will continue the deployment of up to 26 CAF personnel to advise Iraq security forces with no ground combat mission. We will coordinate with our allies to participate in airstrikes against ISIL with the goal of limiting ISIL's ability to operate in the open and prevent its continued expansion of territory. In doing so, we will contribute 1 air-to-air refueling aircraft, 2 Aurora surveillance aircraft, and the necessary crews and support personnel. The above will be for a period of 6 months. Mr. Speaker, we are ready and capable to take on this challenge. Our investments, as articulated in the Canada First Defence Strategy, are building a modern, first-class military ready to face the challenges of our generation. The government has steadily been delivering upon this plan, providing our men and women in uniform with the equipment that has made a positive difference in the way that they operate. We will seek to prevent the flow of funding and financing to ISIL and work to halt the flow of foreign fighters to Iraq and to Syria and provide diplomatic support to help Iraq towards a religiously and ethnically inclusive government, Mr. Speaker. In supporting this government, our motion shows that Canadians as a parliament that we accept, unless confronted with strong and direct force, the threat ISIL poses to the international peace and security will continue to grow. By supporting this motion today, we show Canadians that we understand the depth of the atrocities committed by this terrorist organization, and we show Canadians that we support Iraqi leaders in undertaking a concerted effort to confront ISIL's barbaric advance and to mend sectarian divisions that threaten Iraq's long-term security. We show Canadians that as representatives of their voices, we are prepared to stand with our allies who have committed to containing this threat. And we show Canadians that we support a clearly defined combat mission for which we are capable of delivering, coupled with humanitarian assistance for the region. And by supporting this motion, Mr. Speaker, we show Canadians that we are willing to act, not obfuscate, while ISIL flourishes.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank my colleague for intervention. I, along with my colleagues on this side of the House, have some real concerns about how well-defined things are and what the goals and objectives are. And after hearing from the government, one of the concerns we have is that we're talking about maybe 3 weeks before we actually have planes situated somewhere. We're still not sure. That definition hasn't been provided by the government. And I guess the question is, if the government's putting all of their focus on the airstrikes, what happens in 3 weeks if there are no targets or if things have changed on the ground? Is there any other strategy that they've come up with to actually deal with that scenario?
Honourable Minister of State.
Well, Mr. Speaker, in the Take Note debate on Mali on February 5th, my colleague opposite said the government's alternation between disengagement and divisiveness has weakened Canada's voice on the world stage. I would argue that in this motion here today, we are being decisive, and I would encourage him to support something that certainly Canadians around the world understand the urgency of this. To his direct question, I read an article in the Calgary Herald this morning from a columnist who is actually on the ground there. One of his comments was, those packed into the grounds at St. Joseph's Catholic Church were astonished when they were told that 2 of Canada's 3 main political parties have opposed the Harper government's plan to end send half a dozen warplanes to the Middle East. Somebody from this article basically said, if these airstrikes were not happening now, there would be further advance of this territory. Mr. Speaker, we need to act now. We need to send these planes here, and we need to join our allies in this combat.
And just to remind all honourable members that they cannot refer to their colleagues by name in the House, including when they're reading something from a newspaper. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Scarborough Agincourt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question to the minister, and I want to thank her. Actually, she raised in the debate a question with or an issue with respect to threats domestically. In particular with respect to the capacity for ISIL to recruit Canadians to fight for their particular cause. And I want to acknowledge that she took a particularly brave stand some weeks ago in respect of standing up against those local threats. But my question to the minister is this. Considering this potential risk, does the minister could the minister elaborate in terms of what outreach methods have been taken by this government to essentially bring, for example, the Canadian Muslim population into stopping or degrading the capacity for recruitment of these particular terrorists?
The Honourable Minister of State.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank you for my new colleague's question. Certainly working with different groups in Canada is something that's important to combat any sort of extremism, and I know that there are efforts undergoing right now. Certainly, as I mentioned in my speech, we do have legislative mechanisms that we've put in place to disincent that type of behavior. But to my colleague who's new, who is a member of the Liberal Party, I cannot help but wonder how he's feeling when his leader stands up in front of a group of people and looks for validation with a vapid comment about our Air Force in a time when we absolutely need to act. This isn't about, holding conferences or obfuscating. We need to have force on the ground in order to ensure, we need to have these airstrikes, Mr. Speaker, in order to ensure that we achieve the objectives of reducing this organization's ability to operate and expand its territory.
Here, here.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of State for FedDev.
Mr. Speaker, I want to just participate in the debate by saying that I don't think anyone in this House wants to put our own in harm's way. I believe firmly that none of us want to do that any more than any of us want terminal cancer. But, Mr. Speaker, these aren't just kidnappers. They're not just murderers. They are beheading children. Mr. Speaker, they're forcing parents to bury their children alive. Mr. Speaker, if these folks who are now offering to do this to Canadians, if these are not our enemies, then who is? Whoever was an enemy of Canada? The Taliban? Hitler? Mr. Speaker, these are difficult decisions. The Liberals sent our troops to fight the Taliban. This is the time to do the same. The NDP are obfuscating and want more time. Time is of the essence. People are dying right now. I know the Leader of the Opposition is an obsession with phallic symbols. That's immature and inappropriate. I wonder if the Minister could answer for us what would happen if we wait longer, since people are dying today.
The Honourable Minister of State.
Mr. Speaker, what we are presented here today, make no mistake, is a clear request from a democratically elected government to assist in combating a terrorist organization operating within their borders that is treating people as subhuman. They are treating women, religious minorities, as non-human beings. With every day and every hour that this group advances within that territory, with every new base that they set up, with every oil well that they take over, Mr. Speaker, they are getting more financing, attracting more fighters to their cause, and their ideology seeps into our communities. They must be addressed with force, and they must be addressed with force now.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be splitting my time with the member from Winnipeg North. I am pleased to be able to speak on this motion today, Mr. Speaker, that lays out the Prime Minister and the government's position on our part as Canadians in the fight against ISIL and the atrocities they are inflicting on others, especially those in Syria and Iraq, and their desire to inflict such atrocities on many in the Western world, including Canada. Mr. Speaker, I listened to a considerable amount of the debate yesterday, and not very often, I don't think any of us do this, but I pulled up Hansard and I actually read the ones that I missed last evening. And I do want to, just as an initial point, because it doesn't happen often in this place, and I just want to congratulate basically everyone for what I think has been a very serious debate. Oh, there's the odd shot thrown across the room, like I heard the member from Isquano, Juan de Fuga, suggest that the Liberals didn't understand the quality of our military. We certainly do, and we support them. And you get the implication from the government, as just the Minister just said as well, that you can't sit in the sidelines, implying that both opposition parties are wanting us to sit in the sidelines. That's not true either. But in general, Mr. Speaker, I want to say I think the debate has been very good, and a lot of good points have been raised. My colleagues, the member for Westmont Ville Marie and Vancouver Quadra, made good arguments on the many ways that we can contribute other than CF-18s. Strategic airlift, medical supplies, work with refugees, military advisors that are already there, and on goes the list. They were making the point that CF-18s are not the only option. And it does bother me somewhat, as I mentioned a moment ago, that the theme trying to be expressed by the government is those that don't support, and I certainly don't at this time support the CF-18's been sent to into the fight. The spin that's coming from the government is that we don't want the necessary action. No one on this side argues, absolutely no one, that ISIL is not a threat to peace and stability in the world. They indeed are a threat. I'll even give the Minister of National Defence credit, Mr. Speaker, for some of the points he raised yesterday in his remarks of how ISIL is such a threat outlining what they want in terms of instability and potential instability elsewhere in the world. I will not reiterate those points, but they have been made, and anybody who wants to see them can certainly pull up Hansard and do so. But let me also be clear. Inaction is not an option. And I know our party is not talking about inaction. We're saying there has to be action. But not being supportive of sending the CF-18s is not inaction. Doing other things in the Iraqi theatre could, in fact, be more strategic. Let me explain. In other areas, in other areas of the world, if you look at Britain, the Prime Minister of the country called the opposition leaders in and gave them a proper briefing. That hasn't happened here. That hasn't happened in this country, and I have to ask the government why. You know, we are part of a coalition. There already is CF-18s. There's already military force through airstrikes taking place there. There is already action happening. What is the state of our equipment? We don't know. I do know what is the state of our troops. We've done more than our fair share in terms of Afghanistan, Mr. Speaker. We've asked our men and women in uniform to rotate in, and some of them 4 times in a rotation. Are we right to ask them to do that at this particular time? Or is there other strategies that we should be employing in conjunction with the coalition that would add more to the effort, add more strategic action to the effort, and in other roles, such as humanitarian aid, dealing with refugees, medical supplies, advisors on the ground, increasing those advisors, and so on. But we don't know. We do not have the detailed information, or at least our leaders in both opposition parties do not have the detailed information of which to give us the confidence that the decision the government is making is the right one. So we need to look at the whole picture. And has the coalition, has the President of the United States requested that we send in 6 CF-18s versus taking other positions? And yes, it's true, the government is also doing some other things, and they made a good announcement on yesterday in terms of the $10 million and support in that area. But was the request made to us specifically for those CF-18s? We don't know. Nobody from the government has expressly said so. And the fact of the matter, in terms of our commitment, financially and with equipment and human resources, if you commit in one area, it's conceivable that there's less you can commit in the other areas. And so strategically, we do not know the whole picture, and the Prime Minister has failed to outline that, as I believe he should have, to the opposition leaders. So some have tried to make the point, then, Mr. Speaker, that my party does not have confidence in our military. We, in fact, do. We have the highest regard for the Canadian military and their capabilities, and they've shown that time and again in various war theaters around the world. I also want to make the point, Mr. Speaker, that going to what Hillary Clinton said yesterday, and she said had a considerable experience around the world on foreign issues, and she came down on both sides of this issue as well, and I'd quote her. She said, "I think military action is critical. In fact, I would say essential to try to prevent their further advance and their holding of more territory," end quote. And she's right. We agree with that. Military action is, in fact, taking place, but do our CF-18s have to be a part of it, or are we better doing other things in conjunction with that? She also said military action alone is not sufficient. and maintain that this describing the fight against Islamic jihadists is a long-term commitment. And she's absolutely right. And that area we have to figure. Mr. Speaker, we're not in this fight. We knew when the 30 days was announced, it's not going to be over in 30 days. It's not going to be over in 6 months. We've been through some of these issues before in terms of previous Iraq not engaging, our fight in Afghanistan. We know this is a long-term commitment, and I think I'm not going to say all, but we're certainly willing to commit to our efforts, to Canada's efforts to, in fact, take on this scourge on the world. I talked to a person who was 30 years in the military yesterday, Mr. Speaker, and this I'll not go through for security reasons. I won't go through his comments, but his bottom line is this, and I quote him. And he said, in any case, we should be in a support role and not in a combat role in this one, end of quote. And that's basically what we're suggesting. Mr. Speaker, I know I'm at a time, but I want to make one other point. And that is, Mr. Speaker, this fight is not only in Syria and Iraq. There's radicalized individuals leaving Canada, leaving the United States and Britain, coming back to those countries carrying passports. They're a risk, too, domestically, and they have to be taken on, and the government also has to figure out a strategy of how we deal with that radicalization in Canada, which are a serious threat to this country at home. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Wayneville Wainwright.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for his presentation. I do want to say that I was somewhat shocked by the member saying that, yeah, military action is needed, but Canada shouldn't be a part of that. You know, it's like let somebody else do the dirty work, and that really does bother me. And I've heard throughout these presentations, Mr. Speaker, members of the opposition parties saying that, you know, what we really should be doing is providing humanitarian aid to people in the refugee camps in Iraq and that type of thing. And I agree with that, Mr. Speaker, but that's not the most important thing. The member from South Surrey, White Rock, Cloverdale, and the member from Mississauga, Streetsville, and I went to Iraq about a month ago. We visited 3 of the camps near Erbil and Mosul, and what we were told, Mr. Speaker, was very clear. What we want to do is to take our children and go home. Well, Mr. Speaker, the only way that they can take their children and go home is if there is military action to stabilize their home territory so that they can do that. So if you care about the children, if you care about doing what's best for the people in these camps, what you do is get involved in military action so they can go home.
The Honourable Member from Malpeque.
Mr. Speaker, I have to laugh at that comment because we are part of the military action. Do our CF-18s have to be in that squadron? Absolutely not. We are part of the military action now. We have advisors in Iraq. There's other things we can do in terms of strategic air support. And the member opposite to leave this fluffy impression that airstrikes are going to do it alone? They're not. Come on, get real here. Every expert in the world says that if you're going to deal with this at the end of the day, then it's going to require ground forces. That is where it leads to. Let's look at the longer picture, Mr. Speaker. And we're not there.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, my question is simple to my colleague from the Liberal Party. He seems to be implying that there can be military action. But here's the problem, and I would like to hear him comment on this. The Americans bombed Iraq for 12 years. The jihadists are still there. They're still being supported financially by Saudi Arabia and by Qatar, which, in passing, are part of the coalition. Rather strange.
So they're also being indirectly supported by Turkey because they're allowing oil and weapons trafficking, and the jihadists can go through Turkey to go to Syria and Iraq. Now we're being told that we have to go and fight because Iraqi soldiers are refusing to die for a corrupt government. Now, how will bombing help Iraqis take responsibility for their own defense, which they haven't done to date?
Honourable member for Malpeque.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for the question. But just because previous engagements with military aircraft and even in some cases forces on the ground haven't worked in their entirety doesn't mean we shouldn't do what we have to do. The government's position is that they believe sending in CF-18s is the best option. I disagree with that. I think strategically we have, and my party disagrees with that. I think strategically we have to look at what is the best role for Canada to play in terms of our discussions with the coalition, and how do we do the most good in terms of taking on the threat of ISIL and giving people their lives, their home, and their future back. And Canada has to play a role. There's no question in that. We do have a difference of opinion on how we get there to the end result.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let there be no doubt from the Liberal Party's perspective that Canada does have a role to play in terms of what's taking place in Iraq today. During the summer and all the way up to the beginning of the session, Mr. Speaker, Canadians from all over our vast country have been concerned in terms of what they have been seeing that's been portrayed, whether it's through the internet or different media outlets. There's absolutely no doubt that we need to recognize that as a whole, Canadians are very much a caring, compassionate society that in fact believes in democracy and freedom and rule of law. They also, Mr. Speaker, understand and want government to make good, sound, solid decisions. And this is where we find that the Prime Minister of Canada has been wanting, in need, Mr. Speaker, of not being able to put the cards on the table, his arguments, Mr. Speaker, to justify his actions. The Liberal Party has been very open to listening to what the government is thinking and would like to be able to do. And we have not been able to get the answers to numerous questions that we have been putting forward to the government. And I will go through a number of those questions, Mr. Speaker. Let's recognize that right from day one, we have been arguing within the Liberal Party that we need to have more debate on this issue inside the House of Commons, where members, Mr. Speaker, are afforded the opportunity to be able to get engaged on what is a very important world issue. And whenever you call upon our military to get engaged, and Mr. Speaker, I speak from somewhat experience, I had the privilege of serving in the Canadian Forces. And I can tell you that the Liberal Party supports, as I like to think that all members of this chamber support our military personnel. We have some of the very best military personnel in the world, Mr. Speaker, and let there be no doubt about that. With the training that we provide, with the abilities that they have, Mr. Speaker, we are all very proud of each and every member of the Canadian Forces. And we believe that the government has to be there in a very real and tangible way to support our military personnel. But from the beginning of this session, Mr. Speaker, we have been arguing for debate and exchange. We need to be talking about what's taking place in Iraq. This government seems to be having its mindset on one thing and one thing alone, and that's the airstrike. That seems to be the only option that the government has actually considered, Mr. Speaker. And the government is wrong on that part, Mr. Speaker. Their mind has been closed from the beginning, it would appear, Mr. Speaker. and at a great cost, because Canada does and citizens of our country want us to play a role in Iraq. But the decision by this Prime Minister is wrong, Mr. Speaker, and he has not been able to justify his actions. We supported the advisory role for the 30 days, Mr. Speaker, and that's what makes us different in terms of the New Democratic Party. The Liberal Party is not shy to be able to deal with the issue and have an open mind because we understand the complexities. And these are very complex issues that are taking place in Iraq and the Middle East, Mr. Speaker. They have a profound impact on us throughout the world. As I listen to many of the Conservatives talk about the ravaged behavior, the terrible things that are taking place in Iraq today, what ISIL is bringing upon people, Mr. Speaker, it's criminal. It's completely unheard of in many minds, Mr. Speaker. You know, they talk about the butchering of people, the selling into women as sex slaves, the things that they're doing to children, to babies, Mr. Speaker. All these wonderful, compelling arguments as to why it is that Canada needs to play some role. And we in the Liberal Party acknowledge that, yes, we do need to play some role. Where we differ, Mr. Speaker, is that we don't believe that the government has made the case to justify Canada's role being that of airstrikes. We can still be as upset as the government in terms of that horrendous behavior from ISIL and individuals involved in that organization, Mr. Speaker. We can still condemn their actions. But there's different ways of fighting it, Mr. Speaker. There's different ways in which we could be looking to our military, our forces, in the ways in which they could, in fact, be engaged. But the mentality of the government seems to be that, look, if you don't favor airstrikes, then you don't favor fighting ISIL, which is just not the case, Mr. Speaker, at least not within the Liberal Party. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, I believe that the overwhelming majority of Canadians believe as the Liberal Party believes, and that is that we have to do something. And what we need to do is to see a government provide answers to questions. And there's a litany of questions, Mr. Speaker. Let me pose just but a few. What is the Canadian objective in this particular mission in terms of the airstrikes? What is the plan to meet the objective? Mr. Speaker, what is the total cost of the proposed F-18 deployment, which is an important aspect to have at least a sense of, Mr. Speaker? Who will be commanding the mission? With the time limit to the deployment, will the government seek additional parliamentary support if the mission is to be extended, as we anticipate that it will be, Mr. Speaker? What other options for the Canadian military contribution did the Prime Minister actually consider, Mr. Speaker? Did he even consider any of them? Why were they being ruled out? When we talk about humanitarian aid, what options for the Canadian humanitarian contributions rather than a military contribution did the Prime Minister actually consider? Or did he even consider that, Mr. Speaker? Why were they ruled out? Will the incremental costs of combat mission reduce the amount of humanitarian aid that the government would provide, Mr. Speaker? I believe that's an incredibly important question that needs to be answered. How much humanitarian aid and technical assistance is Canada planning to give to each of Iraq, Turkey, Lebanon, Jordan over the next 6 months, Mr. Speaker? How much humanitarian aid and technical assistance is Canada planning to give to the international agencies and the NGOs operating in the area in the next 6 months? Mr. Speaker, these are good, sound questions. Is there any wonder, last Thursday night we started to hear that the Prime Minister was going to be making a statement on Friday morning last week. Friday comes by, the Prime Minister gives indication of what the Government of Canada's intent was. The leader of the Liberal Party had the opportunity at that time to address this issue and raise many of the types of questions that I put forward, Mr. Speaker. You know, the leader of the Liberal Party made the commitment in terms of where we stand and how important it is that Canada does play a role in what's happening in Iraq, and articulated why it is that this Prime Minister has failed Canadians by not being able to be more transparent and honest with what is actually taking place and what the government actions are going to be, Mr. Speaker. There has been a general unwillingness to even work with opposition and the Liberals. Yes, the critic of foreign affairs was able to go over and so forth, Mr. Speaker. There has been some goodwill, but it has been very limited, Mr. Speaker. And is it because they're scared to answer many of the questions? Maybe there is something more that Canada could be doing that would include our Canadian forces, Mr. Speaker. And these are the type of things that are important. ISIL is a threat both to the region and the global security, Mr. Speaker. ISIL murders ethnic and religious minorities across Iraq and Syria. They murder innocent civilians, humanitarian workers, and journalists. These are awful acts that have fully been documented, Mr. Speaker. Canada does have a role to play to confront humanitarian crises and the security threats of the world. Mr. Speaker, I see I'm running out of time very quickly. When a government considers deploying our men and women in uniform, they must make clear mission overall and the clear role for Canada within that mission. And Mr. Speaker, through questions and answers, I'll give my finishing comments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Wellington-Halton Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with the member, honourable colleague opposite, that there are concerns about a military mission. However, I think on balance, this mission should be supported. I think there are three reasons for that. I think first, there's a clear moral reason to support this mission. I think, as people like Lloyd Axworthy have pointed out and Romeo Dallaire, there's a responsibility to protect here, to protect innocent civilians so that we don't see a repeat of the genocides that we have so often witnessed in the 20th century. I think there's a moral reason in terms of the safety and security of Canadians. There's a legal reason, that is the government of Iraq has formally requested our military intervention in their state in order to protect their sovereignty in that state. And then there's the real political issue here, the real politic of all of this, which is that our allies have joined in assisting the government of Iraq in this area. I noticed that the British resolution adopted in the British House of Commons was almost identically worded to the resolution in front of us right now, and it was adopted by a vote of 524 to 43. Most Labour and Liberal Democrat MPs voted for that motion. Countries like the Netherlands, Denmark, Belgium, social democracies run by socialist governments are supporting this mission, and I'm wondering why the opposition parties here aren't on board with it.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, when the member makes reference to moral reasons to get engaged in airstrikes, surely to goodness he should also recognize that there are countries that are not getting involved in the airstrikes. They understand and they appreciate, as the Liberal Party does, that there's a moral responsibility and an understanding that we all have that Canada needs to play a role. Where we differ is like a country like Germany, who is not participating in the airstrikes. Where we differ is that we have not been convinced, that the Prime Minister has not made his case, that its airstrikes is the best way in which Canada can actually participate in dealing with the horror that's taking place because of ISIL. That there are, in fact, alternatives. To what degree are we using the C-130s or other opportunities with our Canadian forces or nonprofit agencies? There's other alternatives in which, Mr. Speaker, it would appear that the Prime Minister has ruled out. We don't even know if he even considered, because he didn't allow for the type of discussion that was necessary in order for a good, sound decision to be made. Even in the EU, when the member makes reference to the EU, you'll find that the EU worked with the opposition parties, was far more transparent and accountable in terms of the decision ultimately being made.
I see we're under questions and comments. I thought the honourable member for Winnipeg North was continuing his comments there in a part of his speech. So we need to get some time for some other questions and comments. And we're going to the honourable member for who made the last comment? Okay, the honourable member for St. John's East.
Speaker, and I listened with interest to the member for Winnipeg North and his predecessor, the member from Malpeque. And forgive me if I'm confused about the Liberal Party's position. I understood that they did give, unquestioned support for the initial mission of 30 days, even though questions weren't answered. We didn't support it because we didn't really know what we were being asked to support. So that's a different question altogether. But the Liberals, in both of the previous speeches, say that they are opposed to the airstrikes, but they want to find a military mission that they can get behind. And I'm wondering what that might be, because when we look at the people who are saying that the airstrikes alone are not enough, really the answer from a military perspective seems to be ground forces. Is that what the Liberal Party is now suggesting? Are they trying to show that they actually do want a military response, but they haven't figured out what it is? Or is it just that they aren't sure what they really want to propose?
Member for Winnipeg North.
Well, Mr. Speaker, in fairness, we need to recognize that the New Democrats have been a bit of a flip-flopping on this particular issue. All you have to do is just read the sub-amendment or the amendment that they've brought forward. And in that amendment, it's calling on the government to contribute to fight against ISIL, including military support for transportation of weapons for a period of up to 3 months. So it sounds as if the New Democratic Party is starting to come on side with what the Liberal Party has actually been saying. And then if the member just reached over and talked to his colleague from Toronto, Danforth, and he can get the comments from Hansard, he will find that there are some ideas that his own colleague has actually suggested, Mr. Speaker. There are opportunities. And what I like to think is that the New Democrats will continue to follow the lead from the Liberal Party, as they've done in the amendment, and recognize that, yes, there is, and it is important, that Canada does play a role. And the NDP have always approached that in a very cautious fashion, and I can't blame them for being cautious, but there is points and times in which Canadian Forces personnel can be used, even in non-combat roles.
And we'll go to resuming debate. And the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to indicate at the outset that I'll be splitting my time with the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence and member from Selkirk-Interlake. And I rise with others to take part in what is obviously a very somber and serious debate. Most would agree that there is never a good time to go to war, but there comes a time in every country's history where the necessity outweighs the risk, and the urgency to defend our way of life, threatened as it is, must be defended. ISIL constitutes a clear and present danger to Canada and our allies. Before us is a debate that has been put before this House with clarity, with intent, that is proposing meaningful and measured responses to a very serious situation. ISIL are pure evil. There is insufficient hyperbole to do justice to the depths of their depravity, no rhyme or reason to the inhumanity that they bring to this world. And some seem willing to accept this new reality. We live in a global society where terrorism does certainly not respect borders, and to offer platitudes or to attempt to placate fear with the promise of acceptance or tolerance towards this type of action reflects fundamental disconnect. Unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately as the case may be, we as a government do not have the luxury of indecision or inaction or denial. Beyond the rhetoric and the partisan lines, when it comes to terrorism, we have a responsibility to take up arms against the sea of tyranny and to proactively help to end it. Canadians otherwise predominantly enjoy a life free from fear and far from terror because we have men and women in uniform who are prepared to stand at the ready to defend our way of life at home and abroad. And we cannot and we should not stand idly by hoping that other nations will rise to the challenge on our behalf. What we are doing because we have always risen to the occasion when threatened and addressed the threat head-on. Also in the news is the scourge of Ebola. Make no mistake about it, ISIL is a human plague, agents of indiscriminate death and clear threats to humanity. This way of life is not to be taken for granted in Canada. Where we find ourselves today as a nation has come at great cost. It has been defended on the field of battle with the blood of our illustrious ancestors. Our country was literally born on a battlefield, Vimy, according to many historians. Our greatest citizens then, as now, passed through a crucible, defending our way of life. All that we hold dear rests on those sacrifices. We need to recognize that there is a danger in complacency, and explicit in that is the notion that when called upon, we answer, we do our part. From the privileged platform, Mr. Speaker, of Minister of Defence, I saw firsthand the sacrifices made in Canada's name. There's no argument against war as compelling as witnessing firsthand a ramp ceremony or a repatriation service, seeing the suffering of loved ones when their loved ones return home. That epitomizes true patriot love, as do the sacrifices of those who suffered bodily harm in Canada's name. Much is at stake. Every breath we take is precious, and the bonds formed in the relationships overseas in conflict have withstood the test of time. We've all heard those stories, heard those who've served recount the incredible sacrifices made, but we do not enjoy the luxury, this bond, because they have sacrificed. If there is any comfort that can be passed on to families of the fallen, it lies in the true belief that their loved ones didn't die in vain. And what more worthy cause, Mr. Speaker, we saw in Afghanistan. As a result of efforts, little girls now able to go to school, women able to participate in the democratic process and the economy, efforts to have a free and democratic nation, albeit still fragile, as the result of much effort on the behalf of many. And so those are the goals to achieve for a new place in the Middle East. And some members have invoked other images, places like Darfur, places where there have been catalogued the numbers, the dead, and yet it's these factions, those who are at the cause of this destruction, at the very threat to humanity, that have come out in the past and in present to pose a direct threat or an indirect threat to Canada that we cannot leave unchecked. Some have called for further debate or examination, while our traditional allies are already in the fray. As tragic as all conflicts are, Speaker, the factions involved here, as the Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant, ISIL, they have called for the very destruction of our way of life in the Western world. Make no mistake, these are current threats. These are real threats. This is not a war against Muslims. This is not a fight between Christianity and Islam. This is an intervention to aid in the restoration of some semblance of security against a perversion of a twisted version of faith, distorted and violence perpetrated on true innocents in that region. And yet it perpetrates outward. It has been carried via the internet into the homes of Canadians. The Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant have proven their distortion of faith through extreme acts of terror, so callous in nature that even Al-Qaeda has worked to distance themselves from them. So let's be crystal clear. The evidence to act in defense of Canada is there. ISIL have targeted humanitarian workers, journalists, citizens. Millions are displaced and the suffering is enormous. Acts of genocide, rape as a weapon of war, kidnapping, slavery as the intended state are threats against our country as theirs. We have been asked by a democratic state to assist, and so this brings justification further to our actions. ISIL, on the other hand, have shown no tolerance, no conscience, have no regard for beliefs or democratic principles other than their own twisted and distorted view of the world. And now they have descended that region into a type of maniacal barbarism and brutality rarely seen in human history. Comparisons to other conflicts are limited to the worst in world history. ISIL have waged a brutal and humane war, showing equal disregard for women and children, Muslims and Christians alike. Their claim to religious authority over all Muslims worldwide and their goal to bring a Muslim-inhabited region to spread throughout the civilized world under their own diabolic control cannot go unchecked. La liberté religieuse.
Religious freedom is a fundamental value that we will protect and that we promote across the world.
Collaboration, we've also sent humanitarian aid, not one or the other, both, in the tens of millions to those affected. One of the top donors, in fact, as a country, again, a source of pride. We've also helped through immigration. Thousands have been liberated because they were displaced and left vulnerable as a result of this conflict. And if we must once again put our faith in those who wear the Canadian Forces uniform, we want Canadians to know that it was a decision not taken lightly, but one that we have confidence in. And we cannot thank those brave men and women in uniform enough. Putting soldiers in harm's way, as others have said, is an undertaking that we must do with extreme caution and deliberation. Asking these brave souls of the Canadian Forces to defend our nation, our way of life, our belief, and the rights and freedoms of Canadians at home and abroad weighs heavily on all minds. But as a government, we do take this responsibility seriously. We believe parliamentarians should and do have an opportunity in this debate to help to carefully calibrate force and action, which is why we've added another day to this debate and why we've made this a confidence motion. Speaker, for a period of up to 6 months, our forces will launch airstrikes against ISIL, along with our allies and partners, including Arab states, utilizing up to 9 aircraft and support elements and humanitarian relief that will continue. This is a meaningful, impactful contribution. And as always, we will do our part with pride and purpose. Incremental costs will, of course, be reported to the Parliament of Canada, as it always is. And the current deployment of 69 members who will be participating in a non-combat advisory role will continue. As the Prime Minister has said, we are not participating in any ground combat mission. We do so in coordination with our closest allies and with the greatest intent in mind to bring about a sense of security in the region. Firsthand, the dedication and determination of the men and women in uniform that we have witnessed thus far is inspirational, as always, and we have a long and storied history when it comes to protecting our system of beliefs and those we count among our closest friends and allies. There are easier paths we could go down, but we will not shy away from our duty. We'll do what was right, honoring our glorious history and preserving our precious future. Thank you, Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for St. John South Mount Pearl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks, Minister, for the speech. I listened carefully to some of his adjectives in terms of ISIL, pure evil, human plague, maniacal barbarism. Mr. Speaker, I attended an awards banquet on Friday night in my riding, and I was approached by a young man. His name is Sean Vinicombe. He's 15 years old. He's a grade 11 student. He goes to Holy Heart of Mary High School in St. John's. And he approached me, he asked me a question. I'm going to ask the minister, and I'm going to pose the question he asked me to the minister. And the question is, why are we going to war in Iraq? Why are we going to war in Iraq? Now, I have my own question as a follow from that. The United States was in Iraq for 10 years. It fought there for 10 years and not much changed after those 10 years were up. And there are many hot spots around the world, including the Congo. Now, 5.4 million people died in the Congo since 1998. And the Congo, Mr. Speaker, has asked 3 times since 2010 for Canada to support peacekeeping, but we said no. So 2 questions. One for the young man in my riding, why Iraq? And the second question is, my question, why Iraq? Why not the Congo?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his question. I thank the young man in St. John's for perhaps bringing us to a very poignant question. Why Iraq? Well, simply put, to help defend this young boy's future in Canada, to help preserve his right to get an education in St. John's, to expect his younger sister, if she has one, to be treated equally in Canada, to defend his very way of life, Mr. Speaker, to hope defray the real threat that he might face when he goes back to his computer and has material presented to him that would somehow distort his young mind and his understanding of what is important in his life and his obligations to his fellow citizens. There are many and diverse responses that I could give to that young man, and I would relish the opportunity to do so, and I hope that the member opposite will take the time to pass that on. As to why not Iraq versus Congo, Mr. Speaker, we can do our part. We continue to do so in many places around the world, something that Canadians certainly can be extremely proud of.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I was sad but not surprised to hear the Justice Minister continue to promote the very false dichotomy that either Canada assumes a combat role of aerial bombing or we are characterized by acceptance and tolerance of ISIL, standing idly by, complacency, all of these words that are being used to divide Canadians on this issue. In fact, Liberals are very clear that we believe Canada can best contribute through other kinds of military roles, non-combat military roles, as well as humanitarian, and I proposed a training role. Mr. Speaker, my question is this. Does the minister believe that in the 4 years that 1,000 Canadian trainers had a non-combat role in Afghanistan, that meant that this government was in a place of standing idly by, complacency, and acceptance and tolerance of the Taliban when they were in a non-combat military role with Canadian troops in Afghanistan?
Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, she's got very selective memory because, number one, it was a Liberal government that sent our forces, ill-equipped as they were, without a vote to Afghanistan. 12 years of a severe combat mission followed, which allowed us to at least prepare the ground for some semblance of a training mission. So I think we have to have some context and retrospective to look at that. And, you know, to suggest somehow that it is conservatives who are creating this false dichotomy by characterizing this threat in the extreme, let's look at what some fairly recent members of her party, members of this House, had to say. Mr. Bob Ray, we can do more. Assist people under siege and fight back. That doesn't sound like a humanitarian response. Mr. Lloyd Axworthy, who I don't quote very often, stated, the ISIL have to be whacked and whacked good. Pretty explicit. Ujjal Dosanjh, a former minister of this House, ISIL must be stopped and destroyed. These are words that I think are in keeping with this effort, this motion, to respond in a way that will bring about real results, not stand on the sidelines, not hope that others will do it in our name.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to have the opportunity to speak in the House regarding Canada's engagement in a combat mission against ISIL. I have to say that I'm extremely disappointed in the opposition parties that they took positions before this debate even started, that they were opposed to this mission and are not interested in listening to a logical debate before making a decision on the motion. Mr. Speaker, as has already been made clear, the so-called Islamic State of Iraq and Levant, or ISIL, constitutes a threat to local, regional, and international security. The serious security and humanitarian crisis in Iraq and its neighboring countries has been created by the vicious advance of the ISIL terrorists. Their capture of territory has resulted in mass displacement and forced over 1 million Iraqis from their homes and communities. And we know well, Mr. Speaker, of their despicable and unspeakable crimes. ISIL stands accused by the United Nations of the persecution of ethnic and religious minorities and the murder of thousands of innocent men, women, and children. Of course, they have also bragged of their decapitations of journalists and aid workers. If allowed to continue, Mr. Speaker, the threat posed by ISIL will develop into an even greater threat, further destabilizing the Middle East and creating and encouraging greater enmity between its peoples. And we know that these terrorists seek to hurt Canada and our allies. The leadership of ISIL has called for Canada and Canadians to be attacked. How much longer, Mr. Speaker, should Canada wait to act? If it was up to the leaders of the Liberals and the NDP, Canadians would never act. Our government will not sit on the sidelines, Mr. Speaker. We are taking action. Mr. Speaker, since the end of August, the Canadian Armed Forces have airlifted critical military supplies to the Iraqi forces battling ISIL on the ground. 25 flights have delivered more than 1.6 million pounds of military supplies donated by Albania and the Czech Republic. We also deployed Special Operation Forces to advise and assist the Iraqi forces, and in particular the Kurdish Peshmerga. And we announced yesterday that their initial 30-day deployment is being extended for up to 6 months. And on Friday, the Prime Minister announced that this government will take the following additional steps. A strike force is up to 6 CF-18 Hornet fighter aircraft with associated air crew and logistical support elements will deploy to conduct airstrikes against ISIL targets in Iraq in cooperation with our coalition partners. In addition, a CC-150 Polaris refueling aircraft and up to 2 CP-140 Aurora aerial surveillance aircraft will deploy for the reconnaissance and support capabilities. This force will also include an airlift capability and several hundred support personnel contributing to command and control and logistics, as well as providing assistance with the coalition's air combat operations. Mr. Speaker, these deployments mean that Canada is shouldering its share of the international burden to combat the threat of ISIL. We know that it's possible that there may be risks to our deployed members, but, Mr. Speaker, I can attest to the fact that they are ready, willing, and up to this task. They are exceptionally well-trained and equipped to the highest standards. Members of the Canadian Armed Forces are the very best of our citizenry, Mr. Speaker, and I know they'll make us proud for their heroism and bravery yet again. As explained yesterday in the House, Mr. Speaker, this operation is still in a preliminary stage. We'll continue to work closely with our allies to evaluate the operations and events as they continue to unfold. And, Mr. Speaker, let me say something about our allies in this operation. Over the last few months, a wide coalition of more than 40 countries has come together, all understanding the vital need to confront ISIL. Our closest ally and defense partner, the United States, is leading the coalition. The U.S. has been conducting airstrikes against ISIL for 2 months now, and it has expanded its air campaign in just the last 2 weeks. But the U.S. is no longer alone, as other countries are joining the fight every day. France and the United Kingdom have already conducted airstrikes, destroying ISIL facilities and weaponry. 10 Arab countries have also pledged their support, with Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Jordan, and Bahrain already participating in airstrikes. Australia has committed direct military support, including 600 personnel and 8 F-18 Super Hornet fighters. And, Mr. Speaker, many of our allies within NATO are also getting involved in combat operations. The Netherlands is sending 6 F-16 fighter jets plus 2 reserve jets, 250 support staff and pilots. Belgium is sending 6 F-16s with 8 pilots and 120 support staff. Denmark is providing 7 F-16 fighter jets along with 250 pilots and support staff. Germany is sending paratroopers to provide weapons and training to Kurdish fighters. Weapons and ammunition are being sent by countries such as Italy, Estonia, Hungary, Mr. Speaker, the international community is stepping up, and so must Canada. Mr. Speaker, let me end on this note. The violence we see from ISIL simply has no place in the modern world. And really, who would have even dreamt this would have happened 2 years ago? Their utter contempt for human life is beneath humanity, and it rightly shocks Canadians. But, Mr. Speaker, we do not make decisions through a red mist or through a desire for revenge. We know that down that path lays disaster. Our measured response, very carefully considered by our government, is in line with Canada's intent to contribute to international peace and security. Mr. Speaker, we are citizens of this world, and this government is acting as such. ISIL knows no boundaries and no borders. They threaten to gain more ground, and they directly threaten the safety of our country. It is time for something to be done and for the international community to act. If we don't, as the opposition has suggested, we will eventually face the serious consequences. We simply cannot afford to let the Middle East wallow in the repression, bloodshed, and atrocities that would result. We simply can't ignore the direct threat posed by ISIL to Canada and our Western allies, or to our values. This government is prepared to address this threat at its source. Canadians agree that this military action is in our national interest. We must take action, we will take action, and we seek the support of all Canadians for the government motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question commentaire. La députée de...
The honourable member for Pontiac. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a number of questions for my honourable colleague opposite, but basically what I learned from the news yesterday was quite important. ISIL captured a major city on the Turkish border, and these bombardments have been going on for a couple of weeks, but they captured that town easily. So what's the effect of these airstrikes? And I understand that the ISIL has changed its tactics. They're hiding. Where are they hiding? They're hiding within the civilian population. Do my colleagues opposite, have they agreed to bombard civilians, women and children, pregnant women, because ISIL militants are hiding amongst them? I would find that completely deplorable, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I've been listening to the NDP for the last day and a half on this and been engaged with them in multiple panel debates, and I am so disappointed in their position. They are prepared to sacrifice innocent civilians who are under the threat of ISIL. We're talking about the genocide taking place, and the NDP would do nothing to protect those people. All they ever talk about is humanitarian aid. We are doing humanitarian aid. There's a huge coalition of over 60 countries providing humanitarian assistance and dealing now with the war crimes that are being committed. And we made that announcement yesterday. But they don't care and will not act to protect the children that are being beheaded, the women that are being sexually assaulted and sold into slavery. They will not stop ISIL at its source. Our government will.
Well said. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Scarborough-Agincourt.
Mr. Speaker, my question to the Parliamentary Secretary is this. First of all, I want to express simply my objection to the suggestion that somehow on this side of the House that the members of the opposition are somehow less patriotic than the members of the government. In fact, my question ultimately to him is, in fact, he suggested that there's a disappointment that the opposition does not support the government motion. But my question to him is this. Isn't ultimately the responsibility of the government to reach out to the opposition, to in fact step forward and to provide the compelling reasons and to give the necessary information for the opposition to make an appropriate decision? So I submit to the Parliamentary Secretary, would he in fact do the right thing and perhaps offer to the leader of the official opposition and to the leader of the Liberal Party, swear the leader of the Liberal Party into the Privy Council and to give them a private, confidential briefing on the operational capacity of, in fact, our ability to execute the mission?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I know that this member is relatively new to the House, and we lived through a Liberal government that sent our men and women into battle for the right reasons in Afghanistan to take on Taliban. The same situation that we are facing today in Iraq with ISIL.
This is worse.
And this is definitely worse. This is a situation where we have an all-out genocide going on. And they made that decision without consulting opposition parties, without having a debate in the House or a vote. They just went and did it. Now, it's our practice of our party that when we are deploying troops in combat roles, that we will bring it to the House for that discussion. Now, it is just unbelievable. I do, the Minister of Justice just quoted some members that served when I first got here, who were ministers of the Liberal government, who support this mission. And, Mr. Speaker, even, I know that the Liberals over there love Hillary Clinton, and even she's saying that military action is critical. I would say essential. So if leading Liberals in Canada and around the world support this mission, what's wrong with the Liberal Party of Canada today?
Questions and comments. The Honourable Minister of State for Southern Ontario Economic Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleagues for staying high level on this debate. There are some unspeakable things that the ISIL is doing, beheading children, forcing, as I've mentioned earlier, forcing parents to bury their own children alive. While my colleagues won't mention that because it is unspeakable, I want the opposition to understand what they're voting against. No God, Mr. Speaker, including Allah, condones this behavior, and no religion, including Islam, supports this behavior. This is an affront to humanity. I wonder if the member could just comment on what the government is proposing in terms of the limited military action against this evil.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I want to thank the Minister of State for his question, because we all realize that ISIL is still out there recruiting. We know that there's at least 130 Canadians who have deployed and moved to Iraq and Syria to fight for ISIL. So we want to take away those passports not supported by the opposition. We want to take away their citizenship when they are dual nationals, not supported by the opposition. And we have to target ISIL at its source. We got to target their ability to generate revenue and finance their campaign of terror. And we're going to continue to target those whether it's them capturing refineries, oil wells, financial institutions. We're going to go after them to ensure that they don't have the money, the resources, and the ability to continue to behead children, to bury them alive, or sexually assault women and children and sell them into slavery.
Good. Thanks.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to this particular motion here today. As members of Parliament, I believe the single most important duty we have is to give consideration to actions by the government as those actions, excuse me, Mr. Speaker, those actions that will lead our military men and women into harm's way. And one of the things I want to be clear on right here is at this point in time, there is already an action underway to go after ISIL, to go after the people with the atrocities that the members on the other side just spoke about. There's nobody on this side of the House who's any less offended or troubled by those actions. There's nobody on this side. You can speak to it in whatever form you want. Right now, militarily, you have about 60 countries involved in a coalition, and not all of those countries have made the decision to put their military into action. The United States, France, and Australia are leading the way with a massive force. And in point of fact, if we consider the number of aircraft that is being proposed by this government of 6 aircraft and the 600 people that will accompany it, that is a very, very small portion of what will be utilized in these bombings. And I would suggest that based on some testimony that we had at the Subcommittee on International Human Rights this week from a Reverend Majed El-Shafi of One World International, which is a group that took a Conservative, and some other members of Parliament to Iraq, who took them right to the edge of where the combat is taking place. And they were asked by the President of Iraq and Kurdish leaders, in fact, Mr. Speaker, they were begged by them, not for bombs, but for humanitarian aid for the thousands, the hundreds of thousands of displaced persons in that country. Now, I want to take you back for a moment because do you remember the use of the words collateral damage? In and around Parliament and places of government, we often have what we call buzzwords. An example of buzzwords that I'm very familiar with was free trade. In the 80s, there was a great debate on free trade, and it sounded good. In the war, the Gulf Wars, the two of them, when the American missiles and bombs were dropping, they referred to collateral damage. The collateral damage, Mr. Speaker, are men, women, and children. There is nobody that can direct a surgical strike that doesn't put at risk of having collateral damage. One of the offshoots of the Gulf War was the instability when the Americans left. And prior to that time, Saddam Hussein, who was a Sunni, whose tribe was smaller, about 1/3 or 1/4 the size of the Shia in the area of the world, and he installed his supporters, Sunnis, into the army. And when the Americans and their allies removed Saddam Hussein and destabilized that area, he was replaced ultimately by a prime minister who was Shia, who sought revenge for some of the many atrocities committed by the troops of Saddam Hussein. And it's said that he didn't pay the army on time, but he humiliated them. And so when a few thousand, a couple of thousand of ISIL fighters came across the border, five divisions of Iraqi soldiers laid down their arms. Many of them joined ISIL. And they did that because of that instability, because they believed, not understanding the horrific consequences, they believed by joining ISIL they would get a fairer deal from the government. Now, since that time, Mr. Speaker, that particular prime minister's been removed. But what has happened, I'm being reminded here, thank you very much, that I'm splitting my time with the member from Louis-Hébert. I appreciate that. I need all the help I can get. I'm suffering through a cold. Anyway, coming back to the situation, the instability that was created by that vacuum and the years and years of Shia, Sunni, tribal warfare is what you're seeing being taken advantage of by the ISIL group. And we've heard testimony from people here today and other days of the fact that ISIL is far more sophisticated than any terrorist group that we've come across. They're an offshoot that came from al-Qaeda. So our leader was indicating in this House the other day that the North Americans have been fighting ISIL in one form or another for well over 10 years. So they took advantage of that vacuum, and they've also taken advantage of some people who, had they really considered their actions, would not have joined them. And it is horrific. We've heard very little like it. The only place I can think of that might be comparable is the Democratic Republic of Congo, where they've had atrocities there. Now, Reverend Al-Shafi, who spoke to us in committee and raised the fact that they're 4 to 5 weeks away from winter and there's not even shelter for people. The few hundreds of millions of dollars, if not $1 billion, that's going to be spent by Canada in these bombing missions would be better served to the people on the ground who are suffering in that country if we were to go there and build shelters and bring medicines and bring winter clothes and bring the things that they need. They were forced out of their homes. They were given a choice, really. If they were not believers in this particular brand, this abhorrent brand of Islam, was when I'm pleased to hear the government say that it is not Islam as the world knows it. This is a group of people, much like Osama bin Laden, who uses the word jihad to justify horrific things. Those who know a little bit about Islam, jihad simply means to defend your religion when it becomes under attack, not to go out and do the things that are happening here. It's very important, I think, Mr. Speaker, to remind Canadians who might be watching that in Canada, there's 1.2 million Muslims. And I, every once in a while, will find somebody that's ill-informed and say the Muslims are trying to take over or this and that, and I remind them there's 32 million rest of us. But when, Mr. Speaker, do you see in a newspaper in Canada of a Muslim attacking somebody or stealing, robbing a bank, committing murder? It's extremely rare because these are good people who believe very fundamentally and committed to Islam. But again, this is not Islam. This is a terrible group of, well, you can't think of them in any other terms than monsters because it's monstrous the things that they've been doing. And I can understand members on the other side who have the lever of power, who have the ability to say we should put aircraft in the air or put troops on the ground, and in fairness, they haven't said that as yet, but we're worried about it might happen. I can understand when you're facing those kinds of horrific crimes that you would want to do something. Well, we have a coalition of 60 nations. We have amongst them the top 3 or 4 militaries on the face of the earth prepared to undertake this mission. They do not need Canada to go there bombing, but they do need Canada's help in this effort. And I agree with Canada taking part in this effort. I agree that Canada must do something on a huge humanitarian scale, because this is going to be proven to be one of the most horrific times in our history with what is going to happen to the displaced persons. They've already been terrorized to the point of having to leave their home. Many have had brothers and fathers and uncles and cousins murdered, and the other atrocities that we've heard about. Nobody is arguing that those have not happened. What we are arguing, Mr. Speaker, that perhaps Canada can take that step back from going to military action and say, we are prepared to stand up with our allies, supply the humanitarian air, the support, the delivery of arms, which we've already been doing, which we're also in agreement with, to those fighters trying to protect their homelands. But it's most important to take that pause before we choose to send our men, women into a war zone that is going to become a quagmire. We saw it happen in the last war in Iraq. We saw it happen in Afghanistan, where 40,000 Canadians went through that war zone. And we're still paying the price for that today, Mr. Speaker, with PTSD and the loss of over 150 Canadian soldiers and a person from our diplomatic service. So I'll close, Mr. Speaker, by appealing to the government side. Take a moment. Step back. Give some thought to the fact that this is a broader concern than just war and bombing. It's a place where we can do some real humanitarian work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Minister of State for the Southern Economic Development Agency.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just say to my honoured colleague that we don't have a moment. We don't have all the time in the world. I wish we did. I wish we didn't have to go. I wonder why it is that the NDP, who made their decision to vote against this motion long before the motion even was put up, that we have not seen a change in that position despite everything that we've said. We don't see democracy here or rational debate. We see obstinance and obstruction. The member knows full well that we have humanitarian aid over there and we can do more, and we will. The opposition is concerned about refugees. We are. We're doing a lot in that regard. We'll do more. But what do we do as a nation that can about those people who cannot escape the evil? Do we just focus on those that can escape the evil and become refugees and leave those that cannot escape to this evil to only die, to be tortured, to be buried alive? I say we don't do that. And with a heavy heart, I will vote for this motion. I'm asking that reasonable member to break rank, to break the domination of his leader, and vote for this motion.
Member for Hamilton East, Stoney Creek.
Mr. Speaker, I was proud to stand in this House and vote against the Afghanistan mission because I thought it was ill-conceived and ill-prepared for. Looking upon the circumstances we have today, and the member says if we don't go to war, those people will die. There happens to be a huge military force of France, the United States, and Australia with the weapons that can do exactly the job that they are asking Canadian military to do. And we're saying, Mr. Speaker, it's not necessary for us to take part in that level of that conflict, but for Canada to have a role supplying humanitarian aid, supplying the workers that will build shelters. And that's where Canada and a huge number of Canadians believe we should be on this particular event.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I frankly do share the hesitancy of the honourable member, and I congratulate him on his speech. And I do wish we could ramp down the politics of this matters, because not one of us on either side wishes to send men and women in our military in harm's way, particularly in a situation such as this kind. I wonder if the honourable member has given thoughts to the people that are going to be joining us in the coalition, not so much the obvious ones, rather Turkey, Iran, Saudi Arabia, and Syria. Up until now, Iran has been the greatest exporter of state-sponsored terrorism, according to our own Minister of Foreign Affairs. They are sponsors of Hezbollah. Yet in this particular fight, they are our allies. That puts everybody in a very awkward position. So I'd be interested in his thoughts.
For Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Speaker, the member will be probably surprised to know that prior to speaking, I came in a rush because I just left a press conference where we were talking about dissidents in Iranian prisons about to be executed. So I share his concern, and we've heard the comments about if Syria asks, if Assad asks, we'll bomb. And this was a man that just a year and a half or so ago, the United States drew a red line and said if he crossed it, they would stop him, and they failed to do that. And all of a sudden, this man is a potential ally. We certainly all should feel conflicted in this place. And I don't care what party. You know, there's good souls who sit here are going to make the best judgments they can with the information they have at hand. We've lost an opportunity in this House. I don't often agree with some of my friends, but the fact that we could have had our leader and the leader of the third party sworn into the Privy Council and taken into the discussions. Maybe, it's possible, it might have looked different. But we can only make our decisions based on the information placed before us and placed before our leaders. And they failed on that count, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Louis Hébert. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to begin by saying that this specific military engagement has not been approved by the United Nations, nor has it been approved by NATO. I would also like to say, Mr. Speaker, that Iraq has the 5th largest oil reserve in the world, which can provide some context to this conflict. In fact, Mr. Speaker, oil production has almost doubled. Now, in terms of this barbaric group that we've been talking about today, I'm not going to call it a state. I'm going to speak about it in the way the French do. I'm going to call them Daesh. Daesh is an acronym, and it's an acronym that represents their title in Arabic. Now, Mr. Speaker, we have a Prime Minister here who appears to only view things through a very limited economic lens. He looks at things from an economic viewpoint only. And we also have a situation here where, yes, heinous crimes are being committed. We agree on that. It's not only people on the other side who think that these murders are horrible. It's absolutely unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. However, something truly did surprise me in the Prime Minister's speech. He admits that the motion he tabled will not necessarily solve this issue. In other words, he's proposing that we do something simply for the sake of doing it, Mr. Speaker, so that we look like we're doing something, Mr. Speaker. He's admitting that actually this will not solve the problem. And so the question that should be asked is, should we be doing something that will actually not lead to a solution? I think it's absolutely unacceptable to use this kind of wishful thinking whereby if you continue to repeat your mistakes, continue to repeat everything that was done in the past, maybe it will finally work. I don't think it will, Mr. Speaker. We have a situation that has been deteriorating not just over the past year, not just over the past 2 years, but for decades, Mr. Speaker. And now what are we going to do? Just to use the same recipe in the hopes that things will be a little better? On the ground, Mr. Speaker, the reality is very different. Now, some have said that if Canadians only support humanitarian assistance, then it would not be honorable enough, we would just be sitting on the sidelines, etc. However, Mr. Speaker, do you know how many people will depend on this humanitarian assistance? Do you think humanitarian assistance is easy during a time of conflict? And more importantly, what we need is a long-term vision for that humanitarian assistance. So not just meet immediate needs or tomorrow's needs or next week's needs. That humanitarian assistance has to be seen as a first step towards a long-term solution, Mr. Speaker. It has to be a sustainable solution within that geopolitical context. You see, Mr. Speaker, many solutions have been brought forward, have been attempted, especially military ones. And what's happening now? Well, we're starting all over again. Now, if it were the first time we were engaging in this sort of action, perhaps then we could plead ignorance. However, it's not the first time. And in fact, the situation is only getting worse. All that's changing are the acronyms of the adversaries out there. Mr. Speaker, we on this side of the House don't intend on just missing the boat, Mr. Speaker. What we want to do, though, is make sure that we're taking the right boat in the right direction. We don't want to end up in 5 or 10 years' time with the same debate and the same people saying the same thing. And once again, we do not want to find ourselves in a situation down the road where we'll be proposing solutions that will lead to nothing. You know, Mr. Speaker, never before have we had this much knowledge at our disposal, and yet we're not using it. But we absolutely have to understand what's happening. We can't simply react. Military action on its own will not solve this. We know this, and yet here we are engaging in the same dynamics, the same kind of measures. We know that in the long term there are going to have to be all kinds of changes, social change, economic change, political change, and if all we do is repeat what was done in the past, we will fail. Today, Mr. Speaker, take the city of Kobani on the border between Syria and Turkey. The Americans are engaging in bombing, and it's helping, but only partially. Bombing during the day doesn't work. These troops are very mobile. They move around a lot. So they're failing. And here we are on the border of Turkey. There are 140,000 people who left the city, and they've wanted to cross the border. Who's helping them? Are they being helped enough? Are we helping the Kurds defend themselves? No. In fact, we're not taking account these geopolitical considerations because we're talking about the border between Syria and Turkey. Now, the Turks don't necessarily want to intervene because of the Kurds, and if the Turks intervene or act, then Syria will consider this as a declaration of war. So maybe there's some diplomacy that has to happen, Mr. Speaker. Maybe that would help the situation. Maybe it would help everyone on the planet, Mr. Speaker. But that doesn't seem to be the road we've chosen to take, Mr. Speaker. Quite unbelievable. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, I think what we have to do is look at the whole situation. So humanitarian assistance can be targeted, yes, but it can't just be targeted now, immediately. What we have to do is use all the knowledge at our disposal, and that's why I'm saying to this Prime Minister, it's time that he started taking into account social change, the politics. He has to draw on all the expertise that we have everywhere, and we have to be able to reflect on how we should intervene, what the best, most effective way of acting is, so that we never have to go through this again, so that we never have to face these kinds of groups again, these crazy groups that are beheading people. We want to be able to support the local population, Mr. Speaker, and that's what's important. We're talking about local people, the local population. They're the ones who are going to be able to solve this problem. If we don't engage them and have them be part of the solution, then I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, that we will never, ever succeed.
What is unusual here is that we're falling into a trap. They have advertised the horrors that they've perpetuated. Usually they try to hide them. Why? Because they want us to do what we're about to do now, or what we are doing now. That is to launch a bombing campaign, and that allows them to recruit more people. It's quite clear. It's not hard to see through this. And with Daesh, it's not really a very strong organization. Yes, they have money, they're well structured, but they're strong because of the weakness of everything that surrounds them, because we have systematically destroyed the social structures in that region, and that has allowed them to grow. So we have to be aware of these things. In the current dynamic, we're not strengthening anything. We are just continuing to weaken all of the political and social organizations in that region. Try to imagine, Mr. Speaker, that you have 20,000 people, or 200,000 people, rather, Iraqi soldiers trained by the Americans over 7 years at the cost of $26 million. And they run away from a force of 20,000 people who aren't even trained soldiers. They run away from them. So the training of this army has been a failure. It's a huge failure. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, that what we have to do has to be done under a United Nations mandate. I think this is most important. We have to find what our proper place is within such a coalition, which is to say that many countries have committed to providing humanitarian assistance, and we need to demonstrate that. Many other countries have done the same thing, Norway and Sweden and more. That's the direction we should be headed in. And we have to think about tomorrow as well. We can't just try and deal with the present issue. We have to get to the root of this evil. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his intervention. I've certainly found him to be a very reasonable colleague in discussing these issues, and he made some great points today while he was speaking in terms of saying that military action alone will not solve this problem. We agree on this side that military action alone will not solve the problem. In fact, he mentioned humanitarian aid. We are and we will send humanitarian aid into this area. But, Mr. Speaker, all of us know that humanitarian aid sent into an area that is totally chaotic, where there's no law or order or security of any kind, humanitarian aid will not get to the people who need that aid. But finally, Mr. Speaker, he said that our Prime Minister indicated that this will not solve the problem. Well, Mr. Speaker, would he suggest that my efforts on suicide prevention, because they haven't stopped every suicide in this country, that the efforts to minimize the number of suicides is not effective? Are we saying that we're going to allow hundreds of thousands of people, children, being murdered? If we can at least reduce that to a few, would that not be better than the large number that are currently being decimated? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Louis Hébert. I thank my colleague for that question. Obviously, he will understand. But we can't not make any efforts in life, and I know he'll understand that sincerely. However, when we say that it won't solve the problem, it means that we have to look for other solutions. We have to show more innovation. If we have a strategy that we are aware at the outset will fail, it doesn't mean we'll sit on the sidelines and do nothing. On the contrary, it's a call to do something differently, to try to find other innovative and much more effective solutions. Questions and comments?
For Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it is encouraging in the sense that we have seen some movement from the official opposition in regards to their positioning on what's taking place in Iraq. And I say that because I'll read the amendment, the specific clause, which I think is a positive move forward. And it is that in A, call on the government to contribute to the fight against ISIL, including military support for the transportation of weapons for a period of up to 3 months. When I questioned the member from Toronto Danforth on this issue, his colleague, the New Democratic member from Toronto Danforth, he indicated that yes, in fact, Canadian forces could play other roles. And I'm wondering if the member might be able just to expand upon that. The NDP now seems to be of the opinion that the Canadian forces could and should be playing a role. It's, at least it's implied in the amendment that they brought forward. It's something in which we have suggested, Mr. Speaker, and I'm wondering if he can expand on that.
The Honourable Member for Louis Hébert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. Obviously, once again, this is an issue that's really strictly based on the logic of a military intervention. What I said throughout my speech is that we have to go beyond that. One of the things that I perhaps didn't mention because of lack of time was how is it that this tiny group, because it is a tiny group, is so wealthy? How is it that we haven't really worked on strangling off that source of money? Last week, once again, John Kerry, the American Secretary of State, said how important it was to undermine this group at the base by attacking their funding. So what I was saying and what I say again is that if we want to eradicate this, we have to look at the entire problem and not just one specific little corner of it, which is targeted attacks as we've been discussing here. Questions and comments? For a very brief question, the Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and you know how I'm not very good at speaking briefly, but I'll try to limit myself to a few seconds. I'd like my colleague to comment indeed on the fact that the government has failed in its responsibility, that the conflict that we are faced with today, I'm not making on suppositions as to whether we could have avoided it or not, but it was probably made worse by the fact that the government refused to help the hundreds of thousands of refugees who are spread out throughout the region since the civil war in Syria. We know what a tremendous burden it is to those surrounding states to deal with that. And the Canadian government has failed in its responsibility on that front. I'd like my comment to talk about that. The Honourable Member, thank you. I thank my colleague for that very, very pertinent question. It goes to the very heart of my speech, which is that humanitarian assistance isn't something in and of itself. It's the beginning of something else. When groups, even like Daesh, What do they do when they control a territory? They organize all the services. What we do is to assuage hunger. So I think perhaps there are lessons to be learned from that, to help not only to help people who are hungry, but to give those people a better life someday. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, I've noticed that there's great interest in participating in the comments and questions period that's permitted after each of the interventions today, and that, of course, is quite understandable considering the gravity of the question that we have in front of us today. Because there is great interest, and I know that we've allowed, I think other chair occupants have also allowed a great deal of latitude and time for members that they can have the time to express the arguments that they wish during that 5-minute, which is usually only a 5-minute question and comment. I would just ask honourable members if they are able to make those interventions as succinct as they can. I think it would afford the opportunity for other honourable members to participate in this important debate. So I just say that as a possibility that the members might consider. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I start, I would like to say I'll be sharing my time with the Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of International Trade. Speaker, it's with great sadness I again have to rise to speak on a motion which is very clear, Mr. Speaker, contrary to what the opposition is saying about the military, about another campaign, Mr. Speaker, out in the Middle East. As I was Parliamentary Secretary at the time when we had a mission going on in Afghanistan, Mr. Speaker, I participated in the Special Committee on Afghanistan. And, Mr. Speaker, as now I am standing up here again today discussing about another portion, another motion where we will be asking our great soldiers to take part in stopping a murderous organization from killing people, Mr. Speaker, people of all kinds, children, women, terrible, terrible, terrible atrocities they have committed, as we have seen on this thing. Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister has said, it is very necessary to stop this organization, because if we don't, Mr. Speaker, they are not only a threat to the region, but they are also a threat to Canada, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me say to you, give my experience on this firsthand. I represent the city of Calgary, of one of the riding in the city of Calgary, Mr. Speaker, from where numerous reports have indicated that Calgarians have been radicalized and gone to the region to join these terrible organizations to fight, Mr. Speaker. A couple of months ago, Mr. Speaker, in my own riding, I had the mother of Damien Claremont come and see me, Mr. Speaker. And if those who don't remember, Damien Claremont was a young Calgarian who became radicalized, who went to Syria to fight and lost his life in Syria. This mother came to me to talk about the pain, the suffering, the grief that had hit her family, Mr. Speaker, by this man. She was absolutely stunned as this had taken place, this radicalization, where her son, had gone out there. She could not understand how this was happening. And she came and talked to me at length of how we could stop this radicalization, Mr. Speaker. And we discussed measures of how it is possible to help. And I need to, at this stage, Mr. Speaker, commend her, extremely commend her, not also for this, at the time of her sorrow and loss of her elder son, but also that she's picked up the fight, Mr. Speaker, to stop this radicalization taking place. She has set up fighting for a support group for other families who are losing their children to this propaganda that has been coming out from this region, from this terrible organization, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, we have here had a debate going on with the official opposition and the third party talking about they do not want to participate, and they give various reasons. Of course, the focus of they are talking about is the humanitarian assistance. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, humanitarian assistance is extremely important when we see that they have been uprooted from their home, They have been sexually violent. Women have been attacked. The Minister of Foreign Affairs has just announced money towards helping them, for counseling services and all the others we can. So humanitarian assistance is necessary, and as both the critics have indicated, they've gone down to the region, they have seen humanitarian assistance. Indeed, they have, Mr. Speaker, and and that is a priority for Canada as well, and it will remain. Canadians are very generous, and they are quite strongly willing to do that, Mr. Speaker, and they will continue doing that, Mr. Speaker. However, Mr. Speaker, Canadians are also appalled, and this thing of the reports coming out of the murderous rampage this organization is doing, and how do we stop it? We all heard about, and I've heard here in the debate talking about a coalition of 40 nations, Mr. Speaker, coming out there. Others are doing strikes, others are doing humanitarian. We have been given by numerous examples by the NDP and everything that Germany is doing that. Let them, Germany is giving humanitarian assistance, and they're nitpicking everyone here to fit into their thinking. I mean, the NDP leader, Mr. Speaker, he got up and he read actually an editorial, a newspaper editorial out there by this person. Anybody can read that, man. That's, But there are also numerous other editorials that are talking that their position is wrong. Of course, he did not bother talking about those ones over there, Speaker. But the fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, how do we stop them? How do we stop them? Mr. Speaker, we have the expertise, we have the capability, we have the means to stop them, Mr. Speaker. And that is what, after careful consideration, this government came along and said, we will be joining with the airstrikes, what we can do, refueling the aircraft, reconnaissance, Mr. Speaker, the best ability that we have. We have, in the past, always stood up when our values have been under attack. First World War, Second World War, Mr. Speaker, Kosovo, out there, Afghanistan. We've always been there in Bosnia, Mr. Speaker. And now is again in this region. There are a lot of excuses. I've gone to the region many times, Mr. Speaker. I've attended many conferences with friends of Iraq when all this time was changing, what we can do to help Iraq with the friends. And we all came along and we all tried to see how we can put Iraq back on its feet, Mr. Speaker. I remember attending a conference in Istanbul, remembering a conference attending in Kuwait, which is called the Friends of Iraq, and all of and its neighbors and all of us, Mr. Speaker, were very much committed in bringing Iraq back to its feet and as a nation, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, despite our efforts and everything else here, no point in blaming. Mr. Maliki was, as we all heard and as we know, was not a very inclusive man, creating this situation over there, which antagonized the Sunnis and antagonized the Kurds, and henceforth, Mr. Speaker, all of this is part and parcel of what is happening today. Forget all of that, Mr. Speaker. That is yes, something that we need to learn, and which is one of the reasons why strong pressure was put for Mr. Maliki to go and bring in another government in Iraq that will now address an inclusive government that would include the Sunnis and the Kurds, as well as the Shiites, Mr. Speaker, as they all share one country called Iraq, Mr. Speaker. But the point is, at this stage, Mr. Speaker, is what do we do now, today? As we speak today, the fight is going in northern, in the city out there in Kabul, Mr. Speaker, about to fall to ISIS. The Kurds over there have appealed that if we don't stop them, there'll be massacres, Mr. Speaker. And I see that today reports are that airstrikes are taking place to dislodge the Kurds, the ISIL fighters. This is one of the ways which we can do, Mr. Speaker, and which we have decided how we would contribute towards helping stop this murderous regime from killing innocent people. Henceforth, Mr. Speaker, our motion is so clear, it's very clear what we're going to do. 6 months, Mr. Speaker, what we have to do, as well as which aircraft, what capacity, and we have all agreed on our side, no boots on the ground, Mr. Speaker, because I think overall we have learned the capacity that the people who live in that region are the best fighters for their own safety. The Kurds and the other Sunnis and the Shias, Mr. Speaker, is their country, they should be fighting for their rights, and that their rights are the same rights as ours, Mr. Speaker. And so it is but natural that we provide them with support, air support, but we're also providing them with the ground training support so they can fight. They can fight to maintain their dignity, their home, Mr. Speaker, which is critical important. Therefore, I fail to understand. Yes, we need humanitarian assistance, no question about that fact, and I do agree with my colleagues from both sides here. Humanitarian assistance is an important part of it. But as the Minister of Foreign Affairs has said, Mr. Speaker, you know, when a firefighter comes at a fire, Mr. Speaker, so does the ambulance, Mr. Speaker, comes at the same time, you know. But the firefighters have to come first to put off the fire, Speaker. To put off this fire here is to stop ISIL from killing people. And the only way we can stop ISIL, Mr. Speaker, is by joining in a fight to stop them. And what the government has proposed in this is the right course of actions, which, Mr. Speaker, although it will be, as I indicated, that there are radicalization taking place, but a message is clearly being sending. We are protecting not only the region, but our own country as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with great interest to the comments of the Parliamentary Secretary, and in particular the first part about one of his constituents and the loss that a mother was expressing of her son who had become radicalized and gone to Iraq. I'm assuming it was Iraq he went to, and Syria, and lost his life. The notion of radicalization of Canadians, young Canadians, is a serious one. In fact, the Prime Minister states our role here is that somehow is a direct threat to Canada. We know that, at least from information, that some 100 or more have gone and maybe 80 have come back. I wonder, is there any insight into what's going on in the minds of these young men who are radicalized? When they come back, are they coming back disillusioned, or are they coming back trained? Do we have the capability of dealing with that? And did the mother have any suggestions? And again, how is it that bombing is going to solve that problem? That's what I don't want to know, because it's been suggested by some that bombing is in fact counterproductive and leads to more recruits.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, first I will talk about the issue of bombing, which I have already explained. It is to stop this group from killing other people and creating the humanitarian crisis that you are talking about, that we need to go and help, which we agree on this. But coming back to the radicalization and to this mother, the tears of this mother, the mother herself could not understand what had transpired and what made the son go, although at one stage she did point out to me that he was on the internet chatting to a lady from the other faith who probably had an influence on him. So it is becoming very obvious that the social media that these guys are using are going and attacking these, radicalizing these young ones here. And she is now working with another group in Germany out there who is facing the same problems and bringing them together to see how best they can do to provide support to families that are taking place. I'm just talking of that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Parliamentary Secretary made reference to other countries and their engagement, and also through that made reference to the fact that countries like Germany are not participating in the airstrike. No doubt they had some form of an evaluation which ultimately determined that their role could be better placed by not participating in an airstrike. And I'm wondering if the member could share with the House in terms of what options that he, as the Parliamentary Secretary, had looked into that goes beyond just Canada playing a role strictly in terms of airstrike.
Secretary Parlementaire.
Mr. Speaker, as I said in my intervention, that when I had attended the conferences, international conferences, to assist Iraq in building an inclusive country which would not give rise to radicalization in those things. All of those were done by this government taking strong part into it. And then when ISIL came in through there, Speaker, we went out there to assist with the forces over there to help them fight this terror over there, Mr. Speaker. as we did in Afghanistan. And I must say to the member opposite from the Liberal Party that it was his party that sent to us into Afghanistan without a debate that we did over here, that we are doing. At least we are doing a debate and allowing him to give his mind. But, Mr. Speaker, we believe so this is the right course of action to take place, and we are going to stand behind with the people of those regions and those who are going to give threat to Canada, Mr. Speaker.
Question commentaire. On la députée.
The honourable member for HoC. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As my colleague knows, it's not a secret for anyone now. The Public Safety Minister's report refers to this quite openly. There are Canadians who went to the Middle East to join with jihadis, and when they come back, they're like sleeper cells. I've already asked the Public Safety Minister this. Are there programs with budgets to back them up to do work, outreach with young people to prevent radicalization? He was unable to answer. Could my colleague tell me, do we have a program or programs with budgets to back them up to prevent violent radicalization here in Canada? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Foreign Affairs Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I'm sure she knows, the RCMP has already indicated that it is one of the areas that they will be working with. They will look at it. And as I said in my speech, Mr. Speaker, the Germans have already done it, but it was again done outside of the by people who have already retired and with the families out there. There are other ways to look at it, how we can help, and that is what the RCMP is doing, Mr. Speaker, and that is what I commend the mother of Damien for doing what she is doing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my honour to rise in this important day in the House of Commons today, and I do so with a deep sense of responsibility. Responsibility as a member of this House, Mr. Speaker. I've said on numerous occasions, both in this place and outside, that one of the most important decisions or debates that a member of the House of Commons will take part in is the decision related to putting the men and women of the Canadian Forces into harm's way. It's a decision that should be used sparingly, Mr. Speaker, but it is also a decision that as a democratic and a leader of middle powers in the world, Mr. Speaker, we should also exercise when our values and indeed freedoms are at risk. It's also a deep responsibility, Mr. Speaker, for me as a Canadian, because it's at decisions like this that we define the type of Canadians we are. Are we Canadians like our forebears, who with a young and small country stepped up and served in a way that was much larger than its population might have dictated in the past? Are we a nation that doesn't move to the other side of the road as we pass people whose freedoms and very lives are being threatened, hoping that someone else will tend to them? Are we the type of Canadians, Mr. Speaker, in a global age where we benefit immensely from trade and are one of the wealthiest countries in the world? Do we allow ourselves to fall asleep under the blanket of security that our distance from these conflicts also always allows us to have? So before the House, Mr. Speaker, is a debate on the motion for the next phase in our response to the ISIL threat. On September 5th, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister outlined that Canada's initial response was to send military advisors to help Iraqi and Kurdish forces in the defense of their territories and to stop killings on a genocidal scale, Mr. Speaker. That mission is now over and is being extended, and we're also evolving into an airstrike role for Canada, Mr. Speaker. But who is that threat that is ISIL? I think all Canadians have been horrified by the accounts we've seen on television. Beheading of journalists and aid workers, the selling of women and young girls into slavery, rape as a weapon of war, mass killings on a scale that is truly genocide, Mr. Speaker. And ISIL is a threat. It's an enemy, Mr. Speaker, of freedom. an enemy that follows no creed except death and destruction. And as Canadians, indeed, as part of the developed and democratic world, if we learned anything from 9/11, Mr. Speaker, it's that navel-gazing and turning a blind eye to these threats, because they are far away, can allow them to gather to a point where they also touch us, Mr. Speaker. So when we see some of the children being impacted by this horrific violence in Iraq and Syria, Mr. Speaker, we should also see the faces of our own children. We should not allow this threat to gather. Because, Mr. Speaker, we've already seen, sadly, a few radicalized Canadians are taking part in these horrific acts. ISIL has already threatened Canada, Mr. Speaker. And with the vast amount of territory and financing they've gained in recent months, they are a threat not just to that region, Mr. Speaker, but to the entire world. And, Mr. Speaker, with our immense freedoms and wealth as a nation comes a duty to safeguard and promote these same opportunities for others. And that is why I stand in full agreement with our evolving role, Mr. Speaker, to combat the threat that is ISIL. We are now going to extend the training mission and the advisory commission, Mr. Speaker, with select members of our Special Forces unit, but we're also going to deploy surveillance aircraft, an air-to-air refueling Polaris, and up to 6 CF-18s to join our allies, both our NATO allies, Mr. Speaker, but also allies in the Gulf, to combat the advance of ISIL. This is an appropriate response, Mr. Speaker, because it can be effective. It can cut off supply and financing lines for ISIL. It can isolate them in a geography and allow some of the domestic ground forces to defend their own territory. And we see how close, Mr. Speaker, this is drifting even to our NATO ally of Turkey. Airstrikes can have a limited but impactful role on stopping genocide and stopping the advance of ISIL. It's also, Mr. Speaker, much lower risk for our men and women of the Canadian Forces. There is risk whenever you're flying in combat, but this is a risk that is limited, and I know the exceptional men and women of our Royal Canadian Air Force, Mr. Speaker, train and accept these risks as part of their duty for our country and for our values. Most importantly, Mr. Speaker, these are targeted and precision strikes that are assessed both before the strike and after to minimize collateral damage, Mr. Speaker. We learn on these assessments. We learn if an impact is being felt on the ground and if we're saving lives and preventing the advance of ISIL. And, Mr. Speaker, I want to address some of the concerns raised by the opposition in the debate in the weeks before this mission. First, they suggest that Canada is running into this airstrike role, rushing into battle, as I've heard some members of this House say. Mr. Speaker, if that was the case, we would have joined the first round of countries committing or implementing airstrikes. On September 5th, the Prime Minister outlined our decision, which was an advisory one for the first month, and that we would speak to our allies and see what is needed going further. Canada has always played a role that's helpful, commensurate with our size and scope as a country, and that's what we're doing here, Mr. Speaker. Members of this House have also said, what is our exit strategy, Mr. Speaker? Throwing out suggestions like that as an excuse not to stand with our allies in the face of this threat. Well, Mr. Speaker, an airstrike role is limited. Our crews are able to return and assess the impact of their last mission. They are not on the ground, Mr. Speaker. And as the Prime Minister said in this House, there are no combat troops being deployed on the ground with this motion. Another element of debate, Mr. Speaker, has been how do we measure success? Once again, if we can't measure success, we shouldn't stand along our allies, and we shouldn't hear the cries from the thousands suffering as a result of ISIL. Well, with airstrikes, Mr. Speaker, as I said, we can measure the impact of our role in that area. We can measure if we've isolated ISIL and allowed Kurdish or Iraqi ground forces to safeguard their own interests. And, Mr. Speaker, this cries out for a quote from Winston Churchill. No one can guarantee success in war, but only deserve it. Mr. Speaker, the coalition forces, in the face of horrific acts of violence and genocide, certainly deserve success. And as the Prime Minister said, this is not a case of either humanitarian aid or counterterrorism operations. It's a case of both, Mr. Speaker. And without security on the ground, as we've seen through the tragic beheading last week, we cannot deliver humanitarian aid to the people that need it. Now, the NDP opposition in this House, Mr. Speaker, is understandable. It's a party that has been very, very reticent about deploying Canadian forces throughout its history. But what is deeply troubling to me, Mr. Speaker, as a parliamentarian, has been not just the position of the third party, the Liberal Party, in this debate, but their approach to the debate itself. And to highlight that, Mr. Speaker, I'm showing another Liberal leader's speech in this place on September 8, 1939. Prime Minister King, in response to Conservative support for his motion. It shows how deep in the breasts of men lies the determination to preserve, to maintain, and defend freedom, and all that freedom makes possible in the enjoyment of life itself. This is a deep-lying instinct for freedom is, I believe, characteristic of the citizens of Canada from one end of this great country to the other. A deep-lying instinct for freedom, Mr. Speaker. Comments from the Liberal leader in 1939 in response to the Conservative Party's support for his motion in the House regarding the deployment of men and women at a time of need. Contrast that, Mr. Speaker, to the comments of today's Liberal leader, flippant when it comes to the situation that ISIL poses, derogatory of our ability to project force alongside our allies. Mr. Speaker, where has the Liberal Party gone? Is a question I'm leaving with this House. Where is their deep-lying instinct for freedom, Mr. Speaker? I hope they find it soon. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the speech by my colleague on the opposite side. I will say remind him as well that in 1939 the CCF party also supported the Second World War, although the leader was a pacifist. The rest of the caucus fully supported the efforts of Canada's involvement there, and of course we did support the mission in Libya initially in 2011 when it was directed at the responsibility to protect. But I want to put this proposition to him. You know, airstrikes that are being proposed here, you know, the effectiveness is seriously questioned by many, and you know, others with substantial experience have even suggested that they are counterproductive, and even those who accept that tactic are aware that we'll run out of targets very soon. So my concern here is that with the kind of cost that might be involved in Libya, we were talking about $350 million, why wouldn't the government's money and efforts be better spent in providing direct humanitarian aid to the 1.8 million people whose lives are at risk immediately and that need help?
The Honourable Order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for that question and refer him to the Prime Minister's speech in this House last Friday, where he said the argument that the NDP is putting to this House is a false one. It's not we either are involved in military action or we play a humanitarian role. We have been playing a humanitarian role, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, the Minister of Foreign Affairs enhanced that yesterday in this House. But it's clear, Mr. Speaker, Canada's role should be, and always has been, a willingness to play a role that's commensurate with our size and abilities in support of our allies and in support of freedom and our values. We can't cross to the other side of the road, Mr. Speaker, and ignore what's going on.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Scarborough Agincourt.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for International Trade for his comments. And I first actually want to pay tribute to this particular member who, in fact, has served in our Canadian military as a member of the Royal Canadian Air Force, and, in fact, is also one of the co-founders of the True Patriot Love Foundation. I know that any decision that this particular member will make in terms of sending our armed forces into combat will be considered carefully given his past service. But my question to the Parliamentary Secretary is this. Last week, our leader did lay out 4 principles, and I only want to highlight simply one, and that is the issue of capacity. And we've heard nothing on this particular side with respect to whether, in fact, this is, in fact, the appropriate use or that we have the appropriate capacity to exercise this type of force in theater. So my question to the Parliamentary Secretary is has, in fact, that question been appropriately addressed before the members?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for this question and his kind comments and use this occasion to congratulate him on joining the House of Commons. In fact, he's making a good contribution already and is certainly a more welcome change to the previous member from Scarborough Agincourt. So it's good to see you in this place. I'd refer him to my remarks on the ability for Canada and the RCAF in general to assess the impact airstrikes are having in concert with our allies, Mr. Speaker. This is about making sure that we assess prior to any strike and then after every strike. But I'd ask him, as a new member of his caucus, to ask his leader, where has the Liberals' deep-lying instinct for freedom gone? Because I'll tell you, Mr. Speaker, their position with respect to these limited strikes, which are similar to the Kosovo mission their previous government introduced, their absence on this file is of deep concern to many Canadians, Mr. Speaker, including their party members in my riding that I was speaking to on the weekend. I'd ask him to be a new voice to caucus to make sure they bring their leader on track.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to be able to join this debate today on behalf of my constituents in Parkdale High Park. And as I begin, I'd like to say, Mr. Speaker, that I am splitting my time with the member from Davenport, a neighbouring riding in Toronto. And this is a very important debate, Mr. Speaker, because there is no more serious decision that can come before this House than the decision for military action, the decision to send Canada's children, our sons, our daughters, our wives, our husbands, our parents to war. And it is one of the most grave decisions that we have as parliamentarians. And there are many dangerous places in the world today. I have, like many here, been engaged in international work as a parliamentarian, but certainly in many years before my time in Parliament. And there are some very dangerous places. I have worked with people from the Democratic Republic of Congo, where sexual violence has been a horrific tool of war, and a place where it is estimated that even to this day, over 40,000 people a month are losing their lives. And many more lives are destroyed through displacement, through violence of various kinds, but where the sexual violence has been particularly horrible. The Central African Republic, where another place where just since December it's estimated that more than 5,000 people have been killed. Syria, which has been a very high-profile conflict, where it's estimated that close to 200,000 have lost their lives, and which has, of course, evolved into a major humanitarian crisis where many are in refugee camps or seeking refuge in Lebanon, in Syria, in Iraq. And there are places that are just very violent. I noticed that in Saudi Arabia, for example, where they have capital punishment, one of the most common tools for execution is beheading. And just in the month of August, this past August, more than 20 people were executed by beheading. So there are many dangerous, violent places in the world, but certainly the actions of ISIL have particularly gripped the public media, the public debate, the consciousness of people around the world because of their violence, because of their tactics, also because of their pretty skilled use of social media as a tool to terrorize. And certainly many thousands have been killed. They've been using horrible tactics such as conscripting of children and sexual violence to conduct their terror campaign. And they have left many people displaced, more than 1.8 million civilians in Iraq alone, but about 5.2 we're told in need of humanitarian assistance. So let's make no mistake, the actions of ISIL are reprehensible, they are horrific and deplorable, and there's no question that people are looking for help who are being subjected to their terror campaign. And there is incredible humanitarian assistance that is required, Mr. Speaker. Certainly the UN has highlighted this. They have the Coordination for Humanitarian Affairs at the UN has said humanitarian conditions in Iraq continue to deteriorate, 5.2 million people in need of humanitarian assistance, and that assistance certainly ranges from water, sanitation, hygiene, access to food, very basic needs, shelter. We're coming into the fall. It's going to soon be winter. People don't have adequate shelter. Health, mobile health units, especially in hard-to-access areas. Protection for minorities, because these are the people who have been especially affected by the fighting. Gender-sensitive responses for women who are and children who are being targeted for sexual assault, women and children who are trafficked, abducted, forced into recruitment, into fighting, forced into marriages, and, as I said, sexual-based violence. And, of course, there are children who not only have basic humanitarian needs, but who also need education and to be counseled about this trauma. The United Nations has declared the situation the highest level of emergency, and certainly if we want to save lives, if we want to provide immediate assistance, Mr. Speaker, it is with humanitarian aid that Canada can best assist the people who are affected by ISIL. Now, the United Nations passed a resolution on September the 24th, Resolution 2178. Now, it did not advocate for military intervention. What that resolution advocated was that UN member states should ensure that people who finance or otherwise support terrorist activity, including and specifically that of ISIL, are held legally accountable and brought to justice. The resolution did not authorize military action. Secretary General Ban Ki-moon commented that, quote, over the long term, the biggest threat to terrorists is not the power of missiles, it is the power of inclusion. And I would argue that military aid is not the biggest need. It is, in fact, humanitarian aid. And the question that we would ask as New Democrats is, will military aid help or hurt? There has been some suggestion that the bombing missions by the United by the United States has in fact prompted more recruits to join ISIL and to become engaged in their struggle. So the question I would ask is, are we in fact spreading the problem as these fighters disperse to avoid bombs, and they disperse amongst the civilian population? Are we creating a bigger problem than would otherwise have been there? In other words, Mr. Speaker, would a bombing mission help or hurt? What is the plan? What is the goal? How do we know if we are succeeding? How do we know when we have succeeded? Will there be ground troops? What is the plan for that? You know, it's a little different to say to Canadians or to any country, you're going to be dropping bombs from a very high altitude. Nobody on our side is going to get hurt. But as we have seen in conflict after conflict after conflict, that becomes a slippery slope, and that quickly evolves into boots on the ground, because there are always reasons. We have to finish the job. We're not effective enough. There's more we could be doing. And so we need to know, what is the plan? What's the duration? Is it going to help or hurt? Are we dealing effectively with the humanitarian needs? So I think we have very many questions, Mr. Speaker, that have not adequately been addressed in spite of the many passionate speeches on the other side of the House. I can just tell you, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of my community in Parkdale High Park, I don't want to, by any stretch of the imagination, say public opinion is unanimous, but I will say that of the people who have contacted me by email, by phone, people who have walked in the door, overwhelmingly, the opinion is people do not want us to engage in a bombing campaign against ISIL. They support humanitarian aid. They support whatever assistance we can provide. They understand the seriousness of this threat, but they do not want us to become engaged what could be another long, open-ended war against what and who are our allies, and who knows when it's going to end, or what the finish line even is. So on behalf of my constituents, and certainly I'm very proud of our leader, our critics on this file, and our party, Mr. Speaker, we will be voting no against this motion when it comes to a vote. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member for her comments. I will say this: the NDP have obviously been very clear with respect to this motion, where they stand on this mission as well as on previous military deployments. But I guess the question I'd have to ask is, and it's not obviously not specific to this mission, because as I said, the NDP have been very clear that they're not prepared to support this one. But in future, what are the circumstances that that would guide an NDP decision that would allow them to support a Canadian military combat mission abroad? What are the different steps or initiatives that they would have to see put in place to support Canadian military combat role in future, not on this specific mission? And especially if one of those elements is support of the United Nations, I wonder if she could also then comment on the problem that we always seem to have with the United Nations with respect to a veto by one of the permanent members of the United Nations.
The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Well, I thank my colleague for that question, and of course, as he can quite wisely understand, I'm not going to speculate on what could be or possibly might be an acceptable bombing mission or military intervention. Our hope is that we don't have to engage in a military mission, but something that we do know now. We have the facts. We don't have to speculate. We know that lives can be saved today with an even greater humanitarian intervention. This is something we don't have to hypothesize about. We know that there are millions of people who are in misery today, whose lives may be at risk because of the humanitarian crisis. And I would argue that rather than getting our mindset to, well, what mission might you support, let's focus on the mission today, which is a humanitarian mission. Let's save lives today. I think that's what Canada should do.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
Thank you very much. My question through you to the honourable member from Parkdale High Park is this. I believe that our party and your party share a perspective on the urgency and the need for a much more substantial humanitarian gesture and engagement in terms of protecting in particular the refugee camps along the Turkish border. And I believe that we also share your apprehension and worry that the bombings will not result in either an immediate peace, a lasting peace, or a situation which stabilizes to the point where human rights can be respected. But the motion and the amendment that your party moved called for the shipment of arms. And I'm curious as to what arms you were proposing to ship, to whom are you proposing to ship those arms, and if you weren't shipping those arms to some depot, who were they intended for and how are they expected to be used?
The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me clarify what the amendment is. We accept that a local force needs to be capable to defend itself in order to maintain international peace and security, and so we have argued that we need to boost our aid to the humanitarian effort to provide assistance to the investigation and prosecution of war crimes, to call on the government not to deploy Canadian forces in combat, and to call on the government to seek House approval for any extension of the mission, to call on the government to report back the costs of the mission, and to offer wholehearted support to the men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces. Our goal here is not to engage in a military mission. In fact, that's what we want to delete from the motion. And it's unfortunate that our colleagues in the Liberal Party supported the initial involvement in a mission in Iraq, because we believe that has been the slippery slope that has led us to this point today where we are now facing a bombing mission in Iraq because of my colleagues in the Liberal Party.
Resuming debate, and before we do so, I'll just let the honourable member for Davenport, who's up next, know that he has about 4 minutes before we have to interrupt for the usual program that begins at 2 p.m. The honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honour for me to rise in this place, as it always is, on behalf of the good people of Davenport in the great city of Toronto to debate the motion at hand, which is essentially the most important motion and the most important decision that Parliament is ever seized of, and that is to send Canadians to war. And, you know, Mr. Speaker, the government would like us to believe that there is only the choice of their proposal, their motion, and inaction. And, of course, what we've heard today, and I think that the debate has been a healthy debate here today. I think what Canadians have heard is that that's not true. That there are things that Canada, the response that Canada should make is far different than the response that the government is making. Far different from the response that the government wants Canadians to believe is the right way to go. But, Mr. Speaker, on some level, what we perhaps need to also think about is just the voices coming from our constituencies and what people are saying on the ground and the concern that people are raising. And I think that I speak for many here that I've received a steady stream of correspondence and concern. And I thought it might be helpful just to read a couple letters that I have received into the record, because it helps to frame this debate in a slightly different way, because oftentimes in this place it's perceived that all we're doing is scoring partisan points. And in this particular instance, in this particular debate, I believe that's far from the case. It's a difference of values, it's a difference of direction, and I believe that I know that I stand here as part of a party, as part of a caucus that has a strong history of standing up for the cause of peace in Canada, for the cause of peace globally. And I'm proud of that history, and that's one of the reasons that I, and no doubt my colleagues in the New Democratic Party, are indeed in this caucus. But I have a couple letters that I just thought I'd read into the record so that it's clear that our position is a position that's not just part of our history, but is part of our job of representing Canadians. So just very briefly, before we take a break to discuss these issues in a different kind of way during question period, I'd just like to read into the record, as a Canadian citizen, I'm one of the majority who oppose entering this conflict and want to maintain Canada's historic role as a peacekeeping nation. I believe strongly that Canada should not be entering the war in Iraq and sending 6 CF-18s and 600 personnel. This is a civil war, and we have been asked for humanitarian aid, which we should supply. In other words, Mr. Speaker, it's not that Canadians don't want to engage. It's how we engage. It's historically how we engage. What the government is doing with this motion and with this direction is pulling us out of our historical role and rules of engagement. We still have some time? We're done. Okay. Well, I'll pick this up later.
We're done for now, and the honourable member for Davenport will in fact have 6 minutes remaining for his comments when the House next returns to the question. Statements by members. Déclaration de député.
The honourable member for Bar-Richelieu, Nicolas Bécancourt. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois is resolutely pacifist. However, we cannot turn our backs on the massive violations of human rights. The Québécois nation, Canada, and the international community have a responsibility and a duty to protect population groups from barbaric attacks. A humanitarian intervention must be at the base of anything Quebec and Canada do to show human solidarity at the international level. Only that would then legitimize the use of force. The motion moved by the Conservative government is based on one-dimensional thinking that prioritizes airstrikes while humanitarian aid is relegated to a secondary role. The Bloc Québécois, like the Secretary General of the United Nations, believes we must attack the root causes of this crisis. The Conservatives are asking for the blind confidence of this House for a military mission that is unclear in terms of its objectives and its possible sex. The Bloc Québécois will not sign a blank check for this.
Mr. Speaker, on Sunday, October 5th, I was very pleased to attend and bring greetings on behalf of our government, celebrations of the 30th anniversary of St. Maximilian Kolbe Church and 35th anniversary of St. Maximilian Kolbe Parish in Mississauga, named after a Polish priest who volunteered to die in place of a stranger in the Nazi German death camp of Auschwitz. The church received a blessing by Pope John Paul II while on a papal visit to Canada in 1984. Welcoming many families and individuals, this parish remains a gathering place for those committed to upholding Christian ideals of faith and service while preserving a deep attachment to their Polish heritage. Super. I would like to thank Father Janusz Błażejak and his pastoral team, parish council, and many parishioners who have blessed countless people through their community service for the past 35 years. Such service is a true example of values upheld by Canadians. God bless you as you continue in growth for future generations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was with great pride that I learned that there will be direct flights between Toronto and Mont-Tremblant-La-Macasa this winter. Air Canada is now offering daily flights from the International Airport of Lester B. Pearson in Toronto. These new direct flights will be offered during the ski season. This is great news for the visibility and accessibility of Mont-Tremblant. These flights will serve tourists from the eastern United States and the rest of Canada. Tremblant has never been so easy to get to. I hope that with this announcement, the government will see that it's high time for the airport of La Tremblant-La-Macasa to be properly reclassified and be given an adequate customs system that would eventually allow it to welcome international flights. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Willowdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to rise today to remind all Canadians that next week is Citizenship Week, a time when we reflect and celebrate the rights and responsibilities that Canadians share. Our citizenship defines what it means to be a Canadian. It is a shared commitment to our country's core beliefs in freedom, democracy, human rights, and the rule of law, values which we all hold dear. Canada has welcomed generations of newcomers to our shores to help us build a free, law-abiding, and prosperous society. For 400 years, settlers and immigrants have contributed to the diversity and richness of our country, which is built on a proud history and a strong identity. During Citizenship Week, I encourage all Canadians to reaffirm their citizenship and reflect on what it means to be a citizen of Canada, the greatest country in the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Guelph. Mr. Speaker, over the course of their lifetimes, 1 in 5 Canadians will experience mental illness. That is to say, millions of Canadians, our friends, family, and loved ones, will suffer a painful, though often invisible and isolating injury. There is no better opportunity than this Mental Illness Awareness Week to ensure that those among us suffering from mental illness are not alone. Prejudices and misconceptions which surround mental health issues still exist and stigmatize sufferers. It is incumbent upon us to break through and fight stigma. It is our duty as parliamentarians to ensure that access to professional care is available to whoever is in need. We cannot lose another soldier or veteran or police officer or firefighter or paramedic. We cannot lose another mother, father, brother, or sister. We have to let them know that they are not alone. We must ensure that awareness of mental illness extends beyond a week or even beyond a year. Let us always keep in mind those among us who are suffering and resolve every day to do better with mental health treatment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Langley.
Mr. Speaker, tonight is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to hear conductor Wes Jansen and the world-famous Kyiv Symphony Orchestra and Chorus. For the past month, they've been traveling across Canada as part of their Canada-Ukraine Friendship Tour. An incredible demonstration of talent and dedication, their performances have brought the uniqueness and vibrancy of the Ukrainian culture to hundreds of Canadians. As many on the Hill witnessed earlier today, their sound and their musical expertise is remarkable. Mr. Speaker, tonight they'll be performing at the Christ Church Cathedral in Ottawa at 7 p.m., free and open to all, and this is a must-see event. Mr. Speaker, our Ukrainian friends are here today. That reminds us of the strong relationship that Canada and Ukraine shares. I ask all members of this House to give Wes Jansen and the Kyiv Symphony Orchestra a warm Canadian welcome.
The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Among the many cuts to science made by this Conservative government in recent years, there is one that I find the honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Among the many cuts to science made by this Conservative government in recent years, there is one that I find particularly shocking, and this is the major reduction of federal involvement in forestry research. Forestry in Canada goes back many, many years, and it ensures the survival and vitality of over 200 Canadian communities. Today, more than ever, the industry and its jobs depend on innovation, and so the government needs to be more involved in this area. But how? Well, why not by giving the Canada Forest Service the means it needs to fund development projects? Or why not link basic research to real-world experience so that innovation is dynamic and adapted to the reality? And to improve management, we should improve and put back together the Canadian Model Forest Network, an indispensable partner for renewing Canada's forests in the long term. We need to find new ways to develop our Canadian forest, and it must be a national priority. Solutions exist, and the NDP is ready to act.
The honourable member for Wetaskiwin.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to Bill Nielsen, a community leader who dedicated many tireless hours building running and walking trails in my hometown of Lacombe. Bill passed away this spring at the age of 73 from pancreatic cancer. This past Saturday, I had the pleasure to join hundreds of local runners at the sold-out inaugural Bill Nielsen Trail Run. Bill was an inspiration to all. He ran his first marathon at age 40, and he ran his 100th marathon in 2008. Amazingly, Bill ran more than 30 marathons after being diagnosed with Parkinson's disease. Bill was a legend in the Lacombe running community, but perhaps his greatest contribution are the trails he built and maintained in our city. Preferring to ask forgiveness rather than seek permission, Bill carved out trails through undeveloped parks in town using hand tools to avoid loud noises. Surprisingly, it took the town 6 months to catch him. Bill's passion led him to join the board of the Parks and Recreation Committee in Lacombe so that he could continue his work on our trail system. Bill stood for everything good about running, and his legacy will be enjoyed by future generations. Thank you, Bill, for keeping us on the right trail.
The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to a former employee and great friend of Canada's outdoor and firearms communities, Mr. Brant Scott, who unexpectedly passed away on September 16th. Hailing from Grimsby, Ontario, Brant wore many hats. In his younger days, he was a reporter and editor at a local paper. In Ottawa, he put those skills to good use as a legislative assistant to several MPs, me included. He was an avid photographer, a talented musician, but above all, he was an exceptionally gifted writer and communicator. A man of integrity, Brant honed those skills while on Parliament Hill. He worked passionately for the rights of firearms owners and tackled a variety of issues affecting Canada's outdoors community through the Outdoors Caucus. He made many friends along the way. To Brant's wife, Susan, and children Graham and Mary, we extend our heartfelt condolences on this devastating loss. Our thoughts and prayers are with them. We will miss you, Brant. May God bless.
Honourable member for Notre-Dame de Grace-la-Chine. Mr. Speaker, Saturday, October 4th, was World Animal Day. It's an excellent opportunity to talk about animal rights and well-being. Today, I'd like to talk about the problem of endangered species, and unfortunately, there are more and more of those in Canada. Economic and industrial development for Canada are necessary. However, we need to take into account the effect of human activity on animal populations, and particularly on endangered species.
I refer you to many examples, such as the western chorus frog or the woodland caribou. Both populations have suffered a massive decline throughout Canada, mainly caused by habitat loss. Without appropriate government funding and political will for recovery programs, their future is seriously at risk. On this side of the House, we want to make sure that everything is done to protect these endangered species. Il est du devoir du
The government has a duty to actively protect our fauna.
The honourable member for Burlington.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Canadians from coast to coast are being invited to celebrate and share their Pan Am spirit by taking part in the Toronto 2015 Pan Am Torch Relay. This national event will be fueled by hometown pride with stops planned in 5 Canadian cities that have previously hosted major games. They include Calgary, Winnipeg, Montreal, Halifax, and Vancouver, as well as 130 communities across Ontario, including my hometown of Burlington. 3,000 torchbearers will proudly carry the flame and share the Pan Am spirit of the Games during the 41-day journey towards lighting the cauldron at our opening ceremony in Toronto. I know this event will be an opportunity to showcase our diverse culture, accomplishments, vast geography, and our proud history. Our government is proud to support the Toronto 2015 Pan American Games Torch Relay, and we encourage all Canadians to take part in this celebration. For those wishing to become a torchbearer, I encourage you to check out the Toronto 2015 org website for all of the details. Mr. Speaker, I've registered to be a torchbearer. I hope you are too.
The honourable member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to once again highlight yet another accomplishment in my riding of Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. On Friday, September 26, we opened the new community centre for the visually impaired in Charlebourg. It will be used by the Carrefour Québécois des Personnes Aveugles for holding indoor activities for over 11,000 visually impaired residents of the region. This was made possible by the Quesidas Foundations and the local Lions Club, who worked together to raise many thousands of dollars. It was also made possible thanks to technology developed by Quebec company Humanware. The center offers services such as internet access with adapted software, text-to-speech synthesis, and large print characters. In addition, each computer has a Braille keyboard. These services are offered free 7 days a week from 8 in the morning to 10 p.m. Remember this address, 523 Boulevard Louis XIV in Charlebourg. Once again, congratulations for this excellent accomplishment.
The honourable member for Palliser.
Mr. Speaker, I am proud to rise today to mention the 44th season of the Snowbirds came to a successful close in Moose Jaw last weekend. The Snowbirds continue to showcase the skill, professionalism, and teamwork of our Canadian pilots and technicians serving in the Royal Canadian Air Force. This season, in 50 performances and in 35 locations throughout North America, people enjoyed the Snowbird show. This past weekend also marked the 50th anniversary of the Snowbirds aircraft, known as the CT-114 Tudor jet. As part of the 50th celebrations, past and present, Tudor instructors, technicians, students, and snowbirds gathered with the general public to honor the jet service. Mr. Speaker, I ask all members to join me in congratulating the Snowbirds on a successful season and wish the Tudor jet a warm 50th anniversary.
The honourable member for Westmount Ville Marie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we celebrate the Royal 22nd Regiment, the largest regiment in the Canadian Army, which has served Canada with pride for 100 years. I have a very personal connection to the regiment, as my father, Brigadier General André Garneau, served with them in World War II and and his father, Colonel Gerard Garneau, served in the battalion, the predecessor of the regiment, during the First World War. For 100 years, the 22nd has served with distinction in every major Canadian military engagement, including both World Wars, Korea, Afghanistan, and in multiple peacekeeping missions. The only French-speaking regiment to serve in the First World War, they have served time and time again as an example of the contributions of French Canadians to our armed forces and our great nation.
Canadians join me in paying tribute to the Royal 22nd Regiment, our famous Vandus.
The honourable member for Cumberland, Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, the Prime Minister will announce the recipients of the Prime Minister's Awards for Teaching Excellence and Excellence in Early Childhood Education. Now, this year's awards will be presented to 54 recipients from across the country. 17 of these will receive their national awards from the Prime Minister at an event in Ottawa later today. Now, as someone who actually led a couple of schools in Cumberland, Colchester, and Musquodoboit Valley, I was very fortunate to work with several very inspiring and excellent teachers. I know the rare qualities that teachers have to be able to deliver effective education to our young people. Now, the Prime Minister's Awards for Teaching Excellence recognize the outstanding elementary and secondary school teachers in all disciplines through innovative use of communications and technology, help Canadian students meet the challenges of the 21st century societally and economically. I am very proud to wish the nominees all the very best and thank them for their hard work, their dedication to ensure Canadian youth live, grow, and prosper. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Chambly-Baudoin. Mr. Speaker, Liberal and Conservative centres are spitting mad. Just imagine, not only has the Auditor General dared to question their expenses, he has the audacity to send young auditors. For certain senators, it's unacceptable for a 20-something to do this. To quote Liberal Senator Joseph Day, I just have concerns when the auditors are young people. A Conservative complained to the Hill Times that a 22-year-old kid is running around asking questions about this stuff and sticking their nose in his business. Well, I have news for him. His business is taxpayers' business. But that's the Canadian Senate for you. Unelected senators with no legitimacy who recoil at having to justify their $92 million budget. The worst is that the Prime Minister and the leader of the Liberal Party claim that this archaic, unaccountable institution is still relevant. We in the NDP, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to let young people participate. We're proud of them, and we will continue to defend taxpayers' interests and fight the Liberals and Conservatives on this.
The honourable member for Barrie.
Mr.
Mr. Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to stand in the House to congratulate McGill graduate Dr. John O'Keefe on winning the Nobel Prize in Medicine yesterday. He is the 10th McGill graduate or professor to bring honor and pride to Canada as a Nobel laureate. Dr. O'Keefe was recognized for his contribution to the discovery of cells that contribute to the brain's inner GPS, which makes it possible to orient ourselves within our environment. Discovery of these cells may lead to a greater understanding of Alzheimer's, as this particular area of the brain is affected early on by those suffering from this terrible disease. Mr. Speaker, our government has made record investments in science, technology, and innovation to improve our quality of life and create new jobs and opportunities for Canadians. We announced the Canada First Research Excellence Fund and Economic Action Plan 2014, a $1.5 billion legacy commitment to ensure Canadian colleges and universities continue to contribute to this world-leading research we are celebrating today.
Oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, Israeli newspaper Haaretz is reporting that more than 6,000 fighters joined ISIS in just the first few weeks after U.S. bombing began in Syria and Iraq. In one case alone, 73 fighters joined ISIS in Aleppo right after multiple civilians were killed in the first round of airstrikes. Doesn't the Prime Minister realize that these current tactics, the same ones he wants to follow, will only create more recruits for ISIS and can, in fact, be disastrously counterproductive?
Speaker, what the world understands very clearly was that in the absence of any response, ISIL was growing like a cancer over the summer, over an entire region. This constitutes a threat, not just to the region, to the global community entirely, and also to Canada. Mr. Speaker, that's why it's essential that we work with our allies to undertake steps to make sure we limit the military capacities of this organization.
Speaker, the Wall Street Journal is reporting this morning on the same failure of U.S. airstrikes in Kobani. As the U.S. bombing ramps up, ISIS has simply reverted to the same guerrilla tactics that it's been using for over 10 years. A senior Syrian Kurdish military official said, quote, "We haven't received military aid nor humanitarian aid, and we don't know what these random airstrikes have succeeded in doing." Why does the Prime Minister think that he knows better than commanders on the ground?
Speaker, in fact, the intervention in question has been, as you know, requested by the government of Iraq, by a range of our allies, in fact, by a large part of the global community, Mr. Speaker. We know that when we face this kind of a threat, terrorist caliphate established in the open, that threatens this country and threatens it quite explicitly and directly, that is not something we can just sit back and watch, Mr. Speaker. We're undertaking a range of actions, and we're very fortunate to have men and women who are prepared to put their lives on the line to undertake those actions on our behalf.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. The Prime Minister doesn't seem to have a clear idea of his objectives in Iraq. First of all, he said, and I quote, "We will work with our allies to eliminate the threat." The following week, he said, "We will significantly degrade the capabilities of ISIL." The Minister of Foreign Affairs established a different objective, saying that it would be a victory to just contain the problem. Which of these three objectives is the government's objective? Eliminate, reduce, or contain?
Which is it?
Mr. Speaker, I referred to the objectives when I spoke to the House, and I said it's important to degrade the capabilities of ISIL. Mr. Speaker, all we can do is look at the growing threat that this organization represents to this country. We need to take action. We are working with our allies throughout the world in order to limit the threat that this organization represents. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, the Commissioner of the Environment confirmed today that the Prime Minister has failed to meet his objectives, which are partially diluted, in fighting climate change, objectives that are light years from Kyoto. Did the Prime Minister even try to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in Canada? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, for the first time, we're in a situation where greenhouse gas emissions have reduced with our plan at the same time as there has been economic growth.
It's absolutely essential to our objectives going forward. We want to make sure that we continue to grow the economy while continuing to take steps to limit emissions and achieve our environmental objectives, Mr. Speaker. Our objective on this side of the House is not to kill jobs and not to impose a carbon tax.
The Environment Commissioner couldn't be clearer. They'll never attain those objectives. Let's go back to what the Prime Minister has actually said verbatim about the Kyoto Protocol. Kyoto is essentially a socialist scheme to suck money out of wealth-producing nations. And they applaud. That is shameful, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister lowered Canada's climate change targets. He killed Kyoto. He refuses to regulate our largest single source, oil and gas. He's done nothing. How can he face his children and his grandchildren?
Order. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the fact of the matter is this. When you have an agreement that covers only about one-third of global emissions, the effect of that agreement, Mr. Speaker, is not to reduce emissions. It is simply to shift emissions from developed countries to countries with lower environmental standards. That's why, Mr. Speaker, since we came to office, we have advocated an international protocol that will be binding on all major emitters, something I'm pleased to see is the increasing position of a number of governments around the world.
The Honourable Member for Papineau.
Mr. Speaker, the war in Iraq and Syria has given the world millions of new refugees. In recent days, 140,000 Syrian refugees have entered Turkey, joining 850,000 already there, all of them bracing for a harsh and cold winter ahead. What specific funding, resources and personnel is Canada deploying to meet this crisis?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as you know, the government has announced a series of humanitarian measures and humanitarian funding, including by the Minister of Foreign Affairs yesterday on the issue of sexual violence. Mr. Speaker, our position on this side is very clear. We don't think that the fact that we're undertaking a military mission in any way precludes a humanitarian response, Mr. Speaker. In fact, what refugees want is a country they can actually live in, and that's what our allies are working to do.
The Honourable Member for Papineau.
La guerre actuelle.
The current war in Iraq and Syria has given the world millions of new refugees. Almost 1 million of them are now in Turkey and are doing their best to brace for the winter ahead. What specific funding, what resources will Canada deploy to help these refugees? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, several weeks ago, the government began to announce many steps that it would be taking with respect to humanitarian assistance in Syria and Iraq, including, Mr. Speaker, funds to counter sexual violence, as announced by the Minister of Foreign Affairs yesterday. Mr. Speaker, it's necessary to have the humanitarian mission alongside the military mission to ensure that the country is not governed by terrorists. The refugees want to actually live in a safe country.
Mr. Speaker, this morning the Environment Commissioner released a damning report. This government has completely failed to tackle climate change. La commissaire a...
The Commissioner stated that it is increasingly clear that we will not meet the targets for 2020 as set in Copenhagen. The Minister agrees with the recommendations and conclusions put forth by the Commissioner. Will the Prime Minister acknowledge his failure? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, that's an incredible question from the Liberal Party. which has the worst record on this issue in the world.
The reality, Mr. Speaker, is that the Liberal Party signed these incredibly ambitious targets and then went in precisely the opposite direction, seeing some of the fastest increases in global greenhouse gas emissions in the world. Mr. Speaker, under our government, we've lowered greenhouse gas emissions and at the same time been able to grow the economy, Mr. Speaker, and that's why we will continue on track.
Today, the government is cutting off debate on Canada's role in Iraq. They've left the door open to extending the mission without returning to the House. They left questions unanswered about why we would be getting involved in Syria's civil war. They've given no new help for civilian victims of ISIL's terror who are threatened by harsh winter conditions in the refugee camps. So why has the government failed to have announced any new support for refugee camps in Iraq?
The Honourable Minister of International Development.
Mr. Speaker, this is not true. We announced several measures to help people in need in Iraq. And Mr. Speaker, I need to remind my colleague that we are the seventh largest contributor to assist the people in this crisis. But we need, Mr. Speaker, to take the military measures to make sure that we can have access to these human corridor and security. And Mr. Speaker, we hope that the opposition would support the motion and then walk the talk, because this is the way that we can reach people in need and deliver effective aid on a timely fashion.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's hardly enough when people are threatened by a harsh winter and they've announced no new money for refugee camps. The question is, how should Canada contribute while representing our strengths and values? The answer we have seen from the government is plainly inadequate, and more than that, their answer is quite frankly risky. Nearly all our other allies explicitly ruled out a combat role in Syria. The Conservatives have explicitly opened the door to a combat role in Syria. Why? Why is this government pushing us to Syria and the war in Syria?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, what we've said is that we're not going to war with Iraq. We're not going to war with Syria. We're going to war with ISIL terrorists, people who are decapitating humanitarian workers, selling girls and young women into slavery, people who are summarily executing people of different religious faiths that don't accept their radical interpretation of Islam, Mr. Speaker. What we have said is very clearly is the motion before the House that we will go in to Iraq, where the democratic elected government has invited us, and we will take real and significant action alongside our colleagues, whether it's with military support, humanitarian support, encouraging the inclusion of the establishment of an inclusionary government, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what the government is proposing in its motion on Iraq and Syria is an ill-defined plan without an exit strategy. But the needs on the ground in terms of humanitarian aid are on the rise. Will the government accept, as proposed in the NDP amendments, to include humanitarian assistance in its main motion on the mission in Iraq? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have announced different measures for peace and development. The Red Cross are involved as well, and the objective, Mr. Speaker, is to meet basic requirements, be it food, water, etc. Mr. Speaker, it's important to have a targeted military campaign to address those needs once the capabilities of ISIL are reduced, and that will be what will help us to reach out to these people. I'd like to remind my colleague that we are the seventh largest contributor in this humanitarian crisis. Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The issue of Syrian refugees who are still waiting to enter Canada is undoubtedly the best illustration of this government's inability to deal with the real needs of victims of the many conflicts in that region. Instead of playing with figures in order to improve his record, why doesn't the minister not instead try to fix the problem with respect to the backlog that is preventing the sponsorship of Syrian refugees? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, as the opposition already knows, there are over 1,600 Syrian refugees who have come to Canada, including the Dendashi family. The case was drawn to our attention last January. They arrived in Montreal in June, Mr. Speaker. They are being processed very quickly. And why has this question arisen today? Well, the opposition wants to attempt to camouflage their opposition to the real needs of Syrian refugees, the need for military intervention, which is what Syrians, Iraqis, and the Canadians want.
Halifax.
In his most recent report, the Commissioner of the Environment confirmed that the government is not taking the environment seriously. The Conservatives are not on pace to meet their own targets, greenhouse gas emission targets for 2020, and the environmental assessment process has been completely discredited. For example, nothing's been done to evaluate the impact of several mines and factories that are creating a lot of pollution. Why is the government and the minister refusing to acknowledge the risks caused by these major industrial sites? The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government's record is very clear. We have taken decisive actions in a responsible way to protect our environment as well as our economy, and thanks to our leadership and the efforts of the different levels of government, the businesses and the consumers, Canada's total greenhouse gas emissions in 2020 are projected to be 130 megatons lower than what they would have been under the Liberals, and we will continue to move forward with the regulatory measures that will help reduce greenhouse gas emissions while creating jobs, and our actions to address climate change continue to produce results for Canadians without...
The Honourable Member for Halifax.
The Conservatives' record is very clear, thanks to the Environment Commissioner's report, and she points out that the government is failing on the Arctic as well. Many high-risk marine areas haven't been properly surveyed for navigation. Only about 1% of Arctic waters have been surveyed to modern standards, and Arctic marine traffic is increasing while Coast Guard ice-breaking is decreasing. Prime Minister pretends that Arctic is a priority, but his government is ignoring safe shipping. So where is this government's long-term plan for safe marine transportation?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are very grateful for the Environment Commissioners for a report, for recommendations, and of course we've already indicated that we'll accept the recommendations. At Transport Canada, however, Mr. Speaker, I could tell you that we have been working on this issue for a very long period of time, and as most of you should know and remember, is the fact that we have actually a great world-class tanker panel that has been taking a look at safety, including specifically on shipping in the north, Mr. Speaker. We understand that the panel will soon be completing their second phase. I am very much looking forward to the report because it shows that this government is on this issue.
The Honourable Member for Halifax.
The Conservatives won't spend money to keep the Arctic safe, but they'll shell out another $6.5 million to their friends in oil and gas. They are ignoring the polluter pay principle, and Canadians are picking up the tab for more than a quarter of the cost for oil sands monitoring. When the Conservatives promised the so-called world-class monitoring system would be paid for by industry. So why is the minister sticking Canadians with the bill to monitor pollution in the oil sands?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Responsible oil sands development is a priority and a responsibility of both the federal government as well as the provincial governments. We have made significant progress since the launch of the Joint Implementation Panel for Oil Sands Monitoring with Alberta, and we will continue to look for opportunities to enhance this program. This monitoring program is world-class and uses some of the country's top scientists and is completely transparent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Under the Conservatives, environmental assessments have become a farce. Several industrial sites likely to be highly polluting have not undergone any environmental assessment. Now, either the government has not evaluated these sites in order to not displease industry, or the selection criteria aren't appropriate. At any rate, will the government follow the recommendations of the Commissioner and undertake to provide greater clarity and transparency on projects to be evaluated? The Honourable Minister.
Thank
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, responsible resource development involves meaningful consultation with communities and Aboriginal communities that may be affected by proposed projects. We've increased funding and opportunities for consultation in the environmental assessment process, and we will continue to strengthen our internal practices. The Canadian Environmental Assessment Agency is committed to coordinating these consultations in a manner that is respectful, responsive, and consistent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, during the audit, the Commissioner actually heard testimony on how this government is ignoring key duties to engage First Nations and Métis in environmental assessments and monitoring of their oil sands. The Commissioner determined that this government has failed to collect important traditional ecological knowledge, ignored their duty to consult, and made it harder for Aboriginals to participate. So why is this government neglecting its duty to consult and is preventing effective engagement by First Nations and Métis?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have been working with First Nations communities and the Métis communities, and we are proposing increased influence, dedicated funding, and more opportunities for the use of traditional ecological knowledge in monitoring the oil sands, which are being developed responsibly and represents only 0.1% of the global greenhouse gas emissions, support over 275,000 jobs across Canada. We will continue to work with Alberta in partnership with Aboriginal communities to enhance this world-class monitoring program.
Honourable member for Westmount Hill,
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister said that he would re-examine our combat mission in 6 months to determine whether we have degraded the capabilities of ISIL sufficiently. A concrete question: how does the government propose to measure whether or not ISIL has been, their capabilities have been degraded to such an extent that we can say mission accomplished?
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister and the government are authorizing, subject to the vote in Parliament this afternoon and this evening, the Canadian Forces troops go and provide combat support to help stop the terrorist group ISIL. Humanitarian workers are being decapitated, women sold into slavery, people summarily being executed, and that terror threat could very well make its way here to Canada. What we are doing is going to work with our like-minded allies, work with President Obama, work with the United Kingdom, work with France to determine whether we've been successful at stopping that humanitarian disaster and that human rights disaster, and whether we've been able to push it backwards.
The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, since this government took power, the number of refugees accepted into the country has dropped to 33%. The government never made refugees its priority. Today, there is a serious crisis. Will the minister change his priorities, and will he commit to ensuring that any future refugees from Iraq and Syria will be able to find the protection they need in Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, the number of asylum seekers from safe countries has dropped because we undertook reforms to the system that was left by the Liberal government. It didn't work at the time. It didn't enable us to focus on real refugees, as we are doing today. We have already, since 2009, brought in more than 20,000 refugees from Iraq and Syria, Mr. Speaker. What's scandalous is that the Liberal Party is now preparing to vote against military measures called for by the Iraqis and refugees that will help millions of people.
That's not the whole story. Under this government-approved refugees, which they control directly, are down by 22%. They don't care about refugees. And in the middle of this global crisis, Liberal Party, as part of its ISIL proposal, would pay for money to source refugees so we can admit many more into this country. Will the Conservatives do the same thing? Will they invest the money to process refugees from these regions who desperately need to come to Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, the member is so confused he can't even come up with the right term. They are government-assisted refugees. We have actually exceeded our goal in that regard for Syria. We have brought over 20,000 from Iraq and Syria, the countries that are being discussed and debated in this House tonight. And, Mr. Speaker, that is more than any of our allies have done. That is because of the focus of this government. And this government will continue to focus on the humanitarian needs of refugees by doing what Iraq has asked us to do and bringing military means to bear, the use of fighter aircraft.
The honourable member for Devon.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So last year, the government committed to resettling 1,300 Syrian refugees by the end of 2014. In July, the Minister of Immigration said that Canada had only resettled 284, less than a quarter of its total commitment. An internal report from Citizenship and Immigration revealed that Conservative cuts are preventing sponsorship applications from being processed. So when will the minister stop misleading Canadians about the numbers? What is he doing to get the other 1,000 Syrian refugees here in Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, the report to which the member is referring is way out of date. We have given significant new resources to a processing centre in Winnipeg and across our network to speed the processing of refugees. There are 1,645 Syrians in this country since the beginning of that crisis in 2011. There are over 18,600 Iraqis in this country. The real question, Mr. Speaker, is why is the NDP voting against international action coordinated by President Obama in the United States to ensure military tactics are used to protect refugees on the ground? There are millions of them, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Well, the real question, Mr. Speaker, is why does this minister consistently mislead Canadians about these numbers? He knows that around 1,300 of these refugees, Syrian refugees, were already here before the government made its current commitments, before they made these commitments. He admitted this himself to the Globe and Mail in July, Mr. Speaker. Only 177 government-assisted and 108 privately sponsored refugees are here. So when will the minister stop playing games with numbers to hide his own failure? When will he act to speed up processing, including for privately sponsored refugees?
Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Speaker, 1,645 refugees from Syria. They've all arrived since 2011. The minister, the member opposite should get his facts right. 18,600, the largest number resettled by any country on a per capita basis from Iraq. Mr. Speaker, those are real actions that speak for themselves, as will be Canada's military contribution, which will help millions more.
The honourable member for St. Lambert. Mr. Speaker, the minister has to stop playing fast and loose with the numbers. The truth is that 1,300 of the 1,500 refugees that he is talking about are already here. The government only has 2.5 months left to keep its promise to take in 1,100 privately sponsored refugees. To date, only some 100 are now in Canada. In the past, temporary resident permits were granted to expedite the family reunification process, especially for Haiti and the former Yugoslavia. Why does the minister not follow this example for Syria? The Honourable Minister of Immigration. Mr. Speaker, we had an objective of 1,300, and there are already 1,600 refugees here in Canada. Let us talk about one of the refugees who has children here. Now I can look into the future, and if the good Lord helps us, I can see the future that I have always dreamed of for my children. That is a real result, Mr. Speaker. In the case of this family, this was brought to our attention in January, and they arrived in Montreal in June. Honourable member for St. Lambert. Mr. Speaker, if the minister put as much effort into resettling Syrian refugees as he does fudging numbers, then the bureaucratic problems of his department would have been solved long ago. The minister has to stop serving up lame answers, because yesterday he said that Sweden receives more Syrian refugees than does Canada because the borders of Europe and Syria are relatively close. Come on, Mr. Speaker. as if refugees had to walk to their host country. Will the minister finally put an end to his pathetic spectacle and respect his commitment to resettle more Syrian refugees? The Honourable Minister of Immigration. Mr. Speaker, the fact remains that asylum seekers are in a different category than resettled refugees. We have already taken in over 20,000 Iraqis and Syrians. That is more than any other country. But the real pathetic spectacle, Mr. Speaker, is on the NDP side, because they're not prepared to do anything at all on the in military terms to help millions of Iraq refugees and refugees in surrounding countries who have called upon us for our help.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, our Conservative government has taken unprecedented action to put more money back into the pockets of Canada's seniors. That includes the tax-free savings account and one of the most popular tax relief measures in Canadian history, pension income splitting. Our government is also leading by example by creating the pooled registered pension plans. Can the Minister of State for Finance please tell the House about our newest step to ensure Canadians receive a secure and dignified retirement?
Good question.
The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Speaker, I thank the member from Sarnia-Lambton for the question. Today I was pleased to announce that 5 companies have been approved to provide federal pooled registered pension plans. This is a major milestone toward offering an attractive new retirement savings option for those millions of Canadians who do not have a workplace pension plan. I would like to encourage the province, such as Ontario, to bring forward the necessary legislation so that all Canadians can benefit from this new pension plan. Mr. Speaker, Canadian seniors and pensioners, all Canadians can rest assured that we're standing up for them.
The Honourable Member for Akatsi-Bathurst.
Mr. Speaker, the report tabled today by the Commissioners of the Official Language show that the Conservatives are balancing their budgets on the back of linguistic minorities, cutting service like the Cooperative Development Initiative and the RVG Michaud Experimental Farm in New Brunswick. When will this government stop these cuts and instead show some leadership to respect the linguistic duality across this country?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm very proud of our government. We created the roadmap for linguistic duality. That's a very complete investment, the largest one in the history of Canada, $1.1 million. And I'd like to thank our Commissioner once again for his work. I think that the report was very balanced, and we would like to thank him for the work he has done. And if I have time, I certainly hope to receive another question to talk about the progress we've made that the Commissioner has mentioned. The Honourable Member for Akatsi-Bathurst. Mr. Speaker, she wanted a question, she'll get one. The Conservatives have scored a big 0 on official languages, Mr. Speaker, and it is the official language minority communities who are stuck with the bill. The Commissioner's report even says so. The Conservatives are constantly cutting programs and services. In Moncton, things are so bad that the Postal Workers Union has been obliged to file a complaint with the Official Languages Commissioner because Francophone employees do not have access to bilingual training from Canada Post. 75% of this training took place in English, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister tell us what she's going to do to fix this problem, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Minister of Official Languages. Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for the opportunity to quote exactly what our Commissioner of Official Languages said. He said, in his press conference, he said, I think that in the large majority of cases, institutions are aware of their responsibilities. There has been a constant increase in the number of people with the right language level for their position. He also said in his report that in 2013-2014, all federal institutions assessed showed that they had adopted measures to create an environment conducive to using both official languages. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. In their electoral reform, the commissioners removed the Elections Commissioner from Elections Canada with no explanation. So here's a very legitimate question. How much did this administrative whim cost, judged unnecessary by everyone in committee, including the Commissioner? The Conservatives won't answer because they claim that this is cabinet confidence. That is absurd, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister explain why he's refusing to tell Canadians what they're doing with Canadians' money? Honourable Minister of Democratic Reform.
Has not actually occurred. As a result, there have been no costs.
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Well, if there had been no cost, they would have released that, wouldn't they have? Now, just because something's embarrassing to the minister doesn't mean he gets to hide behind access to information. So he led a personal vendetta against the integrity of the Elections Canada department. He's now trying to hide the cost of this from Canadians. Now he tells us it didn't cost anything, and yet he used it as cabinet confidence to keep it from Canadians. You can't have it both ways. So why don't the minister just stand up and tell Canadians why he's trying to hide behind cabinet confidence and using access to information to deny Canadians basic information about spending of government?
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Reform.
Mr. Speaker, obviously when the Commissioner is housed in a new facility, that facility will have to be rented from somebody, and that does cost some money. At this point, that move has not occurred, and as a result, the costs have not been incurred. That being said, we're very proud of the decision to create independent investigations so that we can have a law enforcement that is fair and neutral. That is the right thing for our Elections Act, and it's the right thing for Canada. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Project.
Mr. Speaker, 2 years ago, the Canadian Forces Ombudsman reported that, quote, a chronic personnel deficit has strained the mental health system and is at the root of its most pressing challenges. Then last June, the Defence Committee learned that the Canadian Forces still have a shortage of mental health professionals for our troops. In light of a new combat deployment of Canadian troops, what steps is the government taking to address the existing shortage of mental health practitioners?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
We have made an unprecedented investment in health and mental health professionals for armed forces. The budget is at its highest level ever, Mr. Speaker. We have made this a priority and will continue to support our men and women in uniform, something that wasn't done under the previous administration.
Honourable Member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, the government's response to the Veterans Affairs Committee report on the new Veterans Charter should have been a strong signal to veterans, but instead the minister merely kicked the can further down the road. After tonight's vote, we shall be engaged in a war in Iraq. That means more members of our forces will someday be veterans without the resources they need and deserve. Canadian Force members are willing to put their lives on the line. Why must they return with doubt that they will be cared for by a government more willing to invest in self-promoting advertising than in the well-being of our veterans?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Well, Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to thank the committee for its diligent work and the product that resulted, which is 14 well-thought-out recommendations. And those recommendations, Mr. Speaker, are presently being worked on. We have all along worked very hard on supporting our veterans and their families. Unfortunately, through 8 budgets, that member's party and as well the NDP have not supported our efforts to increase the benefits and support for our veterans, Mr. Speaker. We will continue to treasure and appreciate their work and also ensure that they're well looked after.
Honourable Member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Mr. Speaker, cities around the northern crescent of Montreal have been affected by the end of home mail delivery, and now a private enterprise is about to take over from Canada Post by starting up a home mail delivery service. For $240 per year, it will be possible to receive mail at home twice a week. This is a perfect example of a two-tiered system. Does the minister understand that many Canadians do not have the means to pay for receiving their mail at home? The Honourable Minister of Transport.
The fact of the matter, Mr. Speaker, is that currently in Canada, 2/3 of Canadians do not receive their mail at their door. More importantly, Mr. Speaker, this issue has come up with municipalities across Canada, and collectively, as one single voice, they considered a resolution asking the government to tell Canada Post to reverse their decision on community mailboxes. The result of that, Mr. Speaker, was a resounding defeat of that resolution. Federation of Canadian Municipalities and municipalities across this country understand the issues Canada Post is facing, and they are supportive.
The honourable member for Beaches, East York. Mr. Speaker, it is being reported that a train carrying hazardous materials has derailed near Wadena, Saskatchewan. The RCMP has cordoned off the area 8 kilometres around the site. Witnesses report flames 30 metres high coming from the train. Thankfully, no one from the crew has been reported injured. Can the Minister of Transport update the House on this situation?
Honourable Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the government is aware of this incident in Saskatchewan. Obviously, we are thinking of those who are involved currently as well, Mr. Speaker. We're thinking of first responders who are responding to the fire that has ensued as a result. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that our government has done tremendous work on rail safety in this country, but it does show that accidents like this can happen. The Transportation Safety Board, of course, will conduct their study to determine what the cause of this was, and until then, we just hope everyone is going to be safe and sound in that part of the country.
The honourable member for Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to environmental protection in the north and to our Arctic sovereignty. Mr. Speaker, while increasing the opportunity for sustainable economic development, Canadians want to know that it's possible for us to ship goods in a safe and responsible way. Can the Minister of Transport update the House on the MV Nunavut's recent travel through the North and Arctic region? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of...
Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for the excellent question. Indeed, this is a historic occasion, Mr. Speaker. The MV Nunavut successfully navigated the fabled Northwest Passage, and it's actually the first vessel to carry an Arctic cargo the full length of the Northwest Passage unescorted. The fact is, it's a polar-class vessel independently capable of breaking ice without the help of an icebreaker in extreme and harsh Arctic conditions. The Nunavut is scheduled to complete its journey on October 14, and I know the members of this House want to congratulate that great Canadian company, FedNav, and I too as well applaud the entire team at FedNav on this historic northern voyage.
The honourable member for Scarborough.
Mr. Speaker, this morning the Environment Commissioner stated that, quote, the federal regulatory approach was unlikely to meet the 2020 Copenhagen targets. We also learned that the Environment Minister has not met with the oil and gas industry since March 2013. Strangely enough, the Department agrees with the Commissioner's findings. Does the Minister agree with her Department and the Commissioner that Canada will miss our 2020 targets because there's been no meeting with the industry since March 2013?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, our government's record is clear. We have taken decisive actions on the environment while protecting the economy. Everyone internationally has to do their fair share, and Canada is doing its part as we emit only less than 2% of the global greenhouse gas emissions. Building on our record, I announced a number of actions to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and pollutions from vehicles recently. I also recently announced our intent to regulate the HFCs, one of the fastest growing greenhouse gas emissions in the world, and we are accomplishing this without a job-killing carbon tax, which would have...
Honourable Member for Gaspésie-Île-de-Madeleine. Mr. Speaker, the project of Schiller Terminals to export oil through the Belledune port is worrying the population. In order to accommodate these tankers, the port will have to be dredged, but unfortunately this will involve toxic sediment. The Minister of the Environment has said nothing about this sediment and what will be done with it. Can the government reassure the fishers and the population that the sediments will not simply be discharged back into the sea in fishing areas?
The
Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, I understand from the member's question that it has to do with dredging matter. I will consult with Transport Canada for any information that we may have on this particular matter. But I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, from experience, that when you do kinds of dredging in ports and harbours across Canada, that every precaution is made to ensure the safety of the people around them and, of course, the economic well-being of the industries, too.
The honourable member for Langley.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has been steadfast in its support for the Ukrainian government and its opposition to Ukrainian aggression in Ukraine. In July, I was honoured to join the Minister of International Trade on a trade and development mission to Ukraine that built on Canada's strong economic and cultural ties and explored deeper economic cooperation with Ukraine. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister of International Trade please share with this House the latest developments in the Canadian-Ukrainian relationship?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we continue to stand with the people of Ukraine in the face of aggression from Russia. When President Poroshenko visited Canada last month, he and our Prime Minister agreed that our people-to-people ties are the strongest in the world and that we should renew efforts to deepen our partnership. I'm very pleased to report that members of the Kiev Symphony Orchestra and Chorus are in Parliament Hill today. Music Mission Kiev has been sharing Ukrainian music with the world while reaching out to the widows, orphans and refugees of Ukraine. I invite all members of this House to attend their Ottawa concert tonight at 7 o'clock.
The honourable member for Gatineau. I'll have it empty to Gatineau.
The honourable member for Gatineau. On Friday, we learned that the Service Canada office in the Gatineau sector would be closed. Once again, the government is closing down services in secret. Imagine seniors, veterans, the unemployed, people who are often in crisis situations, who will have to travel more than an hour and a half by bus to get to the service centre on Saint Joseph Boulevard in Hull. This is outrageous. Why are the Conservatives standing in the way of citizens who simply want to have access to services that they are entitled to? Honourable Minister of Employment. Mr. Speaker, there are service centres available, a number of them in the region, for citizens, and there are also services available online and by telephone so that we can provide good services to citizens.
Mr. Speaker, there is no tar in the Canadian oil sands. In truth, the oil sands represent one of the world's richest deposits and largest reserves of energy. They drive investment and job creation in technology and innovation in every corner of Canada, while related revenues support many of the government services that millions of Canadians rely on every day. Mr. Speaker, despite years of misinformation and attacks presented by special interest groups, the European Union announced today it will not single out oil sands crude. It's a clear victory for Canadian energy, and I would argue an acknowledgement of the tremendous technological progress that has been made in improving oil sands extraction processes. Can the Minister of Natural Resources please comment on today's announcement?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada is a secure, responsible and reliable source of energy that can make a growing contribution to global energy security. We support the intent to reduce transportation emissions, and any directives to that effect for implicating energy products should be based on science and facts. That's why our government will continue to advocate for Canada's interests and Canadian jobs in new energy markets. Thank you.
That concludes question period for today. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, government orders, government business number 13. Resuming debate on the military contribution against ISIL.
Before statements by members, the Honourable Member for Davenport had the floor, and he has 6 minutes left to conclude his remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been reading into the record prior to question period some of the comments from people in my riding around the mission at hand, the decision by the government to send CF-18s and our Canadian troops to Iraq. And I just wanted to give the House and read into the record some of the examples of the concerns that are coming from Toronto, from my riding. And just in part, I'd like to read this one. We should be supporting refugee efforts. We should be offering humanitarian aid and support. Stop deploying our military in foreign affairs and bring our attention to the vast array of trouble right here at home: healthcare, housing, food supply and security, violence against women, particularly First Nations women, destruction of science, muzzling of research communications, a whole host of issues, including climate change, rising tuition, minimum wage, and this isn't just the only constituent that's raised the issue or made the links, Mr. Speaker, between the cost of this mission in dollar terms, what it costs our international credibility, what it costs in terms of what we can do domestically to be an example to the world of the kinds of democracy, peace, and justice and fairness that we stand for. Mr. Speaker, it's often said, and I think it bears repeating today, that when we talk about programs that we want, that we think are important here in Canada, we always talk about how much they cost, and we try to wring every penny of savings out of every program. And what we've seen in Canadian society over time has been a squeezing of the middle class and a creation of a huge gap between the rich and the poor. We see otherwise middle class families in cities like Toronto spending close to a mortgage payment just to provide daycare for their children. We have seniors living in poverty. We have a whole host of issues around youth unemployment. We have young people in Ontario graduating with up to $40,000 of debt. These are serious issues, Mr. Speaker. Now, the reason I'm bringing these up is because one of the questions we ask this government is constantly saying to us, well, this will cost too much money to implement. We can't implement this. We can't implement that. But when we ask them for a dollar amount on this mission, Mr. Speaker, they go silent. Suddenly, we can't get answers. Suddenly, it's not proper. They question our Canadianness by asking these very questions. I mean, these are questions that Canadians want answered. We were asking, did we offer airstrikes, or was that something that the U.S. government had asked us? We got no answer. In fact, what they try to do is belittle the question. This is not leadership on the global stage, Mr. Speaker, when you cannot get the kind of answers that we need from this government. We asked what the rules of engagement are, what's the exit strategy. These are important questions, especially given our recent history. The Afghan mission was supposed to be a very limited mission. It was supposed to last only a few months and contain a very small number of Canadian men and women in uniform. We know what happened there. Gradually, over time, Canadians were asked to approve of a more expanded mission, and then at a certain point, it was impossible to reel that in. This is part of our concern here today. And given the fact that the government is not answering questions, it only ratchets up the concern around mission creep and mission leap. The Afghan mission produced around 40,000 veterans, Mr. Speaker, and we have battled with this government ever since to hold their feet to the fire, to properly take care of the brave men and women that went to Afghanistan and came back with a variety of needs that we are duty-bound to administer to. Mr. Speaker, we are not supporting this mission. We believe that Canada must have a real, robust international role, and that role is a humanitarian role. That is a significant role. It's one that the international community has looked to Canada historically to fill. It's one that the countries in the region have asked us to fulfill, and that's the role that the NDP believes is the best course for Canada in this conflict, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to thank the member for his comments. He talked specifically about aid. And as he knows, the Minister of International Development has highlighted that Canada is the 7th largest contributor to international aid efforts, and it's something that we've been doing for quite some time in the region, Mr. Speaker. It's also one of the principal things that we also accomplished in Afghanistan. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, I wonder if you could identify, the Minister has talked about all of the things that we have been providing in terms of aid. I wonder if he could identify what additional items he would suggest over and above what we are already providing. He also talked a lot about the costs. I wonder if he could provide us with a cost estimate to the additional aid that he is suggesting that Canada provide.
Honourable Member for Davenport.
Okay, well, first off, I mean, this House has been seized of the issue of Syrian refugees. We can't get a straight answer from the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration about why on earth it is taking Canada so long to settle 1,000 Syrian refugees. So it's a very simple answer to the question. This government could actually redouble its efforts around refugee resettlement. That's one that they'd already committed to before they'd made this commitment. And the reason, Mr. Speaker, that process has been so bogged down is because of cuts to the very people who process these applications. So this is about priorities, and it's also about efficiency. And if the government wants to do some direct, take some direct measures to alleviate the misery, we can start by fulfilling the commitments we've already made and doing them promptly.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the odd possible exception from the Democratic caucus, it would seem as if the NDP have recognized the value of what it is that the Liberal Party has consistently been saying, and that is that Canada is in fact compelled to play some role in the Iraqi conflict in regards to ISIL. And, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to have the member, and this is a question I've posed to others within his caucus, and that's in their amendment, what they're now suggesting is that, or not suggesting, it's stated, call on the government to contribute to the fight against ISIL, including military support for transportation of weapons for a period of up to 3 months. I'm wondering if the member would be able to expand on that particular amendment that the NDP have put on the floor.
The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I first got to backstep a little bit and say that if there's absolutely nothing consistent in the Liberal position on this conflict. Absolutely nothing. They're making it up. They're going, oh, geez, what should we do? Okay, one day we're here, one day we're there. So, but we've been firm. We know we've been firm about our position that we do not support these military strikes. But with the amendments, we are trying to pull the government towards a more progressive, positive role in this conflict, and the part of the amendment that the member is referring to calls on the government to contribute to the fight against ISIL, including military support for the transportation of weapons for a period of up to 3 months, which is consistent with the UN resolution Article 14, which talks about reinforcing capacity of countries affected. And this is where we need to really be clear that that we have consistently in the NDP looked to international actions under the auspices of the UN. And the UN had called for this in Article 14, and so we are responding to that call through the UN, which is what we always do, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Minister of International Development.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Splitting my time with the member for Cypress Hills Grasslands, the Parliamentary Secretary for Minister of Foreign Affairs. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today about Canada's action in response to the crisis in Iraq, and particularly, Mr. Speaker, our response to the growing humanitarian situation. As you know, Mr. Speaker, Canada has been active in its support since the beginning of this crisis. During the last 2 months alone, the terrorist ISIL's violence has displaced an estimated of 850,000 people in Iraq. Over 1.7 million people have been forced to flee their homes since the year began. Iraq is witnessing the largest cases of internal displacement in the world. Under terrorist threat, people are in dire need of water, food, shelter, and medicine. That is why we authorized the deployment of Canada's emergency stockpile of humanitarian goods, which have already been distributed and are saving lives in northern Iraq.
This stockpile of humanitarian goods will meet the most urgent needs. It includes, among other things, tents, blankets, cooking utensils, and hygiene kits. These supplies are being sent to Iraq from Canada's new stockpile, which is now in Dubai. It's our second stockpile, and it's in the United Arab Emirates. This stockpile of humanitarian goods is a key example of the robust relationship that Canada has with the United Arab Emirates. It's a relationship that has grown stronger over the last few months. This new Canadian stockpile, which is located in a strategic location, will allow us to react rapidly to events that take place in Africa and in Asia. And as we will have stockpiles on both sides of the ocean, we will be able to meet the needs of local populations more quickly. And at the end of the day, we'll be able to save more lives. Because, as we know, time is of the essence. The faster we act, the greater impact that we can have, the more lives we can save. This emergency stockpile of goods will be managed by the Canadian Red Cross. And the Red Cross also takes care of the stockpile that we've had for a certain amount of time in Mississauga in Ontario. The Dubai stockpile is now fully functional, and the deployment in Iraq was the first to use this new stockpile.
Were distributed on the ground by Save the Children, a trusted and active partner. They have made sure our supplies are distributed in the most effective and efficient manner, and that they help the most people possible. Because in time of crisis, access to the most basic necessities can be the difference between life and death.
Canada remains very concerned by the deteriorating humanitarian and security situation in Iraq. We know that violence has displaced millions of people, and an unknowable number of other people are under constant threat. Canada continues to condemn very firmly the actions of the ISIL terrorists and the murders of civilians in northern Iraq. Canada is particularly concerned by the fact that religious minorities are facing constant persecution. And this is just adding to sectarian tension in Iraq. Since 2014, Canada has devoted more than $28 million in humanitarian aid in Iraq. And we will continue to offer a steadfast support to the government and to the people of Iraq. The humanitarian needs of innocent civilians are particularly pressing in the northern part of the country.
Just in the last month, Canada has contributed $12 million in humanitarian aid to key partners, including International Red Cross, Red Crescent Movement, Mercy Corps, Development and Peace, and Save the Children Canada. These funds are providing emergency shelter, food, and medical supplies. as well as repairing essential facilities, establishing child-friendly spaces, providing psychosocial support services, and providing access to education. Just yesterday, my colleague, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, announced on top of this $28 million, an additional $10 million for victims of sexual violence and for investigations into these crimes. It is clear that the Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant represents a significant threat. If the ISIL consolidates territory in Iraq and Syria, they would have an autonomous area from which to operate, as well as transfer weapons and personnel across borders. The ISIL would be able to impose oppressive control over populations in both Iraq and Syria. This would further degrade the humanitarian outlook in the region. The methods ISIL has used, seized control of territories across Iraq, have been brutal. This is a morally reprehensible group, Mr. Speaker, whose actions have included willfully killing innocent children, enslaving women, barbarically murdering American journalists, murdering of a British humanitarian aid worker, and they use or threaten rape to advance their cause. That is why Canada has been steadfast in our position and so strong in our humanitarian reaction. The provision of humanitarian assistance is one of the clearest expressions of Canadian values. Canada cannot and will not stand idly by while people in the world suffer needlessly. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, Canada is deeply troubled by the rapid rise in this group and by its barbaric tactics, and its progress leaves little doubt that we must support our allies in bringing ISIL to its knees, to ultimately destroy this terrorist organization, especially when we consider the humanitarian impact of this crisis on the people of Iraq. Canada will continue to make important humanitarian, diplomatic and military contributions, and we will be there over the long term. In 2014, I named Iraq as one of Canada's development partners, and as the Prime Minister said, if we were to not take action against ISIL, there would be danger not only for peace and security in the region, but also for global security. Thanks to our engagement, Canada will work along with our allies and continue to support people in this fight against terrorism. Canada will continue to closely monitor the situation and work in close cooperation with its allies. We'll continue to look at how we can best meet the needs of Iraqi civilians, namely those who are members of religious minorities.
Strips, we can all no doubt agree that the threat posed by the terrorist regimes taking greater control of Iraq is of grave concern. Les mesures militaires.
The targeted military measures that we will take will under no pretext prevent us from undertaking humanitarian measures. One does not exclude the other, Mr. Speaker. We are providing emergency shelters, medical assistance to thousands of Iraqi civilians, and other financial assistance to other governments in the region affected by the crisis in Syria. Security on the ground is essential for providing humanitarian assistance. It is therefore of the utmost importance to degrade ISIL's capabilities while reaching out to the most needy. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, the military mission, as defined in the motion, is necessary so that we can achieve these ends and work with our partners in Iraq on development in the medium and long term in order to strengthen the organizations, the civilian organizations, and to strengthen civil society, as well as giving hope, providing schooling to young people, and to protect them from these terrible acts of barbarism that we've seen in recent times. Canada is the 7th largest donor of humanitarian assistance in this crisis. We've been providing food, hygiene kits, cooking utensils, blankets, tents, medical supplies, and other things, including sewage treatment facilities, just to name a few. We will continue, Mr. Speaker, to work in close collaboration with our allies to determine what is the best way of supporting Iraqi civilians and more specifically, the religious minorities that are being persecuted. For all these reasons, Mr. Speaker, we encourage all members of the House to support this motion.
Question come outside. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Skeena-Buckley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my friend for his speech. A couple of principles that I'm hoping that we can establish in his role as the International Aid Minister for this government. Obviously, the horrors and atrocities that are taking place in Iraq right now is not the only condition for Canada's involvement, because unfortunately and tragically over the number of years, be it the Congo, be it Darfur, be it Syria prior to this, there have been many international tragedies and atrocities taking place. My question is very specifically about the contribution Canada is willing to make. We've asked a number of times what the cost of the mission will be described militarily for the government. This government has to this point refused to answer. We know in Afghanistan, Mr. Speaker, the ratio came in somewhere about 10 to 1. So every $10 we spent militarily in Afghanistan, we spent $1 on aid. My explicit question to the minister, is there any guidance for his department that is about the ratio that they're going to apply in the crisis in Iraq? The second question I wish to ask him is that clearly the Conservatives are associating the need for bombing in order to deliver such aid, in order to provide that security. Does he feel that is the only condition in which Canada can deliver aid into places of conflict? Because if that were true, the vast majority of aid missions Canada has conducted over our entire existence has done so without the placement of Canadian military performing bombing missions. So this is obviously not a criteria that Canada is required to be in the bombing in order to deliver the aid. And secondly, can he report to us if his government has accepted any ratio of the amount of military spending that Canada will contribute versus the amount of international assistance they will?
Honourable Minister, Development International.
The Honourable Minister.
President.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, colleague, for his question. On the first part, my colleague knows well that we have a motion here proposing targeted action in time. This is what we are proposing here, et c'est pas l'intention, Monsieur le Président.
And, Mr. Speaker, it's not the government's intention to get us bogged down in a never-ending situation.
Speaker, is ISIL being a world threat? This is as simple as that. We are not immune anywhere in the world, and the Allies decided to take action. We cannot just watch the parrot go and do nothing. On the contrary, we have to participate, and it goes with the second part of the question that, yes, of course, we need to secure a humanitarian corridor, because what we see there on the ground is, religious minorities constantly persecuted. We see people beheaded. Humanitarian workers have been beheaded, Mr. Speaker. We have ethnic cleansing on the ground. We have human slaughtering. We have rape used as a weapon there on the ground. And also we see human smuggling and so on. All acts of barbaric actions that are just intolerable, unacceptable. This is a very, very, very concerning situation there. And of course, in terms of absorption capacity, we need to deal with the best credible organizations in the world, and this is why so far we had action with Red Cross, Mercy Corps, Save the Children, Développement et Paix, pour nous assurer qu'ils aient accès aux gens dans le besoin.
To ensure that they have access to people in need, and we need targeted humanitarian and military assistance. They work hand in hand.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North. Yes, Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary secretary, like as others before him within the Conservative caucus, talk a lot in terms about those compelling reasons, and no one questions that, Mr. Speaker. You know, he makes reference to people being beheaded, slaughters that have taken place, the rapes. There is a litany of offences against humanity that are taking place. And the question that I have for the member is that the government has chosen airstrikes as the best way in order to allocate and use Canada's resources in a combat role. And my question is, does the minister not recognize the value of non-combat roles that Canada could could in fact be playing? And does he believe, for example, Germany, who's chosen not to participate in the airstrikes, but is contributing because of those reasons that the minister makes reference to, but it's just chosen not for airstrikes? They believe that there's a better way in which Germany can deliver. To what degree does he believe?
The Honourable Minister.
I thank my colleague for his question. I think that our government has here a very, very balanced and a reasonable approach, Mr. Speaker. The way to see it is just that we've been active in a non-combat mission in the last 30 days, 35 days, but as we can see now, this cancer continue to grow. And so our allies and ourselves had to decide that we need to take further action to make sure that we stop this cancer growing. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, this is the world peace and stability that are jeopardized. And this is why that on both sides, as an international development minister responsible for humanitarian aid, I need to reiterate to this House that a targeted military action is not either or with humanitarian aid that we are delivering on the ground. It's the opposite. We need to secure humanitarian corridor to make sure that we reach people in need. This is exactly what we are doing.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm glad to be able to arise today to address this issue. I want to talk a little bit, first of all, about the capacity of what I hear in the House here, and I guess I'm proud to be part of this government. I hear a balanced and a responsible and a reasonable approach to what's being suggested. Certainly, we've been involved in humanitarian aid in the area, which we're speaking today for a number of years. We've been responsible in that direction. We've spent some time evaluating a non-combat role, and we've come to the conclusion, as the minister just said recently, that we believe that there's a decision that needs to be made to participate in a combat role in Iraq and in this area. I guess when I take a look at a couple of the other parties and what I see there, I'm not entirely surprised by the NDP's position, because they have a history of isolationism, of turning their back on international involvement, and they do it by both history and by choice. But I think over the last few years we had taken a look at them and thought that perhaps they were moving to a position that was a little bit more relevant to Canadians, and it seemed that we were trying to do that in order to perhaps expand their base. But it also seems that in the last couple of months, Mr. Speaker, they've made a choice to go back to the place that they've been in the past, and I think for them it's not going to turn out to be well, because typically that means opposition to trade deals. It means opposition to things like resource development, the sale of resource products around the world. It means opposition to most international development. And now we hear from them clearly that they've got a position, taken a strong opposition to what I think is a good decision by our government. I was a bit surprised last Thursday to hear that kind of the height of their suggestions was that we send international investigators into this area to try to gather data, because I think every one of us understands that when you're talking about the kind of viciousness and brutality and barbarism that's taking place right now, the safety of those investigators can't be guaranteed at all. And I guess I thought, I saw that as being naive and foolish if that's the extent of the request that they're going to be making here. So, it's up to them to make their decision. I'm a bit disappointed with that. The one that's actually been surprising, I guess, has been the Liberals, because in the past, often they've come out with a position of support. We've been able to stand together when we've had to face bad things. And in this situation, it seems like they can't make up their mind as to what it is that they want to do. We heard, first of all, their leader talking about supporting involvement, and we've heard some of their old guard come out, members like Lloyd Axworthy and Desange and Bob Ray, and they've all come out and said, there needs to be a commitment here. That Canada has to make a commitment that needs to move ahead. It needs to be a military one if we expect that this is going to be effective. We thought that the opposition leader was going to take that position, and then a couple of days later the position changed. It seemed they shifted the Liberal car into neutral, and then they put it into reverse and have backed away from that position. So it's interesting that they have taken a position that they choose not to want Canadians to engage far from here with one of the most vicious and aggressive terrorist organizations that exists on the face of the earth. And rather, I guess, the alternative is to wait until they come here and we're not prepared to do that. So 3 positions in 2 weeks, it's probably not a new record for them, but it just doesn't seem to be responsible given the seriousness of this issue that we're dealing with. And actually, Mr. Speaker, it's not particularly unusual to see this kind of pattern of irresponsible positions taken. I guess I'd just like to run through a couple of things because I think it's important for setting out where the Liberal Party is going and what it is that they think is important across this country. But when you go back the last year or so and you take a look at the positions they've taken internationally, I think we need to be concerned. Who can, for example, forget the Ukraine gaffe, the comment that the events in Ukraine would be determined by the Russian hockey team's success at the Olympics. And this is in a situation where lives were being lost. People were joking while other people were dying. There was a flippant answer regarding what government do you really like and admire? And the comment was that there's a level of admiration I have for China. Their basic dictatorship is actually allowing them to turn their economy around on a dime. And again, a commitment to admiring a dictatorship where rights are routinely violated, where free speech is limited, freedom is restricted. And when the leader was offered the chance to apologize, he said, well, actually, what I was talking about, the comments were about a reflection on a growing economy. There wasn't a sense that he needed to apologize that he'd made a mistake, but rather a justification for that. We hear the first response to the Boston Marathon bombing was that, what we need to go is discover the root causes of what these men had going on in their lives so that we can better understand them, never mind the carnage that resulted from that. And then we were also told, we can't call honor killings barbaric because that's going to make some people feel uncomfortable, people who may be more familiar with that practice than we are, that somehow that's going to offend people if we call it barbaric. And there's a pattern, Mr. Speaker, I have to say, on the Liberal side, and that's basically a pattern of failing to understand even the basic values that Canadians see as important. I think it's an inability to see that Canadians have values. These values are worth protecting, and I think it's a lack of understanding from thinking through these issues. We have some tough decisions to make. That's what government's all about, and we're willing to make those decisions. But avoiding decisions, changing your mind daily, waffling through, trying to deflect attention by making jokes about situations is not a recipe for good leadership or good governance. And I have to say, because I wanted to bring up the things that have happened in the past, because I think it does establish a pattern, and that is why I'm not so sure that there was a lot of surprise about last week's joking comments about military engagement. I don't think that when we heard them, that people would go, oh, well, that's really unusual to hear someone talking about whipping out our CF-18s and showing them how big we are. I guess I have to ask the question in the House here, really, is that the extent of the understanding the Liberal leader would have on this issue? It certainly shows, I would say, the depth of his analysis and reaction to a serious question. Mr. Speaker, it was inappropriate at that time to use that time and space to make a juvenile joke that somehow our military aid and assistance into that area is nothing more than a display of sexual prowess in some strange way. I don't know if that offends anyone in this House. I think it should. And I think it should offend Canadians right across this country from sea to sea to sea. Is it unreasonable, Mr. Speaker, to ask, how is it that this person expects to be able to lead our country in these kinds of issues when that's the response? It's not that he's new at the job, because he's certainly not. And I think it shows an inability to grow in understanding and an unwillingness to learn or listen to other people. I guess it was just recently that some of his former colleagues made a comment about how the abortion issue was being dealt with in the Liberal Party, and he basically, his reaction was to say that if a person has not had direct personal relationship to or experience with an issue, they really shouldn't comment on it. And someone at home said to me, well, what does a middle-aged person who's lived off a trust fund have to say then? And so...
The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I regret to interrupt my friend. I know relevance is often a question that has some looseness to it, and while I'm not going to disagree with his comments about the lack of judgment as he perceives it, and as many others have about the Liberal leader, as he was speaking, I was reading through the motion in front of us today, very specifically put forward by the government for bombings in Iraq. And while it stretches the limits of connection to suggest that the Liberal leader's opinion about issues like abortion are somehow bearing some relevance to Canada's role and mission in Iraq, with the very limited time, we only have 10 minutes for these speeches, and this is under time allocation, so all speeches are limited. I would ask through you to give direction to focus in on the motion as presented to us and what he believes the merits of that motion are. Of course, the Liberal leader's opinions on global affairs may be relevant, but he seems to be extending this now further beyond to questions of character and to issues that have clearly nothing to do with the motion at hand. Thank you.
Well, I guess I have to take issue with the member for Skeena-Buckla Valley. It seems to me that the parliamentary secretary is raising a relevant point as to the quality of leadership coming from a certain individual in this House. That's relevant to the position that particular party has taken. I think it may be stretching it a bit, and I would ask the member to perhaps bring it a bit closer to the motion that's before the House, but I don't believe it's out of order. Member, Parliamentary Secretary may continue.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do appreciate my colleague across the way. If he'd listened for another minute or so, he might have had an answer to his concerns, because it is relevant what the leader opposite listens to. He has former colleagues who are telling him they do have a personal connection with these events and experience with it, and they're telling him that he needs to change his position. And again, it's not being listened to. So when senior statesmen across the spectrum come to us and ask us to reconsider our position, I think that the party opposite needs to do that. Now, Mr. Speaker, we do provide humanitarian need. The opposition is telling us that we need to do that into this situation. We've done that from day one. And so there's certainly a need to play a larger role if we want to protect Canadians. It's not just a military decision that's being made here, but our government is proud to make that proposal, to make that suggestion. We will be supporting that. We provide international leadership in this area, and I guess I'm honestly questioning the opposition, both parties on the other side, for what I would call their inability to step forward in the proper fashion on this issue. The NDP want to isolate themselves. That's fine. Everyone expects that that's the case. But the Liberals have taken 3 or 4 positions over the last week. I say it's a pattern that's taken place in their party. Canadians need to be aware of it prior to us ever getting to the point where we come to making a decision about who should be guiding this country, because clearly our Prime Minister has done an excellent job of leading this country. There is no comparison in terms of the leadership. And so, Mr. Speaker, just to wrap this up, we are a multicultural, we're a multi-faith society, and Canada is uniquely called to promote peaceful coexistence around the world, particularly in this situation of Iraq's various groups and communities. We have a rich and proud tradition of diversity, respect, and tolerance in this country, and that is a tradition that has yielded peace and prosperity for our people here. So through our engagement in Iraq, we will honour Canadian tradition by acting against hate and persecution, by championing the values of pluralism and religious freedom, and supporting Iraqis as they build a more stable future.
Questions and comments? Question come on side. The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And we had the Minister of International Development as well as the Parliamentary Secretary basically say it's not one without the other. And yet when we have been asking for a national inquiry on murdered and missing Aboriginal women, it seems to be we can't have both. But on this particular issue, I'm looking at this, and basically what we've seen over and over again is a demand for more humanitarian aid. So that is with respect to water and sanitation and hygiene, food security, shelter, health protection, and gender-integrated responses is what is needed. So we've seen over and over again that this is not an isolated case. We've seen other countries who are doing the same thing and have done the same thing, and we don't rush into a war with them. We don't rush and say we're going to take over and we're going to help you whether you ask for it or not. So can the Parliamentary Secretary basically confirm whether or not it was humanitarian aid or it was actually military aid that the governments of that country actually asked for? Who specifically asked for us to get involved in as military, and how much this is actually going to cost, and will they be transparent about the cost? Because we know what happened with the war in Afghanistan. They were not transparent with that cost.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Well, I guess I've heard this same kind of discussion a couple of times from the other side, and it's as though they see us as going into a place where there's been, for example, a natural disaster or a drought or famine where there's no conflict taking place. And I'm not sure if they're trying to mislead Canadians or if they just don't understand that we're dealing with one of the most vicious, barbaric organizations in the world who have taken over control of an area, aren't going to surrender that willingly, and don't want to see peace in an area. Mr. Speaker, if we're going to come to the point where there's going to be an ability for those refugees to go back home, for that society to rebuild itself, somebody's going to have to step up and play a role in seeing that come about. And that's going to actually take military engagement. Now, the opposition, particularly the NDP, want nothing to do most or pretty much every time with the fact that somebody has to go and sometimes has to deal with this in a military sense. So we're willing to make that commitment. I can talk about the other commitments that we've made. We've provided $15 million to support security measures in Iraq. We've provided more than $28 million to respond to humanitarian needs there. 20 million of that is for populations affected by civil unrest. There's another $10 million for Syrian refugees. We've added Iraq to the list of Canada's developing country partners. So we don't believe that it needs to be isolated, just either military or humanitarian. We think there's a package there that we can put together. We'd really like to see the other side support that complete package instead of just standing up and defending one small part of it at a time.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, my question is for the parliamentary secretaries in regards to the conversations I've heard throughout the day today. And it's been really disturbing to me, to be very honest, what I've heard. As a son of immigrants from the Netherlands that came to Canada after being liberated by Canadian forces in 1945, there was a humanitarian aspect to that. Obviously, there was the Operation Manna, which Canadian forces were deeply involved in, which helped many of the people from the Netherlands get through the hunger winter, as they called it. But that was an effort that, without actual forces coming in and pushing out the oppressors, that humanitarian aid basically got them through a period of time, but they were still barely hanging on to their lives. And I just, I look back at history there and I think, if that attitude would have been in the Canadian Parliament at that time, the attitude I hear today, I just shiver to think of what would have occurred to my parents and their families going forward. And I wonder if the parliamentary secretary could speak to that issue and how disturbing that really is to us descendants of immigrant parents.
The honourable parliamentary secretary, you only have about 40 seconds.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think that's an excellent question. That's why Canadians will need to ask themselves, who is it that they want to lead this country as we move forward into the next several years? And just for an example, Iraq's religious minorities have been targeted under a campaign of sexual and gender-based violence. I'll just point out that Iraq's Christians, the situation for them. Hundreds of thousands have fled their homes, joining an estimated 1.8 million now displaced by the violence. There's a near total disappearance of Christians from the region. The population included more than 1 million Christians prior to 2003, 600,000 in Baghdad. As of late July, these numbers are estimated to have dwindled to less than 400,000, with many more already having fled Iraq. And we can talk about other minority communities as well, if you would give me more time, which I don't think you're going to. But that's why this question is relevant, and the answer is very relevant as well. We need to do what we can to stop this organization.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Skeena, Buckley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll be splitting my time with my friend from BC Southern Interior. I looked forward with some trepidation, I suppose, to be a part of this important debate. Trepidation only in the sense that the time is so limited, particularly because the government has now moved to shut down this most critical debate. And with trepidation because the complexity of this issue requires all of us as members of Parliament to rise to our very best and attempt to decipher, interpret one of the most complex regions of the world and what Canada's role should be. I represent the northwest of British Columbia, Mr. Speaker, a beautiful part of the world that often knows peace, of proud people, courageous people, and the history and stories that invoke great pride for me as a Canadian. And these are people that are proudly Canadian and send me here to speak on their behalf as best as I am able. And when I think of the people of northwestern British Columbia and how proud they are to be Canadians, when they travel abroad and here at home. I speak with a voice today that speaks to the deepest held Canadian values of compassion and courage and understanding and engagement for the world. I seek not to degrade the debate, as some of my friends across the way have done, by talking about those that have no spine, those that have no courage, for simply opposing the government's intentions and plans. For to rise up and stand against the government's intentions if we think it does harm to our country is a courageous thing to do. And for any of those who've spent any time in a refugee camp or with international aid workers who have, under cover of darkness and under threat of their own lives, delivered aid to those most needy, to suggest that delivering such aid is not a courageous act, well then shame on my friends across the way. Shame on all those that suggest that the only courageous thing that Canada can offer the world is a bombing mission in Iraq. And to show out that the government's sense of disproportion around this issue, that the rhetoric that they offer up in this place, that this is a global threat, that this is a threat that is in direct and immediate danger to Canada, and then suggest that to counter such a threat, as was suggested, some allegory to the Second World War, as was purported here just minutes ago, is the equivalent of what's going on in Iraq today, and then to suggest Canada's response militarily will be 6 planes is incoherent. If what ISIS represents is a clear and present danger to this country, on the order that was represented by the Nazis in the Second World War, as was just suggested, then one would conclude logically that Canada's response would be more than 6 fighter jets over 6 months. But that's what they're suggesting. They're also making another false suggestion between false choices, that the only way Canada can offer aid is in some conjunction with military bombing mission, that they can't be one without the other. Well, of course that's false. Of course that's false, because Canada has a proud and noble history of delivering aid into war zones around the world for generations, without the assistance of Canada's military performing bombing missions at the same time. So, what we have is the repeat of history, that as often has been said, the first casualty of war is the truth. And when the Prime Minister stands in the House of Commons in our Parliament and says, "I have neither the will nor the desire to get into the details here," says the Prime Minister of Canada on the eve of an engagement of war, it is shameful for the Prime Minister to suggest. He may be frustrated with the questions. He may find that the opposition leader, in asking such tough questions as how many military personnel do we have on the ground in Iraq? What is our exit strategy in Iraq? What will the cost of the mission likely be in Iraq? Well, the Prime Minister may grow frustrated with that, and he may not have the will nor desire to answer such questions, but Canadians deserve answers to these questions before we send our troops into harm's way. The U.S. has provided such answers. They've costed the war out to this point and done projections for the American people. We can't even find out where our planes are going to be based. Well, the UK government has told its people that, yet we find the Canadian government unwilling, unable to offer the truth and say simply, trust us. Well, the Democrats will not rubber stamp a mission into the Middle East because there have been hard-fought lessons just learned over the last decade that it is easy to get into an incursion, but it is very difficult to get back out. And that a mission that starts off as a 30-day non-combat role turns into a 6-month bombing mission, which turns into something else. Because the other contradiction in the so-called plan offered up from the Conservatives is that, as every military expert has said, that you cannot defeat ISIS by bombing from 35,000 feet alone. There must be, quote-unquote, boots on the ground. But the Conservatives have promised not to offer that the Iraqi forces in Iraq will take care of that. And somehow, contradictorily, the Prime Minister of this country, of Canada, has said, we won't bomb into Syria, even though that's where much of ISIS is taking place, without the permission of Assad, a dictator and despot who Canada has been forcefully trying to remove from office. We're going to wait for his permission to conduct the mission. The contradictions that are rife in the Conservatives' proposal to this point fill us with grave concern over Canada's role. Now, as we have seen in Afghanistan and we've seen in other places, when it's military and there is humanitarian aid offered by the Conservatives, the ratio comes in somewhere about 10 to 1. Every $10 we spend militarily, we spend about $1 on the humanitarian side. Now, that is a ratio that the Conservatives might feel at peace with when you have 1.7 million refugees that have left Iraq. I was in Turkey before this summer, meeting with Turkish officials there that were pleading with Canada to get engaged because the over 1 million refugees from Syria and Iraq that were in southern Turkey at that time were receiving no assistance from the Canadian government. And the concern from the Turks was the people in those refugee camps, without shelter, without assistance, and without hope, can very easily be turned into soldiers for ISIS. And Canada showed no concern for this. And so the disproportion of response and the inadequate response does not match the rhetoric that has been offered by the Conservative Party to this point and by this Prime Minister. The fact that we're shutting down the very debate that is being held now. Because some Canadians might say this. They say, what's a debate around 6 planes going to Iraq? How does that matter? Why should we have so much concern for that? Well, we concern ourselves with whenever we send our military into combat. But we also know that this is the first step of likely many. Because it's been a bit of a moving target. Now, the Conservatives have claimed that the Liberals have had a position that is also wavered, and I won't argue with them on that. But when we ask a simple question of the Conservatives, of this Prime Minister, how would he measure success? How would his government measure success? We have 3 distinct answers when it comes to ISIS. Well, we're going to contain them. That's going to be success for Canada. No, not contain them. We're going to degrade them so that they can't attack anymore. And at one point, we were going to eliminate them. Mr. Speaker, those are all 3 very different things. When you're dealing with a guerrilla group that commits such horrific acts as this one. If elimination is Canada's terms for success, then let's all agree on one thing. A 6-month bombing campaign of 6 planes of Canada's contribution will not satisfy that. And we can't pretend it otherwise. And clearly the humanitarian crisis that is happening in Iraq and Syria right now is not the only qualification for Canada to get involved. Because clearly we would have been in the Congo. We would have been in Darfur. We would have been in Syria before this. Because all of those 5 million people killed in the Congo. Did we talk about bombing missions then? Did we talk about Canada's military getting involved then? No. So clearly this is a combination of events that has drawn this Conservative government into a war in Iraq. And we all know that this Prime Minister, when he was in opposition, when Canada was debating the first Iraq war, perpetrated by W. Bush, this Prime Minister actually went into this Prime Minister as opposition leader, went into the United States and chided and scolded Canada for not going into Iraq with the U.S. in the ill-fated mission. That was this Prime Minister's position when he was in opposition. He thought Canada was wrong to stay out of Iraq the first time. And yet now he thinks he has the terms and judgments to dictate a new war in Iraq. Now, we must ask one question about the politics of this. Because as my friend across the way said, he alluded to our position having something to do with a reach out to a base or against the base. We've seen the Conservatives actually launch a fundraising campaign on this issue. No, they did. Because of the insensitive and ridiculous comments from the Liberal leader, the Conservatives have now sent out a fundraising email. And you question what the tactics are of this party. And how can they, for a minute, just take this option to remove the narrow-minded, base-playing politics and do something that's right for this country and bring forward a resolution that can be supported by this country. Bring the opposition leaders into the room. Find common ground for Canada's role in the world, rather than the divide and conquer strategies we so often see from this government. We can do better. New Democrats demand better of this government. We see a better role for Canada in this world, and we're going to insist on it and form that government in 2015. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question Commentide, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that was a rather sad and unfortunate speech, given the high quality of debate that we've seen here over the last couple of days, Mr. Speaker. I've been, of course, in the chamber, and I've heard a number of members, including myself, who have highlighted the fact that, yes, well, we have a difference of agreement here. On this particular mission, it's quite obvious that the NDP have been very clear from the outset that they were not going to support the motion that was brought forward. I think a number of members on this side have enunciated that. We also have heard the Minister of International Development talk about the importance of Canada providing and continuing to provide humanitarian assistance. We've talked about the fact that Canada is amongst one of the highest contributors in the world. It's something that we've been doing for many months, Mr. Speaker. But again, the member for Elmwood Transcona, he talked about some of the important initiatives that Canada has taken in the past with other allies. So again, I'd ask the member, not specific to this motion, because we understand the NDP are not going to support this motion. But in the future, Mr. Speaker, under what conditions would the NDP ever support a Canadian combat mission in times of world strife? What are the conditions under which the NDP would support Canadian forces moving abroad to protect communities or countries that need our help?
The honourable member for Skeena-Buckley Valley.
First, allow me to address the criticism I received from my friend about the quality of debate in the House of Commons and the quality of my interjections. It's a bit rich, coming from somebody who has declared his job is to avoid the answers, giving answers, proper answers, who had to apologize, another one entering the debate of quality of conversations in Parliament. So I must address that first because he raised it in his question. To suggest that he somehow now is the judge and arbitrator of what passes for quality of conversation and debate in this House is a bit much. Now, with respect to his specific question, unlike his government, New Democrats have proposed actual ideals and principles when Canada seeks intervention in the world. For example, United Nations resolutions, which this government has said the UN resolution on Iraq permits and encourages this bombing mission. An absolute and outright falsehood. Because, Mr. Speaker, I've got the UN resolution right in front of me. And what it does say is that countries signatory to this and countries in agreement with this must do several things. No, my friend asked, and now we can't hear the answer to his question, that a UN resolution would have some strength. The UN has not given such a resolution. The UN has said a number of things Canada can do: prevent fighters from entering ISIS, stop the funding to ISIS, and we hear nothing of this from this government. We hear CF-18s, because that, when you only have a hammer in the toolbox, every problem looks like a nail.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
Thank you very much. I'll repeat a question I asked another member who rose in the House today, and that's this. I think we share your apprehension about bombing. I think we clearly see that bombing your way to a solution in this part of the world has not led to problems resolving themselves. I think we are on side with the call for a much stronger response on the refugee issue, both inside the area of conflict as well as in countries that are neighboring, as well as bringing refugees to this country. But the amendment that the party has moved raises the issue of transporting weapons. And I asked the question earlier, and I'm looking for an answer. To whom are you transporting these weapons? How are these weapons going to be used? And what accountability will be put in place to make sure these weapons don't fall into the hands of yet another group that then causes even more trouble in this part of the world? How will transporting more weapons to this part of the world solve this problem? And if you're opposed to military action, how are those weapons going to be used in a non-military way?
Member for Skeena-Buckley Valley.
I thank my friend for his question. The direct response in the motion as we have moved and will vote on tonight, a motion alternative to what the government is proposing, comes directly from the groups that our members met with when in Iraq, and that the problem that was being faced in many situations was the actual access to weapons at all to defend their communities. Now the suggestion from my friend is a good one in identifying those key groups and working with our UN allies to do that. Because anyone who stands in this Parliament and pretends to be an expert on the history, the sociology, and the layer upon layer of complexity that typifies this region, particularly when engaged in war, is perpetrating a falsehood. It's incredibly complex. And Canada must have the strength and humility to take guidance from those that we seek in the region as true allies. This is not easy. This is not easy, but the suggestion that we can, as the Conservatives have said, somehow stand idly by, as if participating in humanitarian aid is standing idly by, as if seeking to bring those who have committed the crimes to justice is standing idly by, or enabling those who are defending their communities is standing idly by, is false, and it's contained in the NDP option here today.
Resuming debate, the reprise du débat, the honourable member for British Columbia, Southern Interior.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am very happy to share this time with my honourable colleague from Skeena-Buckley Valley, and I thank him for his speech that he just gave. Mr. Speaker, as the leader of the official opposition stated in this House, there is no more important decision that we make in this House, no more sacred trust for a Prime Minister than sending young Canadian women and men to fight and risk making the ultimate sacrifice in a foreign war. As a former member of the Canadian Armed Forces, I believe that the deployment of troops into combat has to be a very last resort, the ultimate decision when everything else has failed. Mr. Speaker, Afghanistan took a heavy toll on Canadians as a result of a former Liberal government's decision to send our troops into combat in 2005. There's been lots of discussion as to why we did this. Some say to appease the Americans for a lack of support in Iraq. Others say to test equipment and combat readiness, and the list goes on. This mission was prolonged by the current Conservative government, and today, according to an article in the Vancouver Sun of the 3rd of October, the Afghan Islamist insurgency is not defeated, and there's no peace. In addition, sadly, our veterans have not received the necessary help that they need, not to mention, Mr. Speaker, the 160 who lost their lives. As a result of the Western bombing campaign in Libya, there's now a patchwork of warring factions. Many of our allies to topple Gaddafi in 2011 are now fighting for the Islamic State, and North Africa has been destabilized. Mr. Speaker, the terror unleashed today in Iraq is a direct result of the wrong-headed mission in 2003. According to Tom Engelhardt in an article entitled How America Made ISIS, of the 2nd of September 14th of this year, I quote, "In the process, the U.S. effectively dismantled and destroyed state power in each of the 3 main countries in which it intervened, while ensuring the destabilization of neighboring countries and finally the region itself." Engelhardt goes on to state how the deaths that ran into the hundreds of thousands and the uprooting of millions of people proved to be jihadist recruitment tools par excellence. So in other words, the U.S. destroyed the Iraqi state, supported the Shia, who suppressed the Sunnis to create a welcome situation for ISIS. As our leader has stated, this is literally the same insurgent group that the U.S. forces have been battling for over a decade. The question before us, therefore, is, will Canada be stuck in a prolonged war that we wisely avoided in 2003? Mr. Speaker, we are entering into a bombing mission. Can we be certain that the civilian death toll will not increase? To date, the U.S. has not provided any information about civilian or combatant casualties and is denying on-the-ground reports that civilians are being killed or wounded. According to the Syrian Observatory of Human Rights, civilians are dying as a result of the bombing, and Human Rights Watch estimates that on the 23rd of September alone, 24 civilians were killed in airstrikes. Peter Serto, editor of the Foreign Policy in Focus, states in an article entitled, "Here's Everything Wrong with Obama's War on the Islamic State," that war planners are predicting a conflict that will last more than 3 years, and also that the U.S. intelligence has confirmed that the IS presently poses no threat to the U.S. homeland. Further, he states that this plan will not work. You can't bomb extremism out of existence. In Yemen and Pakistan, al-Qaeda has not been destroyed, and the drone attacks have recruited more terrorists. Many have said, Mr. Speaker, that bombing alone will not win this war. Therefore, some U.S. generals are calling for ground forces. Does this mean that Canada will be drawn into another Afghanistan? To my knowledge, there's no post-bombing plan. Will the Iraqi army, the Shiite militias, or the Kurds take up the call to consolidate control on the ground? In Syria, which rebel forces should the West cooperate with? And will arms delivered to moderate rebel forces wind up in the hands of ISIS? Will Assad triumph in Syria thanks to U.S. air power? Mr. Speaker, this is an extremely complex conflict that we are being drawn into. The more bombs that fall, the more enemies we create. Actually, we're not even sure who our friends are. Both Qatar and Saudi Arabia have given cash to ISIL and yet are supposed to be our allies. We are rightly outraged by the atrocities committed by ISIL, and yet, as the CBC's Neil MacDonald posted on September 29th, the Congo war has left 5 million dead, and the West has hardly reacted to the atrocities committed by both government and rebel forces. It gets more confusing. We are reacting to the beheading committed by ISIL, and yet remain silent when our ally, Saudi Arabia, has so far beheaded 46 people this year, some for sorcery. Can you imagine that, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, Bernard Traynor, a retired U.S. Marine Lieutenant General, states the following in an article that was published in the Washington Post and appeared in the September 26th edition of the National Post. The Islamic State presents a problem to be managed, not a war to be won. The U.S. role should be limited to helping Kurdish forces and the new Baghdad government better organize to keep the pressure on, with U.S. airstrikes contingent on the progress. The idea of destroying the Islamic State is nonsense, he continues. The situation in Mesopotamia is a violent game of mistrust and self-interest. Saudis despise the Iranians, but will cut deals with them if doing so is in their interest. Iran will play any card necessary to achieve regional hegemony, while Turkey is coy about its own quest for preeminence. The Gulf states talk about both sides of their mouths. Syrian dictator Bashar Assad uses the Islamic State to create problems for other rebels. Iraq plays at democracy as long as it can subjugate the Sunnis. Shiites and Sunnis fight each other while carrying on intramural warfare with their kinsmen. The double dealing is almost endless. It doesn't make sense to us, but it does to the players. After more than a decade of frustration and humiliation, the United States, he says, should have learned that the Middle East is no place for Wilsonianism on steroids. Mr. Speaker, I believe it would be very prudent and in everybody's best interest to let the U.S. attempt to resolve this crisis as General Traynor suggests. After all, they created the situation in the first place. Our energies and efforts would be much better spent on humanitarian aid. As we have seen in this debate, my party has presented some very concrete and workable suggestions as to how this could be accomplished. In other words, rather than spending something like $40,000 an hour per plane to fly bombing missions, would it not make sense to add this money to the already $43 million committed, justly and rightly, by this government? Thousands, if not millions, of people could receive desperately needed assistance. Since January the 14th, an estimated 1.8 million people have been displaced, and conditions are worsening every day. According to Peter Serto, the U.S. also has other options. This is according to him. They could freeze bank accounts of IS funders. They could negotiate partnerships with villages where oil pipelines run to cut Islamic State oil revenue. They could work with Europe and Turkey to stem the flow of Western fighters, dramatically increase support for UN humanitarian assistance support to Jordan, Lebanon, and Turkey that have absorbed millions of refugees. The U.S. must recognize that the Islamic State flourishes because of political breakdown on both sides of the Iraqi-Syrian border. You would think then that a priority has to be to build a strong, stable government in Iraq. We could help in this regard. Serto goes on to say that on a diplomatic front, and this is his words, the U.S. could work with Syria to convene rebel groups, the regime, Turkey, Iran, Russia, and the Gulf states to restart negotiations for a political solution to the war. They could also link their nuclear negotiations with Iran to the political crisis in Iraq. For example, allow Iran to enrich uranium for peaceful nuclear power generation in exchange for support to rein in the Iranian-backed militias in Iraq. Mr. Speaker, it should be clear to all that there are many options to explore. Instead of blindly jumping into war, Canada could be a leader in offering some creative solutions to this tragic conflict. There's no easy way out, but we must try. We owe it to our men and women in uniform, and certainly to the millions of innocent victims already affected by this tragedy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question and comment tied. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I listened with interest to my colleague across the way, and he quoted a number of other people in his speech, but I just would like to quote someone that he might be familiar with, former Premier Gary Doer, who just said recently, "I'm proud of the recommendation the Prime Minister has made and I respect what Parliament will do with it. The government, I think, is making the right decision. So now we're hearing, Mr. Speaker, from former Liberals and former NDP members who are clearly on side with what our government is proposing. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, just this week, my staff received a call from a husband and wife who were born during the Holland crisis, and they were saying here in this call that Holland could not have freed itself from the yoke of the Nazis without the help of many people. They are forever grateful to the Canadian government and army and allied soldiers for freeing them and feel that ISIS cannot be confronted with humanitarian aid. They need force. The people cannot free themselves from ISIS brutality, so they want me to know that they stand behind the government and wanted to say that their thoughts and prayers are with us. Mr. Speaker, I would welcome my colleague to respond to the question that my colleague raised earlier about what would Holland be like today had not Canadian soldiers on the ground and in the air stood with them in a time of need. We have to do the same today with those who are facing this brutal regime. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for British Columbia Southern Interior.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We seem to pick and choose. We didn't do anything in the Congo where 5 million people have been slaughtered under conditions that are just as atrocious, if not even worse, than what's happening right now. We haven't gone into other areas that we could have helped. This conflict then presupposes, if we look at the example given about Holland, that we need troops on the ground. So my answer to the honourable member would be, as a question, would he then agree that airstrikes aren't enough and eventually Canadian troops will be on the ground in the same kind of situation that we had in Afghanistan? So that would be my answer to his question.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
Thank you very much. I'll preface my question with the same remarks that we share the concerns that the member's party has spoken to around the effectiveness of airstrike and also the damage that airstrikes can do, and we are, as a result, taking the position that we have in opposition to using airstrikes as a way to resolve the significant challenges in this part of the world. But I'm asking the question again through the Speaker. The NDP motion amendment has said that they wish to transport weapons and supply weapons to people on the ground in the area. The previous member from the same party said that they were going to transmit and transport those weapons and arm people whom they met in Turkey over the summer. That still does not define exactly which forces you seek to arm, what weapons you seek to ship, and how those weapons will be used, and what accountability and what ability to make sure we don't just dump more weapons into a troubled area and find them in the wrong hands. Which groups are you preparing to aim? Which groups do the NDP want to arm in this part of the world?
The honourable member for British Columbia Southern Interior.
Yeah, that's a good question. I'd like to thank the member for that question. What we are debating in House is a motion to go either one way, to start bombing attacks, or to change that part and say we will transport weapons to those that need them. The way that it plays out, depending on which motion, for example, if the government motion passes today, then they will put in regulations, they will decide exactly how this will happen. If our amendment passed today, then it would be up to the government to decide who is the group that's needy, how do we make sure that it doesn't get into the hands of those people that could use them against us. Details are worked out after decisions are made here in Parliament, and that's how I would interpret our amendment as opposed to the current motion of the government.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I can say with certainty that everyone in this place rejects the extremist ideology of ISIL. We also recognize the threat that ISIL represents not only for Iraq and Syria, but for the region and for the entire world, including Canada.
To demonstrate that ISIL is an evil and a brutal organization, nor will I try to convince you of the necessity to defeat it. The question is, and the one that's on everyone's mind today, how can we defeat ISIL? And what should be our country's role in defending it or defeating it? These are very important questions, Mr. Speaker. And Ottawa is not only the capital where such questions are being discussed. Mr. Speaker, before I go any further, I should note for you as well, too, that I am sharing my time with the member from Etobicoke Centre. French and British parliamentarians, amongst others, have debated these important issues. These same questions are also being discussed in the Middle East and in regional capitals with an even greater sense of urgency. On September 11, 10 countries from the region met in Jeddah and joined the international coalition against ISIL. A few weeks later, 5 of them, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, the United Arab Emirates, Qatar, and Bahrain, joined the air campaign against ISIL in Syria. On October 2nd, the Turkish parliament authorized the government to carry out military operations into Syria and Iraq to fight ISIL, and also approved the use by foreign troops of Turkish military bases for the same purpose. L'île ne cache pas des visées.
ISIL is not hiding its expansionist ambitions. For the neighbors of Iraq and the friends of Canada in the region, ISIL does not represent a distant threat. It represents an immediate and very direct threat.
Even inside their borders, as we know, the issues of terrorism financing and border fighters, which affect Western countries, are particularly acute in countries in the region. ISIL is actively recruiting fighters in several countries of the region, including in the Maghreb, where it has set up clandestine cells. And we were recently reminded of ISIL's reach in the region when an Algerian group loyal to ISIL beheaded an innocent French hostage in retaliation for French airstrikes in Iraq. You know, Mr. Speaker, some 2,500 Tunisians are fighting in ISIL's ranks. Countries in the region are also affected by the humanitarian situation. Jordan is hosting hundreds of thousands of refugees who have fled ISIL, and Saudi Arabia has provided $500 million in humanitarian assistance to help displaced Iraqis. Other countries, including Kuwait, are also providing assistance. The active participation of regional powers in the international coalition against ISIL marks an important step, and their participation in airstrikes contributes to the weakening of ISIL. And it also destroys a myth which ISIL is desperately trying to keep alive. And according to that myth, ISIL's opponents are enemies of Islam. And Mr. Speaker, this statement is false. Several Muslim religious leaders are raising their voices against ISIL. ISIL's war is not between Muslims and non-Muslims, nor is it between Sunnis and Shias. ISIL is a megalomaniac terrorist group which recruits all over the world. Its opponents are a growing number of countries and growing peoples, including Sunni-majority Muslim countries who reject ISIL's violent and extremist ideology. ISIL's horrific levels of violence have resulted in common cause among Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Jordan, Turkey, Egypt, Israel, and others. And like Canada, these states consider terrorism to be the single greatest threat to the region. And this includes Sunni extremist groups like ISIL, as well as the state-sponsored terrorism of the Iranian regime and its proxies and allies, including Hezbollah. ISIL is not the only source of threat in the region. In fact, some of the region's states themselves pose a significant security threat. And of course, I'm referring to Iran and Syria. Both are state sponsors of terrorism, and both are now opposed to ISIL. And given that they share a common enemy with coalition members, they may currently claim to stand on the right side of history, but let us not fall for the tales being spun by these dictators. These regimes are not allies for peace and stability. They helped create the conditions that spawned ISIL, and their only aim is to replace one brand of violence with another one, just as cruel, and continue to destabilize the region. The Assad regime in Syria has violated international law on many occasions and has lost its legitimacy as a member of the international community. And as documented by many sources, the regime has repeatedly used chemical weapons against its own people. The regime has routinely used indiscriminate weapons, both chemical and conventional, to kill combatants and civilians alike. It has targeted medical facilities, denied access to life-saving humanitarian assistance to civilians in areas under the control of its opponents. And the reports of rape, sexual violence, torture, of murder in regime detention facilities are absolutely shocking in their scale and depravity. The atrocities perpetuated by the regime have fueled the rise of violent Islamists, including ISIL and Jabhat al-Nusra. If Iraqi security forces, supported by an international coalition, manage to halt or reverse ISIL's gains in Iraq, ISIL will likely continue to threaten Iraq and other states in the region from its bases in Syria. And that's why Canada welcomes intensified U.S. efforts, now joined by Gulf states, to destroy and degrade ISIL's capabilities in the region. And we also welcome efforts aimed at ensuring that the Assad regime does not unduly benefit from this situation. As for Iran, despite deploying a so-called charm offensive over the past year, the toxic reality of Iranian meddling in Iraq remains. Iran continues to run its Iraq policies out of the Iranian Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps, IRGC COD's force headquarters. You will recall this is a listed terrorist entity responsible for some of the deadliest terrorist attacks of the past decades. Now, this force can only compromise efforts to bring peace and stability to Iraq and the region. It is arming Shia militias within Iraq, which undermines the attempts by the new government to gain the trust of its Sunni population and build a fully inclusive government in Baghdad. And that is no accident. A truly inclusive government representative of Iraq's diverse communities would not be in Iran's interests. So while the Iraqi government is trying to bring its people together, regardless of region or ethnic background, Iran is promoting discord and violence among Iraqis. Iran is stoking the fire for a longer-term conflict, one that risks inflaming sectarian tensions throughout the region. Syria and Iran cannot be part of the solution, when they are, in fact, a large part of the problem. 4 years ago, ISIL was considered defeated in Iraq. And the only way to defeat ISIL once and for all is to address Iraq's sectarian and ethnic divides. Closing these gaps is something only the Iraqi government and people can achieve. And Canada will support their efforts through concrete action and programming because we know that a stable, secure, prosperous Iraq is a key factor for regional stability. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, Canada is providing an important contribution to Iraq in terms of humanitarian and security assistance.
Security forces. We passed the Combating Terrorism Act. We passed the Strengthening of the Citizenship Act. And now Canada has been asked to make an additional contribution. Iraqi authorities have been clear they don't want foreign ground troops, but they need air cover. The United States have asked Canada to join airstrikes along with other countries. Mr. Speaker, ISIL is recruiting its fighters all over the world, including in Canada. They're posting online videos, threatening to destroy Canada. ISIL's building a network of cells throughout the region. We cannot, in good conscience, leave this burden to others. We should do everything we can to stop ISIL. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Conservative Minister. I thank her for her speech, and I have two questions for her. First of all, based on the government's plan with airstrikes, will the F-18s in Bagotville be used as part of the 6-month mission? That's my first question. The second is this. As part of the same exercise, will CF members from Bagotville be called upon to participate in the mission?
Well, Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question on the specifics of the initiative, what I can't tell him and what we've told the House already and what the Minister of Defence and the Prime Minister have indicated is that for a period of up to 6 months, Canada will launch airstrikes against ISIL with their allies and their partners, up to 6 CF-18s, contribute 1 air-to-air refueling aircraft, 2 surveillance aircraft and necessary crews, and support personnel. You know, Mr. Speaker, it will be the Canadian Armed Forces who are going to be undertaking this mission for us. We know that they will be ready and they will be willing to answer the call of their country, and we thank them very much for their service, and we commend them for their bravery as well, too.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
Well, we have, as a party, supported the need to get military intelligence, the need to train on the ground Indigenous militia to defend both the refugee camps and national interests as they have been expressed eloquently by the member opposite. The concern and the reason that the party is standing in opposition to airstrikes is because we don't know how to measure their success, because we don't know their exact mission. And I appreciate that the government opposite cannot define targets and cannot define in debate exactly what the nature of the mission is. I think it's fair, and Canadians deserve an answer on exactly how success of that mission will be measured, because it's the success of that mission that will allow those service personnel and the aircraft to return to this country to be deployed elsewhere if needed. So how is the government prepared to measure success, and how will they report that success back to the House of Commons? And more importantly, what will define that success on an ongoing basis?
Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. I also, if I may, at this point, welcome him to the House. It's my first opportunity to say welcome. We spent a lot of time in Toronto on other sides of the fence, and here we are again doing the same. But on this occasion, thank you. Thank you very much for your question on the matter. Mr. Speaker, you know, oftentimes we like to try to measure plans against benchmarks and markers. And sometimes, Mr. Speaker, the reality is that when you're bringing into the picture the sanctity of human life, the protection of minorities, the helping of those who are truly, truly in dire straits, that does matter in the calculation. And I can think of no greater need for our government and for humanity to join together to protect the women in these areas, in these countries, who are experiencing incredible amounts of not only pressure, but threats to their lives, threats to their ability to function as a human being. We talk about human rights in this great place a lot, Mr. Speaker. This is a very clear case of defending the human rights of 50% of our population. And as a woman here in Canada, I'm very proud of the decision our government has taken, and I hope that we do have a measurable success. But I do know one thing, Mr. Speaker, protecting them and making every effort we can to protect the women in these areas is absolutely something that we must and can do and have to do, regardless of what benchmark or measure of success or what metric the opposite party wishes to try to put us to.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Calgary, Nose Hill.
Speaker, and as we all know, there are many uncertainties when you are dealing with these kinds of situations, and so it's difficult to state with a lot of clarity about what actually might happen down the road, especially when you're looking at some months down the road. But I wonder if the minister could assist the House and Canadians by just outlining the reasons and the interests of Canada that will be served by Canada joining our international partners in pushing back against ISIS and ISIL.
The Honourable Minister of Transport, we're almost out of time. Short answer, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can tell you that we are approaching this on all fronts. We are aiding our allies with respect to our assistance with our CF-18s. We are also providing humanitarian support. We are providing expertise. We are putting together the entire package of what Canadians can do. I'm very proud of our role. Canadians have always been leaders in the world when it came to helping those who are in need. It is no different this time. And we don't approach this from a point of view of wanting to get into the situation. We need to be there. We have to be there. It is our moral duty to be there, and that's exactly why we're going to be doing the best we can in the Canadian way.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I've listened to this debate with great interest, and I think it's clear to Canadians and to our allies, and most certainly to this side of the House, what kind of threat ISIL poses to the world and to Canada. It is clear to respected Liberals statesmen like Lloyd Axworthy, Ujjal Dosanjh, and Bob Rae, who so ably led the Liberal Party in the interim. All of these very well-respected Liberals agree that joining the coalition mission against ISIL is the right course of action. In fact, Mr. Speaker, another Liberal, Mr. Duncan Nyberg, an Afghan war veteran, wrote to me yesterday describing his disappointment with his own party. And Mr. Nyberg said, and I quote, "I'm proud of your government today, sir. As a Liberal, I will be very disappointed if the Liberal leader and the Liberals do not support the motion before the House today. Feel free to share my sentiments with colleagues. This is a good motion. This is an absolutely necessary motion. I'm finding it difficult to support my party when they pull stuff like this." Unquote. Mr. Nyberg also told me that he registered his disappointment with his NDP MP as well, the member for Scarborough Southwest, and I do urge that member to respond to Mr. Nyberg and explain why his party is not willing to do what it takes to defend Canada and Canadians to the fullest of their ability. Mr. Speaker, how do Liberals explain their hypocrisy and the clear split in their party to Mr. Nyberg, a Liberal and a Canadian veteran, and in fact to all Canadians, as to why they are prepared to compromise the safety of Canadians, something that Mr. Nyberg served in Afghanistan to defend? Instead, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal leader makes anatomical jokes about CF-18s, which dishonor our people in uniform. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, I was speaking to some friends today who are still serving, and one in the RCAF, and they told me that CF-18 pilots are very upset with the Liberal leader's comments. They have families that they wish to protect and are ready and willing to undertake this mission on behalf of all Canadians. In a Globe and Mail today, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party says it plans to support the Canadian Forces combat mission in Iraq once it is approved by the House of Commons, even though it will vote against Canada's participation in this vital mission. Mr. Speaker, I truly remain confused by their position. Their dithering is on a national scale, and it has all Canadians confounded by the Liberal and the NDP positions. Mr. Speaker, the member for Westmount Ville Marie is a military man, someone who I truly respect and admire. A Navy man with a military tradition in his family, and a proud one, which I heard him remark upon today in this House. And I simply do not understand his defense of his party's lack of leadership and lack of vision and lack of understanding of this grave issue, because for him, Mr. Speaker, this must be entirely counterintuitive and most certainly against all that he was trained to be and to do in the Canadian Armed Forces. Canadians are widely in support of this mission, Mr. Speaker, because they recognize the threat to us all, and they recognize that it is necessary to take our rightful and necessary place amongst our allies and contribute to our collective global security. Mr. Speaker, Hillary Clinton recently said of ISIL, and I quote, "Military action is critical, in fact, I would say essential, to try to prevent their further advance and their holding of more territory, because by holding more territory, they gain both weapons and they gain revenue," unquote. Mr. Speaker, Mrs. Clinton said it very simply, and I hope that this somehow resonates with the opposition parties. The NDP cried loudly about this mission as being solely a humanitarian mission. Mr. Speaker, Canada has given significant amounts of humanitarian aid already. We are currently the 7th largest contributor to humanitarian assistance. We are adding Iraq to Canada's developing country partners. We have given money, materiel, and have already and continue to resettle refugees from the region. The NDP's position makes it clear to me that they are not and may never be ready to accept the awesome responsibility of defending Canada and Canadians. We have provided strategic airlift to other coalition partners so that they can deliver arms to Kurdish forces. Mr. Speaker, that is a humanitarian act. Stopping and killing ISIL prevents them from killing innocent people in the region for just being there. It stops them from raping and selling into slavery girls and women. It prevents them from committing mass atrocities and beheadings, which have all been very well documented. It will prevent them from coming to Canada. And I remind you, Mr. Speaker, radicalized youth fighting abroad with ISIL and threatening to return home is a global reality in many countries. Approximately 130 Canadian youth have done so and, in my view, have forfeit their right to return and, where the law allows, to retain their citizenship. The opposition pointed out that this is not easy. They're right. It isn't. That's why we're debating this in Parliament. But, Mr. Speaker, it is clear, and this government has been clear, as to why we are going to war against ISIL terrorists. The case for participating in this coalition is because children have been beheaded. Children, Mr. Speaker. And as I've already mentioned, women have been raped and sold into slavery to depraved individuals. Absolutely depraved, Mr. Speaker, because who but depraved people buy slaves? And what has been the fate of these women and these girls to date? ISIL has killed en masse. They have beheaded journalists and humanitarian aid workers and others who have they have broadcast that to the world. They have said that they are coming here and advocate attacks on Canadians, Mr. Speaker. They have attempted to perpetrate genocide on whole groups of people. What more justification do the parties opposite want, Mr. Speaker? They speak a great deal of history, most recent, and generally out of context. But if it's history they want, Mr. Speaker, what about the policy of appeasement? What about hoping that this would all just sort itself out? Well, Mr. Speaker, appeasement is not an option. We cannot allow appeasement to lead to its inevitable tragedy. The answer to terror is not negotiation. There is simply no negotiation or any dialogue with terrorists, and it is foolish to think so. It is wrong, and this government will not appease terrorists and their tyranny. This government, Mr. Speaker, will always stand up for freedom, democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. We will always stand for the rights of people around the world, especially minorities. We will stand with our allies in a mission that is internationally sanctioned. The Security Council stresses, and I quote, that terrorism can only be defeated by a sustained and comprehensive approach involving the active participation and collaboration of all states, as well as international and regional organizations to impede, impair, isolate, and incapacitate the terrorist threat, unquote. The world is united against ISIL. The Iraqi government has asked us for assistance, and that, Mr. Speaker, is precisely what Canada is going to do. Mr. Speaker, this government and our Prime Minister will always do the right thing, and this nation, Canada, will stand up and be counted with our allies and fight to stop a global scourge, one that has no basis in religion, because no God would sanction what this enormous gang of killers has done and continues to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
And this member mentions appeasement. He mentions terrorists and terrorism. And I'm disturbed by the gross simplifications in this House of this debate and the ignorance of the complexity of this region. I lived in the Turkish Republic for 5 years, Speaker, and I experienced terrorism firsthand. Terrorism of the PKK, the Kurdistan Workers' Party, who bombed places that I went to in Istanbul, who have bombed and killed in foreign capitals, in Western European capitals. And this terrorism was prevalent, and so I experienced it firsthand, and I understand what terrorism, the effect that it has on a population. Now, the PKK is a currently listed entity by Security Canada, and yet, what is the government's response? How are they preventing the participation of this terrorist group in its fight against ISIS? Does this member not see the complexity of getting into this regional war where there are numerous listed entities there, some that are fighting alongside Allied troops and some that are fighting against them?
The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question. And we absolutely certainly understand the complexity of this world. It's a very dangerous world we live in. I appreciate the fact that he lived in a part of the world where he experienced some of this. But, Mr. Speaker, let me simplify it for him. This is simple. ISIL is a terrorist organization on an unprecedented scale. Beheadings, rapes, slavery, genocide, murders. To me, Mr. Speaker, this is pretty black and white, and I think pretty much the rest of the world agrees.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, I don't think many Canadians have seen this extreme level of violence, and we may not have a complete comprehension of what it does mean. You know, whether it be women being sold into slavery, or these heinous acts, whether it be rape or killings that are taking place against women. I had the good fortune of actually being on call here at our children's hospital over the course of the weekend, and even the nursing staff there were saying, please, Dr. Leach, act now. You need to send the Canadian military to make sure that, if nothing else, humanitarian assistance can make it to the people that require it. So my question for the member opposite, who I know is very passionate about this, has personal experience in making sure that armed forces allow also humanitarian opportunities to take place. Can he tell the House what Canada is doing to make sure that these attacks against women and minorities, individuals that truly are the most vulnerable in society, what the focus is of both our Canadian military and other aid workers to make sure that these individuals are receiving the support that they need?
Member for Etobicoke Centre.
I'd like to thank the Minister for her question, and I know how hard she works and her passion in this, as well as Minister for the Status of Women. She's very concerned about this particular issue. Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Forces are a multi-role organization. Of course, we have ships deployed at sea. We have our aircraft, both transport, fighter aircraft, and we have our ground forces. As all know, that there are some ground forces already positioned as advisors in Iraq today, helping, guiding, and creating the conditions for the Iraqi army and others on the ground to be able to fulfill their role and be able to train their soldiers and to be able to effectively counter the ISIL threat on the ground. What we are going to do, Mr. Speaker, is support those Iraqi ground troops and others by airstrikes on strategic locations, and that is going to be done as a member of a coalition. That is going to be done as a coordinated effort between various air forces, Mr. Speaker, because that's the way it has to happen. And those targets and those identified results will be something that in the coming months we will see unfold, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to share my time with my colleague from Scarborough-Guildwood. And as you have heard before, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party is desirous that Canada play a substantial role in this war, but for reasons I will explain, we are not in favour of a combat role, and therefore we do not support the government motion. But before getting on to the reasons for that position, I would just like to say that on the subject of Iraq in general, I do not think we can trust the judgment of this Prime Minister. Et la raison pourquoi je dis cela.
And the reason I say that is because if we look back to the situation in 2003 when Mr. Chrétien's government said no to our participation in the invasion of Iraq along with the Americans. And I remember that because I was the Minister of the Forces at the time, and I clearly remember that the Prime Minister over 10 years ago was absolutely in favor of a war with Iraq.
In 2003, went so far as to write a letter to the Wall Street Journal denouncing the Canadian government's position to not join in this invasion of Iraq, led by George Bush at the time. And so he was so rabidly in favor of war at that time. And now, if you flash forward more than 10 years, he's rabidly in favor of war again. Now, it is true, Mr. Speaker, that the circumstances of the two occasions were dramatically different, But the fact that he was rapidly for war in the invasion of Iraq in 2003, when history has shown that that was a terrible decision, and indeed the root of many of the problems today can be laid at that misguided invasion, leads one to the conclusion that if he was wrong then, one has no trust that he will necessarily be right the second time. And so that is one reason why the Liberal Party does not really trust the judgment of the Prime Minister on this issue, and we did not trust the judgment of him on this issue, and that is why we came to our own conclusion, and our own conclusion is that yes, the situation is entirely different. Yes, ISIL is evil, and I don't use that word lightly, and has to be combated. And yes, Canada should play a major role in that struggle against ISIL. But the war has more than one dimension. A part of the war involves the fighter jets, and another part of the war involves assistance for those on the ground who are suffering untold horrors as we speak. And so as important as dropping the bombs is to assist those people, to provide humanitarian support, to provide medical support, to provide refuge for those people as refugees in this country, possibly also to provide non-combat military support in terms of reconnaissance or transport or things of this nature. And one side of this war is not more important than the other side, but in our judgment, the capabilities of Canada, the comparative advantage, if you will, of Canada, favors us on the non-combat side in this particular war, because we know that a number of countries have already lined up to take part in airstrikes, but there is less resources being applied to the humanitarian side of the war, and we believe, therefore, that that is where Canada can add most value added, if you wish, and make the greatest contribution to a solution in that troubled region. And I note, Mr. Speaker, that the government says they can do both. Well, that's like a millionaire saying to a pauper, we can both have the fruits of this world. The millionaire has a whole lot more fruits than the pauper. The point is that the government's military contribution to the war will cost in the hundreds of millions of dollars. We don't know exactly how much. They haven't told us. But I know that a bombing mission of that kind would be in the hundreds of millions of dollars. And yesterday, they announced with great fanfare a humanitarian gesture, which is a few $1 million. So yes, you can do both, but you put virtually all your eggs in terms of money onto the combat side and very, very little in comparison into the other side. So the Liberal position is that we want Canada to have a major effort, which means putting significant, substantial resources onto the humanitarian side, something roughly equivalent to what would be spent on the combat side. And I'll just give you one example, Mr. Speaker, which came up in question period today. The government's record on refugees since coming to office has been abysmal. The number of refugees in total under their watch has dropped by 33%. The number of government-assisted refugees has dropped by 23%. Those are the ones they control directly. And it takes money to bring in refugees. And so our position is the government should invest money in the staff and the resources required to process refugees more rapidly so that we could bring in much larger numbers from Syria and Iraq and other places in that region. So the government's record in that area has been dismal, and as one component of our non-combat substantial proposal for a Canadian contribution, we would propose significant resources be devoted to beefing up the resources in our immigration department so that we would be able to admit substantial number of refugees. And if you listen to the minister in question period today, my sense is that he did not display a great deal of enthusiasm for that proposition. So while they say you can do both the combat and the humanitarian, it is clear from their body language and from the dollars involved and from just about everything they say that their heart, if that is the right term, is truly in the military mission, and it's only a few little trinkets that are left over on the humanitarian side, whereas we in the Liberal Party think that the great bulk, indeed all of our effort, should be on the humanitarian side in terms of medical help, in terms of humanitarian help, in terms of absorbing refugees, in terms of providing transit, and all those other issues that are crucial to this war effort in its entirety. And I, for one, Mr. Speaker, do not think that Canada's role is in any way diminished or reduced because we, in the Liberal Party, choose to focus our efforts on that side of the war rather than the combat side of the war. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member, the honourable parliamentary secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I suppose I want to thank the honourable member for his comments, but this, of course, if I'm not mistaken, is the honourable member who was the Minister of National Defence when Canada deployed significant force to Afghanistan without any debate in this country, Mr. Speaker, who sent a significant force of Canadians to a war zone with inappropriate equipment, with old, outdated jeeps, with the wrong color uniforms, Mr. Speaker, after a decade of what was described by military leaders at the time, a decade of darkness, Mr. Speaker. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, I wonder if the member could identify for us what the differences are between this mission against ISIL in Iraq and the mission that we undertook in Afghanistan fighting the Taliban. What are the differences that have happened that would now, back then would have led the Liberals to send our military forces to fight the Taliban, but today they are not willing to fight ISIL. So I wonder if you could highlight what the differences are and why the Liberals have now flip-flopped. I'm not sure. I mean, we have a couple hours till the vote, so they might still change their mind before then, but I wonder if he might highlight those.
The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Well, in terms of the honourable member's opening comments, I knew he relied on PMO talking points today, but he has gone back 10 years to find the leader of the opposition's talking points of those of the time, because the 90% of what he said about what transpired back then is indeed false. And, Mr. Speaker, we are very comfortable with our position on this mission today. I think in certain circumstances, what it has in common is that in each case Canada was determined to make a major contribution. In this particular case, we choose to focus on the non-combat. In the previous time when I was Defense Minister, it was not even a combat mission. It was an ISAF security maintaining mission in Kabul. So the two, at the time he asked when I was Defense Minister, the two are not at all comparable. In my case, it was a security maintaining mission, and today we're talking about a very severe combat mission.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member for York South Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I listened with interest to my colleague's dissertation, and I wonder if a very simple question could be answered by him. Will he and his colleagues in the Liberal Party be supporting our amendment to the motion?
The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
I don't know the answer to that question, Mr. Speaker. I'm not the critic in this area, and so I'll have to leave that to the critic to respond to.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough, Westdale.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate my colleague's comments. He mentioned that he agreed with us that ISIL was evil. He agreed that Canada should participate. He didn't mention that Canada was actually directly threatened as well from ISIL. But But I did want to take some umbrage in regards to his comments regarding how this government has handled refugees, with over 12,000 refugees from Iraq alone. I was on the border, actually, of Jordan and Syria back in January, and the Brigadier General that was in charge of that unit who was receiving Syrian refugees made sure that we knew that Canada was the only one that delivered on their promises to help those refugees. So inside and outside of our country, that's been a record. But I wanted to ask the member that he has seen what's happened as far as the delay of degrading their capabilities, ISIL's capabilities right now. What is going to happen if we continue to delay? Would he like to answer, should we be responsible for that proliferation that's going to happen from the delay?
The honourable member from Markham Unionville.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I would say in its totality, the refugee policy of this government has been extremely poor. We've seen the total number of refugees, both government-assisted and in total, go down. And within that terrible record, the Iraq case is perhaps a small shining light in an otherwise dismal picture, because certainly the record on refugees from Syria has been really terrible, and Syria for many months now has probably been arguably the world's worst refugee crisis in many, many decades. And the government's record on that one has been really, really pathetic, and that is why I am suggesting that as part of our non-combat proposal, a major effort to bring in more refugees from that region would be a good idea, but not something they seem to be prepared to listen to.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for this opportunity to speak on this very important issue. There's not that many times in the life of a parliamentarian where you get to speak on the issue of sending men and women in uniform into harm's way, and I am appreciative of that privilege. I do regret that more colleagues are actually not able to stand in their place and talk about the significance of this moment. However, it is what it is, and the government has chosen to limit the amount of commentary on this matter. Mr. Speaker, the rush to war frequently is done in terms of these are the good guys and these are the bad guys. And the problem with this entire conflict is that the good guys and the bad guys are a bit of a mix. And so I just thought that we should do a canvass, Mr. Speaker, of the countries that are in the immediate area. For instance, one of the allies, one of the so-called good guys is Saudi Arabia. Now, Saudi Arabia is the spiritual home to Wahhabism and Salafism. And that is the touchstone, the spiritual home of ISIS. Within Saudi society, there is a great deal of conflict, and some argue that wealthy Saudis are those that sponsor ISIS. Those that puts the House of Saud, the government of Saudi Arabia, in a very difficult situation. And I join with our ambassador for religious freedom, who called upon Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and a variety of other countries in and around that Middle East area to deal with this particularly pernicious form of Islam. And so, Mr. Speaker, these kinds of internal conflicts within our allies make the effectiveness of our presence, well, maybe they undermine the effectiveness of our presence. And I would say that, you know, we are responding to a moral imperative here. And so in that respect, I think all members of this House are on the same page. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, our interventions in this part of the world have not gone well in recent history and even in history further back. So, Mr. Speaker, Saudi Arabia is a society that doesn't tolerate forms of religious expression other than a very strict form of Sunni Islam. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, it is known that there are beheadings if, in fact, this kind of rebellion against this kind of Salafism or Wahhabism takes place within Saudi Arabia. So, Mr. Speaker, this makes it very difficult for we as a Western society, even we as a country motivated for the best of reasons, to intervene because of this, how should we say, spiritual support for the founders of ISIS. And then if we go around the horn a bit, Mr. Speaker, Iran. Now, Iran has been the chief beneficiary of the Bush-Iraq war. Baghdad is a satellite office of Tehran, and that is arguably some of the source for ISIS, the grievance of Sunni Muslims against Shia Muslims. So up until recently, much to the chagrin of the U.S. and other Western powers, with the manipulation of Tehran on Baghdad, this has in some respects created the difficulty that ISIS is responding to. And that in and of itself makes it very difficult. Now, Mr. Speaker, up until recently, it was the view of this government that Iran was the chief sponsor of state terrorism and was considered to be the #1 state terrorist threat in the world. Now, Mr. Speaker, they're apparently going to be our allies in the fighting of the ISIS threat. And as you know, Mr. Speaker, Iran has been the supporter of Hezbollah. And Hezbollah has been the chief Shia terrorist entity, threatens Israel on the one side, threatens Lebanon on the other side, and has joined in with President Assad in that conflict, which has created literally hundreds of thousands of refugees and literally hundreds of thousands of deaths. Up until recently, the papers were full of what President Assad had done to his own people, including gassing them, Mr. Speaker. So it becomes a little complicated, Mr. Speaker, since the chief sponsor of Hezbollah and therefore the supporter of President Assad is now our ally in the support of this conflict with ISIS. And then, Mr. Speaker, we just move over beside Iran to Turkey. Turkey has been in a 20, 30-year fight with the PKK, which is the supporters of the Peshmerga. And the Peshmerga are the chief fighters on the ground, Mr. Speaker, resisting ISIS. And so, Mr. Speaker, Turkey is in a difficult position, shall we say, because they have had this conflict literally over quite a number of years, and they regard the PKK as a terrorist entity. And as a colleague has said, as has Canada. I'm not quite sure he's right, but nevertheless, a number of the parties, militias in the areas, we recognize as terrorist entities. And sometimes they're on our side in this particular fight. Most of the time, or up until recently, they've been on the other side. And so, Mr. Speaker, we're entering into this area where at any given day it's hard to tell good guys from bad guys. I don't know how Turkey's parliament arrived at their decision as not only a NATO partner, but a NATO partner that will enter into supporting the ISIS mission. But they have a lot of internal conflicts, and a lot of those internal conflicts will work out in Kurdistan, which is really the center of this particular conflict. So the Peshmerga will have to keep one eye on ISIS and the other eye on the Turkish forces, and simultaneously the Peshmerga will have to keep an eye on ISIS and another eye on the Iranian National Guard, who are fighting in parallel against the ISIS threat. All of which, Mr. Speaker, makes it very difficult to pick out, if you will, moral high ground. And let me give you an example of why, or of where we are. We supported the Libyan conflict, for instance, and I think we actually did the right thing. But, Mr. Speaker, we'll be bombing the people that we were supporting in the Libyan conflict. And so it becomes somewhat difficult to, if you will, pick out the good guys from the bad guys. And as I said earlier, we actually have had no record of success. And ultimately, Mr. Speaker, there are those, and I would include the religious ambassador in this view, that think that this is ultimately a dispute between Sunni Islam and Shia Islam. And Mr. Speaker, that will be a conflict where I doubt that we will have that much to contribute. So, Mr. Speaker, I join with the Liberal Party in its hesitation and recognize that we are entering into a conflict, as I say, where we've got no history of success. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Minister of State.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that. I think I'm getting a bit concerned about the Liberals attempting to position us as having an ally in some of the evil that exists over there. The fact is, these are not our allies. I say this with great respect for the member. These are not our allies. We happen to have a common enemy. And that in itself should tell the member how serious the ISIL threat really is. Now, if ISIS, who are beheading innocent people right now, at this moment, while we deliberate, if these folks are not our enemies, then how did the Taliban ever become our enemy? And how does the member reconcile sending Canadian troops on the ground, ill-equipped, to fight someone that isn't even as bad as ISIS, if that's possible? How does the member reconcile those decisions?
The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's interesting that the Taliban was initially created by the CIA. The CIA created the Taliban in Afghanistan in order to be able to push the Russians out of the country. That, in turn, led to al-Qaeda. Al-Qaeda then perpetrated its misery on Afghanistan, Pakistan, and the rest of us for the last decade or so. Then, once that conflict was over, it went to Syria. And in Syria, it then got into a dispute with the ISIS folks. And so the ISIS folks don't actually think that al-Qaeda is serious enough terrorist Islamic organization. So the irony is, Mr. Speaker, we put our foot in it and we create difficulties way beyond our imagining, and therefore we should be very hesitant to get involved in this conflict. I buy the argument that we have to put as much support to those who are being persecuted, the Kurds, the Yazidis, the Christians, et cetera, et cetera. I'm on side for that. But don't be so naive as to make the same idiotic mistakes all over again.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
And I'm glad to hear this member's consideration of the complexity of the region and bringing up questions such as the Kurdistan Workers' Party involvement. And he mentioned the Libya mission. We also supported the Libya mission when it was clear and outlined and sanctioned by the UN. My question for the member, though, was given his understanding of the complexity and the involvement of the Kurdistan Workers' Party in this conflict, how could the Liberal Party originally approve the 30-day mission knowing that some of these terrorist groups might have been involved in the conflict?
Honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Actually, I appreciate that question because I think it's as much as anything an approach. I buy the argument that this is a very serious conflict. I buy the argument that there's butchery going on. I buy the argument that you could even argue that it's a genocide. And so when the Prime Minister came to your party and to mine and invited us over to actually see what was happening, then you can support that limited engagement. He's made no such effort since then. And so here we are, we're, an hour from the vote, and yet has the Prime Minister invite your leader or mine and to disclose information that he cannot disclose in a public setting.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable député de...
The honourable member for Saint-Léonard Saint-Michel.
Wondering, in terms of having this member being a former national defence critic, what would be our military's role? How does he see the Liberal Party taking a role in this mission? And secondly, the fact that he just spoke about the Prime Minister and the lack of, as many of us said, lack of trust or transparency this Prime Minister has shown. Can he expand on that? Thank you, Mr.
The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood. We don't have a lot of time.
As you know, Mr. Speaker, I've played a number of roles in this Parliament over the years. One of my favourites, frankly, was as defence critic for the Liberal Party. I became a huge fan of our military folks, and we in the Liberal Party support these folks to the hilt. Once this vote is taken, we know what will be asked of them, and it'll be a very serious ask of them. We do take objection to the mandate of their mission. We do think that we need to tread very lightly. Only fools rush in where angels fear to tread. And in this particular instance, Mr. Speaker, history, complications, and as Jeffrey Simpson said in the Globe and Mail, the whole cauldron of conflicting issues should make us all very cautious indeed.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you. Thank you. I am splitting my time, Mr. Speaker, with the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development, if that suits you, but I am rising in my place to participate in this very important debate. It has been called historic by other members of this chamber, and I think it is. I think that when we are dealing with a situation where we are putting people who serve our country in harm's way, you do have to have a considered debate. Incidentally, there's been more debate about this in this chamber prior to action than there was during the Afghanistan mission at the inception of that mission. And we take this seriously. So to those who say, and I've heard the words naive and not serious and so on, for us on this side at least, this is very serious. And we go into this situation with our eyes open, knowing full well that this is a complicated situation, absolutely, that this is a situation that requires a lot of coordinated activity. But it also requires, if I may say so, Mr. Speaker, clarity of thought and intention. And this is where we perhaps diverge from the honourable members who insist on voting against this resolution. From our perspective, there is a general consensus in the halls of the United Nations, but also throughout the halls of democratic society and in the neighbours around the affected area, that something has to be done. And I would only say to the honourable members opposite, I'd put it this way. if we don't act in this situation, when are we supposed to act? If we are not to act with these people being affected by positively medieval tactics, whether it is the beheadings or whether it is the potential genocide, the raping, the murdering, if we don't act in this situation, when do you propose that Canada acts? When is it appropriate to act? If we cannot act in this situation, then it seems to be the logical conclusion of the other side that there's no situation that is serious enough to act. And I believe that Canadians think differently on this. They think differently for probably two main reasons. They think differently, of course, because Canadians are generous people, they are compassionate people, and they understand that there are people on the other side of the world who are in dire threat. In fact, they have already been affected by this. There have been the murders, and there have been the rapes, and there have been the potential genocidal situations that have already occurred in this environment. And so they look to helping. And that is why there is a significant portion of our expenditure which will be in the humanitarian area where we can help. But Canadians also expect this chamber, and particularly the government side, but they also expect the majority of the opposition side to be concerned about potential threats to and against Canadians. And Canadians understand that this is not just some faraway place about which they know nothing. They understand that whatever happens over there tends to have an impact over here at some point. And they understand that part of our role and responsibility, not only as government but as a chamber that represents the democratic impulse and pulse of Canada, that it is our duty to consider these issues, to come to a conclusion that will better protect Canadians from these forces of de-civilization, from these forces that seek to create, in their own words, some form of caliphate in their own mind that not only has a dire impact on their own subjects, but has the potential of having a similar or greater impact on people in close neighborhood, but also around the world. And so, Mr. Speaker, this is a time to act. This is a time to take our responsibility seriously, and it is a time to heed not only the warnings, but the call for others in high power and authority, our allies, the United States of America, the United Kingdom, France, others who are helping in a kinetic and real way to be part of this coalition. And I say to the honourable members, we understand this is not a simple situation, but there is clarity in the activity and the intention and the motivation and, of course, the end result that we would like to see. And this is important too, Mr. Speaker. This is a carefully calibrated mission. This is not rushing as fools rush in. This is taking some of our assets, particularly our air and refueling assets, contributing to the coalition, and ultimately assisting in a defined mission for a defined timetable that will have a defined impact. What is that impact, Mr. Speaker? The impact is simply this: to degrade the assets of the targets, this ISIS metastasizing organization, to degrade their ability. To degrade their ability to do what? To degrade their ability to attack us, to degrade their ability to attack our citizens, to degrade their ability to attack our allies and their citizens, to degrade their ability to render anarchy, and as I said before, a truly medieval situation in a part of the world where their neighbors, the neighborhood, is afraid of them, and for good reason, to degrade their ability to have an impact on citizens either of their own religion or of other religions who simply want the ability to live in peace. That is the mission, Mr. Speaker. That is the mission. And the containment that is possible has been judged by our Chief of Defense Staff by others of our allies to be a doable mission in that period of time. No one's saying that they're going to be going away anytime soon, that ISIL is going to be eradicated from the picture anytime soon. We understand that. But we also understand that activity of the sort that we are contemplating, that this House is contemplating, can have a real impact on their ability to project themselves in an obviously disastrous, horrifying way on citizens in that area, but also citizens here in Canada. I think that is not too much to ask of this House, Mr. Speaker. And so, yes, this is a mission that has risk, and we take the assessment of that risk seriously and with the forethought that brave women and men who have volunteered to represent their country in our forces have a very important job to do. But I would say this, and I hope that we are, even though on different sides of the House, we are on the same side. We wish them success. We wish them Godspeed. And we wish that the mission can be accomplished as soon as possible, as effectively as possible, with as little impact in terms of tragedies as humanly possible. And we know that, and we wish that. The burden is great on this chamber. The chamber is debating an issue of Canadian forces in a place that is far away. But I think we have a duty not only to our constituents and our fellow citizens, but I believe, quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, we have a duty to future generations to make the right decision, to make a good decision, to make a considered decision that will have a positive impact for future generations as well. And I believe that is why, Mr. Speaker, that I will be voting in favor of this resolution.
Questions and comments? Question and comment. We only have time for one question, one answer before we move to private members. The
Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. What I'd like to ask the President of Treasury Board is this, because he seems to be saying that the only action that we can take is to launch airstrikes, bombing. How can he be sure that a bombing campaign will not enable ISIS to recruit to more members? How can he be sure that it won't lead to more retaliation against people and more rape? When we provide humanitarian assistance to people in the refugee camps, when we help them in concrete ways, that would prevent those people from going to the side of ISIL. So how can he be sure that the bombings will put an end to that? He said himself that we won't be able to eliminate the ISIL threat with bombing alone, but how can he be sure that atrocities will reduce through bombing?
The Treasury Board. 1 minute, please.
Alors, Monsieur le Président.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that is a very important question, and I can say that the situation exists today, now, as we speak. In that region, those people want people from the U.S., the U.K., etc., to join in the fight against us. They're trying to recruit. ISIL is trying to recruit, and that's the situation today. And I think that this would be a clear response. Our responsibility is to take action against that situation before, in fact, it turns into something that we can't respond to.
Before the situation gets further out of control. As I say again in English, the situation that you are worried about is happening now. They are recruiting. They are getting more adherents. And we have to degrade the possibility of that occurring in the future.
There will be roughly 3 minutes for questions and comments when we resume the debate on this motion. À l'ordre, comme il est 17 heures.
Order, please. It being 5:30, the House will now proceed to private members' business in accordance with the order paper.
Members' business, consideration at second reading of Bill S-218, National Fiddling Day Act in the name of Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon, seconded by Mr. Weston St. John's, moves that Bill S-218, an act respecting National Fiddling Day, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage. Débat. The Honourable Member for Miramichi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of Bill S-218. This bill will designate the third Saturday in May as National Fiddling Day. This will encourage the celebration, the appreciation, the beauty, and the history of fiddle music, and will be in honor of Antonio Stradivari, the renowned crafter of stringed instruments. Mr. Speaker, I was born in a family of 5 in a rural area of New Brunswick called Escriminac. Like many other areas of this nation at that time, we had no television and were without all of today's technology. So the fiddle became king. And so it was in many other parts of this great country. Fiddlers come from every part of this nation with an incredible diversity of backgrounds. From the earliest of times, Europeans took fiddles down every river system and on expeditions across this land. The earliest French fur traders carried them. The Scottish, the Orkney, and the Shetland men stationed in the icy confines of Hudson Bay had them. Native peoples traded for them, and they were regarded as a most prized possession in thousands of homesteads. Clearly, the fiddle was a cherished instrument for many reasons. It was compact, it was easy to fix, easy to tune, and always brought a smile when played. Indeed, it could be argued that the fiddle was the reason for gatherings and not the other way around. What made the fiddle so prominent was the dance. People across this land partied and danced whenever opportunity allowed to break the tedium of hard-working lives and to add to their sense of community spirit. Fiddlers were highly respected and regarded in their communities, especially if they were good ones. In Canada, there are many regional styles of fiddling, which survived mainly due to the isolation of many communities. The Red River style, popularized by Andy Desjardins, the Quebecois style of Joe Allard, Joe Bouchard, and Pitou, Louis Boudreau, the Ottawa Valley style of Brian Hebert and Reg Hill, the Acadian style, Eloy Leblanc, the Native and the Métis style, the Western swing style of the prairies, and styles that originated in various parts of Europe. The most popular was the down-home style, as characterized by the playing of the late Don Messer. Don Messer was born in Tweedside, New Brunswick, and began playing the violin at age 5, learning fiddle tunes with Irish and Scottish influences. As a young boy, Messer would play concerts in the local area and later throughout southwestern New Brunswick. During the 1920s, Messer moved to Boston, Massachusetts for 3 years, where he received his only formal instruction in music. Messer left St. John in 1939 and moved to Charlottetown, PEI, and worked as music director of CFCY. Here he formed the Islanders, and this music group began to make regular television appearances on CBHT TV in Halifax, Nova Scotia. CBC Television began a summer series called The Don Messer Show on August 7, 1959, which continued into the fall as Don Messer's Jubilee, produced out of Halifax. Don Messer's Jubilee was a must for us every Monday night throughout the 1960s. How we loved to hear the sound of the twin fiddles of Don Messer and Earl Mitten. The show won a wide audience and reportedly became the second most watched television show in Canada during that decade, second to Hockey Night in Canada. Another down-home style fiddler was Ned Landry, who taught himself to play the fiddle at an early age. Ned Landry was winner in the open class of 1956, 1957, and 1962 Canadian Open Old Time Fiddlers Contests. Landry appeared in the 1950s on CFBC Radio St. John and in the 1960s on the Don Messer's Jubilee and other TV shows. Landry was made a member of the Order of Canada in 1991. Landry was also later inducted into the North American Fiddlers Hall of Fame and the Nova Scotia Country Music Hall of Fame. Ivan Hicks, another famous New Brunswick player, has played the fiddle for over 60 years. He and his wife Vivian have shared their talents with many students, young and old alike, and have been an inspiration to countless others. Ivan is actively involved in promoting, attending, and instructing at workshops. He continues to judge fiddling contests throughout Canada. Many awards and honors have come to them, including the induction into the New Brunswick Country Music Hall of Fame for both Ivan and Vivian, and the North American Fiddlers Hall of Fame for Ivan. Mr. Speaker, I assure you that Miramichiers look forward to the regular visits of Ivan and Vivian Hicks to Miramichi. And then, of course, there is Miramichi's very own Matilda Murdoch. At the age of 8, her father gave her a fiddle, and later that year, through her own determination, she played her first tune. Since then, she has become an icon in fiddle circles throughout North America. Murdoch has been part of the cultural community of Miramichi and New Brunswick for most of her 94 years. Her style of playing has been admired and studied by not only local fiddlers, but also fiddlers from throughout North America and more recently from Ireland. Entertainer Don Messer was one of those many who admired her. He invited Matilda to play on the popular Don Messer show, and he also recorded several of her tunes to show his respect and love for her music. Another great admirer of Matilda was one of our very own, the late Jim Flaherty, who visited Miramichi and was able to enjoy Matilda's music in his ancestral home of Logieville. Matilda has garnered regional, national, and international recognition for her abilities as a composer, as a player, and a teacher. She was elected into the North American Fiddle Hall of Fame and the New Brunswick Country Music Hall of Fame. Matilda Murdoch has reached and has way surpassed the definitions of success. Organizations and musicians have recognized her on a worldwide scale. Matilda also was the recipient of the Order of New Brunswick as well as the Order of Canada. Logieville also boasts another very accomplished fiddle player, Samantha Robichaud, who represents a new generation of fiddlers. Now in her late 20s, Samantha has released 7 critically acclaimed albums and has earned many awards. Mr. Speaker, our province also hosts a very unique annual festival in the town of Plaster Rock, New Brunswick. It is the annual Fiddles on the Tobique. The event coincides, of course, with Fiddlehead season. This festival started with a lone fiddler many, many years ago, and today attracts people from all over the world, quite possibly the only event of its kind anywhere. This event combines 2 honored New Brunswick traditions, fiddling and canoeing. Imagine the beautiful sight and the sound of a flotilla of canoes carrying almost 200 musicians down the Tobique River while they play old-time fiddle music. Those attending are treated to concert, to jam sessions, dances, and even an instructional fiddle camp. Our Atlantic Canada region in general have had great fiddlers. Winston Scottish Fitzgerald, 1914 to 1987, was a renowned Cape Breton fiddler. He was a pioneer in recorded performances of the music and has heavily influenced the style and the repertoire of later generations of players. Another award-winning Cape Breton musician, Natalie McMaster, began her fiddling career at 16. Her musical venture now spans over 3 decades, completing 11 albums, performing thousands of shows, and collaborating with a multitude of world-renowned artists. McMaster's sought-after talents are in demand by her musical peers, all from a range of genres. She has collaborated with countless artists, including a recording with Yo-Yo Ma, which won a Grammy. With her Cape Breton roots, her dedication to her craft, and her love for her family, Natalie is a musical force with a long and successful career in music, who will, without a doubt, continue to warm the hearts of fans for years and years to come. Al Cherney, a great Canadian fiddler, was born to Ukrainian parents in Medicine Hat, Alberta. Cherney won the Canadian Old Time Fiddlers Contest in Ontario under the novelty class from 1959 to 1961 and the open class in both 1960 and again in 1961. In the early 1970s, he was a leading studio musician, recording with musicians like Tommy Hunter and Sylvia Tyson. He released more than 10 studio albums and received an RPM Big Country Award for Top Country Instrumentalist in 1978. He also performed regularly on Tommy Hunter's show until his death in 1989. Cherney was posthumously inducted into the Canadian Country Music Hall of Fame in 1989. Although these aforementioned fiddlers are giants in our country, along with many, many others, I would like to speak on a more personal level, Mr. Speaker. We were very fortunate growing up to have a cousin residing with us who we endearingly called Uncle Mike. He was Michael Jimmo, and he played the fiddle on a daily basis until his death at 93. Very often he'd be joined by our Uncle Ray Jimmo, and an evening of entertainment we would have. We grew up listening to other local fiddlers such as Mont McDonald and his sons, Elmer and Joe. To this day, all of us recognize great fiddle tunes such as Maple Sugar, St. Anne's Reel, Liberty's Two-Step, Ontario Swing, the Orange Blossom Special, and most recently, of course, Logieville Two-Step. Today, my riding of Miramichi is blessed to have a large group of musicians called the Miramichi Fiddlers. And you can hear this group during summer festivals like the Miramichi Irish Festival, the long-running Miramichi Folk Song Festival, and Miramichi's own Fiddle Festival. This group is composed of 30 distinguished men and women. And besides festivals, members of this group play regularly at fundraisers in and around Miramichi, giving of their time and giving of their talents, always to help others. Mr. Speaker, I have mentioned only a small number of Canada's fiddlers. You and I know there are many more, and they have all contributed greatly to communities across our country. And with the absence of today's technology, I guess you could say that growing up in rural Canada in the 50s and 60s, well, the fiddle was our form of social networking. It brought us good times, brought us good music, and of course, good memories. Mr. Speaker, I truly believe the fiddle has created bonds through our musical family from coast to coast to coast in this nation, and those who play them deserve the honor of a National Fiddler's Day. As Father John Angus Rankin, the Cape Breton musician, said, "The music comes from the fiddler's heart, through his strings, and straight into your heart." Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Longueuil, Pierre.
The honourable member from Fort Longueuil, Pierre Boucher. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to commend my colleague for her speech. The fact that fiddling was like our social networking, I really like what she said about that. That's very true. But I'd like to ask her whether she finds it curious that this bill is coming from the Senate, whereas it should have come from the government. And if our parliamentarians here, when we talk about a National Fiddling Day, that might seem like that it's rather light, but it's good to talk about something different from war. But it would be better if it came from the as a government bill, because we're still waiting to hear about the 150th anniversary for Canada with regard to its activities. So I would like to hear what she has to say on that.
Honourable member for Miramichi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for his question. Regardless of where the question came from, I certainly am honoured to support it, and I assure the member opposite that these fiddlers have contributed greatly to our communities right across our nation, and it doesn't just exist in one area, as I have said in my speech, and so I am happy to support this regardless of where it came from, and I just know it's one of those things that we need to deal with. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I really do appreciate my colleague presenting this bill. And relative to the previous question, I think it's quite appropriate to come from the Senate because people seem to think there's a lot of fiddling going on in the Senate anyway. But you know, at the risk of dating myself, I grew up with Don Messer on black and white television, and it was always entertaining. But I would like to, again, congratulate my colleague, because this really is an important bit of Canadiana, you know, that we preserve this. But I would like to ask my colleague what impact Canadian fiddlers, and she mentioned so many of them, have had internationally outside of Canada, and what recognition that has brought to Canada.
Member for Miramichi.
Thank you. I want to thank my honourable colleague for the question. And fiddling across our country as well, fiddlers across our country and as well as outside of Canada have been acknowledged. Like I said about Matilda Murdoch, I hold her very dear to my heart, being from Miramichi, and she certainly is recognized worldwide and especially in Ireland. And as well, we know Don Messer was well known worldwide as well. So I think that fiddlers not only contributed to our country, but as well contributed to everywhere in this great world, and have certainly made our life that much more enjoyable. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saint-Léonard Saint-Michel.
I just was wondering, we were having a discussion in this corner. What happened to Violin Day? I mean, some people say the fiddle and the violin are the same. Can she expand on that? How about some of the other stringette instruments? I'm a piano player myself, and I would never present Piano Day, because if you ever hear me playing the piano, you wouldn't want to have a Piano Day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Miramichi.
Well, I'm not really sure of the whereabouts of the Violin Day, but I'm just focusing and happy to be part of this bill to sponsor the fiddlers. Whether we have a Violin Day, it still won't hurt to support our Fiddlers Day as well.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Thank you, and I'm very pleased to support the honourable member for Miramichi's proposal for National Fiddling Day. Having spent a lot of my life on Cape Breton Island, where my family still lives, her story about social networking in our childhood being the fiddle reminds me of a story of one of our neighbours from Inverness County. And when asked about his life as a fiddler, he said, well, you know, the greatest disappointment in my life was electricity. We thought when we got the electricity, we'd have so much more time for dancing and singing and telling stories, because the electricity would do the work. And instead we got television. So we do need to maintain our cultural traditions and our heritage. And I fully support the honourable member for Miramichi's National Fiddling Day.
Honourable member for Miramichi.
I just want to thank the member opposite for her story, and it certainly does make a difference. But with this bill, and this recognition, I just hope that we are able to spend more time away from the TV and enjoy our fiddling as we used to. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Longueuil, Pierre Boucher. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Listen, we are dealing with many subjects in this House, many subjects that are much more dramatic, and I've had to talk about some of them, but I'm very pleased to speak to this topic in particular. That being said, I think that we're pleased to do it, but we're going to do so quickly because there are many other emergencies that we need to deal with. Because this bill, it deals with a stringed instrument that is very iconic to our culture, and that is why it is so relevant to talk about it. It distinguishes what we are, and it brings together our cultures. And this is a transcontinental and transatlantic instrument because it already belongs to many other cultures. The Slavic cultures, Irish cultures, and this gives special colors to this instrument. The instrument, its melodies are a mark of our past, and it echoes our Scottish ancestors who helped to create Quebec. I grew up going to bilingual family events with the violin.
The Celtic Harmonies International Festival in Quebec's Eastern Townships, a festival that perpetuates the traditions of the region's many communities with Irish and Scottish roots, sans parler de la contribution culturelle de la Bretagne.
Especially the cultural contribution of Brittany. The Harmony Celtic Festival has become a place to dance the square dances, and I would invite everyone who would like to discover this festival to come to Cowansville, because it is every weekend on every Thanksgiving weekend. The violin also brings a festive spirit to many occasions, and fiddlers contribute to it as well. We are paying tribute to people who craft stringed instruments, people who play this instrument as well. The violin is something that has played an important role in our cultural history, and this art has been enriched by generations of new arrivals who have come with their culture and their different musical styles. The bill also recognizes the efforts of fiddlers who are calling up for this day in order to celebrate the traditional fiddling day, to underscore the value, the beauty, and the history of traditional violin music. These people had the good taste to propose a date that would pay tribute to Antonio Stradivarius. The purpose is explicit, to ensure that the historical and contemporary importance of fiddles, as well as its precious contribution to Canadian culture, is not only recognized, but better recognized in our culture. I am convinced that adopting this bill will also please people from Lanaudière, because that is the cradle of trad music in Quebec, and we are trying to hand this down to future generations. This is a region also that has seen great names of local Quebec music, such as Yves Lambert, the Bottine Souriante, and it is also where Mémoire and Racine Festival takes place. There are also a great many orchestral musicians who come from this region as well. André Boulet, a professional fiddler and president of the traditional violin camp, is paying tribute to the violin as well. Here's an opportunity to pay a living tribute to an instrument that defines its people and its nation. It allows people who dance the jig to come together, and it is also something that is an integral part of the dance and of Quebec culture, because each of us is a fiddler at heart.
And fiddling enthusiasts who have offered their support for this initiative. Here's Graham Shepherd, Vice President of the Canadian Grandmasters Fiddling Association. Amid the turmoil that surrounds us and the difficult decisions that this House must make, it is refreshing to stand and be part of this effort. For the thousands of fiddlers and lovers of fiddle music in Canada, the National Fiddling Day will be a cherished annual event. Also, this will give each of us the encouragement to foster the preservation and the growth of fiddle music in the regions that we represent and throughout Canada. There's also Paul Lemelin, who's been a regular at the Canadian Grandmasters, and he's also president of the Fiddleworks Fiddle and Step Dance Competition Committee in Kempsford, Ontario. Here are his thoughts. There's a lot of words. This act and its intentions very much hits home for me, and it's a very moving tribute to many of those that have attempted to revive Canada's fiddling heritage back to its former glory. As the president of Northern Ontario Fiddle and Step Dance Organization, which is the home of Northern Ontario's only fiddle and step dance competition, our prime objective is to preserve and promote our Canadian musical and dance heritage, specifically fiddling and step dancing.
I have talked a number of times about the idea of Canadian cultural diversity, and as critic for the NDP for culture and heritage has brought me to work closely with many organizations and individuals who defend the idea of cultural diversity internationally, especially with regard to commercial agreements. Now, as we get closer to other cultures, and that is perhaps the theme of our century, we become aware of the undeniable necessity of to set out our differences rather than diluting them. And we must celebrate our cultures and our different values. The diversity of languages, arts, and culture And even the diversity of food is a good thing. It is not a way to seek out divergences. It is something that should be celebrated. On the contrary, this diversity is fundamental to human evolution and to progress, and to the pleasure we take in life. And this diversity is what allows us to be at home and to affirm our identity, to better welcome other people. Some people might see protectionism in this, and that's an easy argument, but those are the same people who take economic ideas away and try to use them for themselves. Now, culture has value because it is none of these things, but it lasts over time and it guarantees personal richness. Violins evoke certain things also for Native and especially Métis people, because they celebrate a certain type of fiddle according to different Scottish traditions, but it is very innovative, and that is specific to the Native and Métis culture. And it is very rhythmical. Now, this National Fiddling Day, I hope, will become a reality. It is to celebrate the traditions of fiddlers because they've handed many things down to us. Traditions that continue to live, for example, in the Festival des Voyageurs in Manitoba, and that happens for 10 days in Saint Boniface and has been going on for some 45 years. That is something, that is living heritage. But in 2 years and 2 months, we will have an excellent opportunity to share this heritage, because we will be celebrating Canada's 150th anniversary, the Confederation of Canada, Ontario, Nova Scotia, and New Brunswick. We will be able to look back on these 150 years and to think of the progress we have made by reflecting on where we will go in the future. And instead of trying to outdo each other in terms of, for example, fireworks, we should put our heads together and think of how we can celebrate our artists. It is 2 years and 2 months away, and it is important to think of that because we haven't heard much from the government. So it is kind of sad to see that it's someone from the Senate who is putting forward this symbolic idea. And speaking of good ideas, the senator who proposed this idea, she is from Prince Edward Island, and she had the excellent idea of living in Prince Edward Island. That's a good idea. Now, there's another advertising campaign, vague proposals of military commemorations, and a series of ads that made people laugh for the wrong reasons. So this is a piecemeal approach, and Canada should be doing better. There was a decade of organization with the premiers of Quebec and other provinces. Yes, they actually discussed things 7 years before this 100th anniversary with Diefenbaker, and they decided on a number of things together. Under the current government, nothing of that has been seen. Obviously, I could name municipalities that would have been happy to contribute to this event, especially for future generations. The Minister of Heritage, normally it is her role to plan these activities, but she has spent the past few weeks by imposing her views on the CRTC with regard to the future of TV in Canada. It's kind of pathetic. 2017 will be the opportunity for the Minister to inaugurate a year of heritage so that we can celebrate our arts, artisans, and artists. Celebrating fiddlers who transmit our culture, that could have been part of this. More broadly, we are entitled to hope that our minister will give us a time frame or an independent committee that will guide the planning for 2017. And in fact, that was one of the recommendations of the Standing Committee on Heritage, which put forward a number of other interesting recommendations, but the government did not want to debate them. However, it is nice to see the interest of the Conservatives in this initiative, and I would like to say here that although Canada does have a Department of Heritage, it should recognize that its contribution has been made by Quebec, and that is why NDP will not oppose this bill, because there are certain subtleties that make a big difference. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debates, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was over 30 minutes ago, and we're having this debate in the House in regards to the Middle East and what's happening in Iraq, and it's somewhat interesting that we go from that debate into debating fiddles here for an hour and possibly not quite an hour, depending in terms of the mood of the chamber. And it's not to take anything away from Bill S-218. There is no doubt S-218 is an important piece of legislation, but it's just a little bit of irony there, given the fact that we actually will be voting on ISIS and the government motion in terms of commitment of military personnel to commit airstrikes. So I haven't lost that fact that what we're talking about right now is a National Fiddle Day. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, we do have it before us. And hopefully, maybe given the fact that it appears as if all three political parties do support Bill S-218, that the bill could, in essence, wind down on its debate and maybe get back into the debate on Iraq. But before I conclude my remarks, let me just say a few things about S-218. As it's been pointed out, this is a bill that comes out of the Senate. So you had a senator who has generated what we believe is a positive idea in recognizing the third Saturday in every May be recognized as the National Fiddling Day, Mr. Speaker. We recognize it as an important piece of legislation, in essence, because we do believe that it strengthens our commitment to Canadian heritage and diversity by increasing the awareness of the role and the value of fiddling and what it has played, continues to play, and will do into the future, Mr. Speaker, in all regions of Canada. So we stand in our place to recognize that, Mr. Speaker, in a very strong and I believe a united way based on the comments that I've heard in the last 30 minutes. We need to recognize that the fiddle as an instrument, which is a lovely instrument to listen to. I personally have never played it. I have often sat in audience and listened to it. But having said that, I can tell you it is an absolutely delightful instrument to listen to in the many different ways in which it can illustrate or command all sorts of different emotions, Mr. Speaker. It does reflect regional diversity and culture. We can talk French, Inuit, the Métis, First Nations, Ukrainian, Scottish, Irish, Acadian. These are all through various styles of fiddling, Mr. Speaker. I know firsthand of how wonderful Folklorama is in my home city of Winnipeg every summer, and I'll give a bit of an ad here. Every summer for 2 weeks, Winnipeg hosts the world by having pavilions, Mr. Speaker. 2 weeks of culture and heritage enrichment in which I always encourage not only residents of Winnipeg, you'll see people from all parts of the world that will actually get engaged in Folklorama. And it is all about heritage, and music, Mr. Speaker, is one of the center points. In fact, you will find that we have pavilions that will use the fiddle in order to express their culture and their heritage, Mr. Speaker. You know, I have had the good fortune to listening to good fiddling and jigging at the same time. And if you have never witnessed that, Mr. Speaker, I would really encourage you to make a genuine, serious attempt at participating in a good fiddle jigging contest, Mr. Speaker. It is truly an amazing thing to be able to see. And what has been emphasized that I have heard from some that have been playing the fiddle over the years is the fact that there seems to be a bit of a generational gap. But the fiddle is coming back. There are more and more young people that are taking this particular instrument on as something of pride and wanting to get more or to use the fiddle more and more, Mr. Speaker. And I think that is an encouraging thing. You know, there is a national, and it's actually commented on by Patty Lamoureux. I don't believe she's related to me, Mr. Speaker, even though she's from the Winnipeg area, a local fiddling champion and member of the Manitoba Fiddle Association of Manitoba Hall of Fame, emphasized just how important it is that we pass this on to our younger generations. And there's all sorts of fiddling schools that are taking place today that were not there 5, 6, 7 years ago. And we are seeing more and more young people getting engaged with the fiddle. And we see that as a very strong thing. Mr. Speaker, it's not my intent to take up a great deal of time on this particular piece of legislation, as I believe previous speakers have talked at length in regards to that heritage and the importance of the instrument itself. And as I have indicated, it is a wonderful instrument. And I do believe that it is an instrument that's going to continue to grow as it has been in the last few years. And I look forward to participating in the audience, Mr. Speaker, in terms of listening, in particular at special events within Winnipeg North, but even outside of Winnipeg North, Mr. Speaker, because I know that there's a younger generation that's getting more and more involved with things such as the jigging, which wouldn't be quite the same from my perspective if the fiddle wasn't there. So it's something that has a great deal of appeal, and there does seem to be a rebirth. And that's why I ultimately believe recognizing the third Saturday in May of every year as the National Fiddling Day is that it will do that much more in terms of just the encouragement of involvement, and most importantly, it expresses an appreciation in terms of just to what degree the fiddle has been a part of Canada's very rich culture and history. So with those few words, Mr. Speaker, I feel very confident that this bill will pass, as it appears to have the support of all political parties. And I hope, given the limited debate on Iraq and ISIL, that we'll be able to get back to that debate as quickly as possible, given that we have a vote with the bells ringing at 8 o'clock. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And today I'm here as well to talk about Bill S-218, an act respecting National Fiddling Day. And I'd like to credit my colleague, the member from Miramichi, who sponsored the bill in this House. And since the days of the voyageurs, fiddling has been part of Canada's cultural fabric. People from many different cultures have come to Canada, shared their ways of playing the fiddle, and offered their own interpretations of traditional fiddle music. In fact, today the fiddle is commonly used in most genres of music, whether it be folk, new age, country, bluegrass, or jazz. There even seems to be a resurgence of fiddle playing, with the fiddle appearing in the music of popular artists and groups and recording studios at festivals, performance halls, and civic arenas across our country. Today, in families, lessons, workshops, competitions, and concerts, fiddling is being celebrated across Canada by all generations. In Canadian cities, towns, and villages throughout the country, there are festivals taking place, and whether dedicated to the arts, music, or cultural traditions, you will often find a fiddler on a festival stage continuing Canada's fiddling tradition. In fact, many festivals across Canada bring fiddlers and their fans together to celebrate the fiddle and cultural traditions associated with it. Many of these festivals are supported by programs such as the Arts Presentation Fund and the Building Communities Through Arts and Heritage Fund. These programs support many festivals and Canadian performers by providing funding to organizations to celebrate their community, their past, their present, as well as to ensure that Canadians have access to the performing arts and artistic talent. For instance, the organizers of Le Festival de la Grande Rencontre, which celebrated its 22nd season this past summer, took pride in providing the environment where audiences can rediscover the richness of music right in the heart of Montreal. The festival offers a 4-day program packed full of concerts, dances, workshops, master classes on the violin and fiddle, and much more. With such a variety of activities for any music enthusiast, the festival brings together artists and musicians to entertain audiences of all ages. Fiddle players from across Canada and the U.S. come and are happy to participate in Le Grand Rencontre. There is also Winnipeg's Winter Festival, the Festival de Voyageurs, which has been celebrating Manitoba's Francophone heritage since 1970. Over 10 days in February, organizers focus on reveling in Manitoba's rich history and culture reflecting the Voyager era. Visitors to the festival can actually visit the L'Auberge du Violin, where fiddling is the heart of entertainment and the Voyageurs' joie de vivre comes to life. With homemade dinners, a large dance floor, and a cordial feel, the Auberge is a giant house party bringing together friends, family, and they're surrounded, Mr. Speaker, by fiddlers. Today, after 44 years of reveling, the Festival de Voyageurs continues to grow, growing from a 4-day celebration to a 10-day province-wide festival that attracts over 95,000 visitors. The festival certainly offers a welcome boost amid a Winnipeg winter as it celebrates the Voyager era and the joie de vivre of Manitoba's Francophone heritage. A little further west in Saskatoon is the John Arcand Festival Fest, which is celebrated in the 17th year and continuing to engage the community and create an awareness of Métis culture. Fiddle Fest offers fiddle workshops and presentations and a showcase for youth and talent, all with the objective of promoting and preserving the Métis traditions of fiddle music and dance. With 2 full days of workshops, the Fiddle Fest offers festival goers an opportunity to nurture their creativity with the great fiddling masters of the world and has demonstrated its appeal to all Canadians of all ages. There are many other festivals across our country that celebrate the fiddle, such as PEI's Rollo Bay Fiddle Festival and Nova Scotia's Maritime Fiddle Festival, which is celebrating its 64th year in 2014. This year also marks the 25th anniversary of the Canadian Grand Master Fiddling Championship. Now, the Grand Masters, Mr. Speaker, works to promote and preserve Canadian fiddling and its traditions and to recognize Canada's extremely talented fiddlers. Held every year in Ottawa at the end of August, the championship invites approximately 30 fiddlers to compete for the title of Grand Master. The Grand Master Fiddling Association emphasized traditional fiddling, ensure a full representation of Canadian fiddling styles, and embraces the regional diversity of Canadian fiddling. Fiddlers compete for the title of Grand Master by showcasing their talents to judges and to audiences, making this an event that fiddle masters look forward to every single year. One of my former constituents, Alexander George, has played in Nova Scotia, in Ottawa, in my community of St. Catharines. And at 13 years old, Alex is the youngest member of the Niagara Old Time Fiddle Club and attended the Grand Master's workshop this year. Mr. Speaker, this is what he has to say about fiddling. Fiddle music is fun and the musicians have a great time sharing their music. Fiddling in kitchens and around campfires is a very social activity where people can't help but have a good time. I'm glad we can support young artists like Alex by giving him an opportunity to develop their craft and to follow in the footsteps of St. Catharines' own Abby Andrews, who along with his band, the Canadian Ranch Boys, helped to pioneer country music in our country. The Canadian Grand Masters Fiddling Championship and its support for preserving traditions. The opportunities it provides for young musicians like Alexander speak to the essence of Bill S-218. Mr. Speaker, I need to just mention that every single year in May, City of St. Catharines hosts the Folk Arts Festival, which is the longest-running folk arts festival in our country. And it's there that you hear from so many different communities and so many different fiddle players what it's like to understand the culture of not just our country, but the Niagara region. Mr. Speaker, it demonstrates the diversity of fiddling in regions across our country. It emphasizes the importance. And lastly, I want to add that Canada has lost a fiddling legend. Renowned Cape Breton fiddler Buddy McMaster died this past August. A member of the Order of Canada, Mr. McMaster has often been credited with bringing Cape Breton fiddling to the world stage. Early in his life as a station agent for the Canadian National Railroad, Mr. McMaster often worked the late shift at a depot outside of Truro. During the quiet times of the night, Buddy would often practice his fiddle. The train dispatcher and the other station agents throughout the Maritimes would call into the railroad line just to listen to him play. Mr. McMaster was generous with his talent, rarely turning down an opportunity to play, and taking time to teach generations of fiddlers who traveled from around the world to Cape Breton to learn from him. While we have lost a Canadian fiddling legend, we know that he lives on in the playing of fiddlers with whom he shared his gift. In order to recognize the role of fiddling in our heritage, as well as the amazing Canadian fiddlers, like Abby Andrews and Buddy McMaster, who share their music traditions with Canadians throughout our country. We should, in fact, Mr. Speaker, proclaim the third Saturday in May National Fiddling Day across Canada. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very proud to rise representing the people of Timmins, James Bay, and of course I couldn't begin without talking about the incredible fiddling history in James Bay, where the Cree fiddlers, going back into the 1600s, have maintained an incredible culture of fiddle and dance. I have to say at the outset, Mr. Speaker, that I keep a fiddle in my closet. It haunts me. I cannot play it. The fingering, the GDAE fingering, is probably the most easiest fingering on the planet, but that right hand, the ability to use the bow, is the difference between beauty and art and criminal activity. So I've tried the right hand and I have not been able to master it. However, I'd like to speak on this. I have to also say at the outset that I have heard incredible fiddling across this country, and I've had the great honor to play in the Grievous Angels with an incredible fiddler, Peter Gillard, who's a master at Acadian, Quebecois, traditional Irish fiddling, and but my personal love is Cape Breton fiddling. My family were Cape Breton miners who were exiled. They had to go follow the work. And living in Timmins, also in Timmins was where Buddy McMaster, the famous Cape Breton fiddler, he was born in Timmins because the Cape Bretoners had to go north to work. It was the Fort Mac of the 1920s and 30s. And my grandfather was a traditional Cape Bretoner. He had a fiddle and a piano, and if you wanted music, you played one or the other or both. And so we'd have Saturday night Cayleys. My grandfather was a purist. He didn't believe in records. And my aunts and my mom wanted to listen to rock and roll and Elvis Presley, and it hit upon them. The idea to get my grandfather to allow a record player in the house would be to bring Cape Breton fiddle records home. So we grew up on Winston Scotty Fitzgerald and the John Allen Cameron and the whole Celtic tradition in our neighborhood. In this little miner's house in the Manita district in Timmins, the Italians and Francophone neighbors would come over on Saturday nights, and we would have a traditional Cape Breton Cayley, and the music would go into the early hours of the morning. On being able to fiddle, I realized early on if you could sing, you could stay up. As long as you knew the songs, you could stay up. You could stay up all night. The second you ran out of songs, they noticed you, and you were sent to bed. So I might not be a very competent singer, but I knew all the words. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to speak a bit about the uniqueness of the fiddle as an instrument. I have played across Canada, and I've learned a number of lessons from playing shows from the far Arctic to biker bars in southwestern Ontario, from the East Coast over to the mountains, that there's a distinct difference in how people respond when they hear the fiddle than to any other instrument. I'll tell you a couple stories. I was in Great Whale River up on Upper James Bay in Quebec in the early 1990s playing with our band, and there was only one place to eat. It was a Quonset hut that was run by Hydro-Quebec. If you didn't eat there, there was no place to eat for 600 kilometers. They took a look at 4 or 5 scruffy tête carrés and said, "We're not feeding you." Now, we could have fought with them, but they were the law of the land. It was their restaurant, and they weren't feeding us. Rather than fight, we sat down, and our fiddler took out the fiddle and began to play La Bastringue. And immediately, they came out from in behind. They called their friends over from the other Quonset huts, and they told us that we could eat there as long as we wanted, all day. In fact, they didn't want us to go to the show that night. That's not an exception. I've played in many locations, Mr. Speaker, where when we were much younger, where we were facing very hostile, literally playing professional biker bars, and we would always start with a fiddle tune. And a fiddle tune immediately made us family. There's a sense of the fiddle that puts you in a place, and it's a place where many Canadian people don't quite know where that place is. But it's a place where their family's from. It's a village in their mind that they know that if they walk into that village, they'll always be welcome. And what's fascinating about this village is that it doesn't matter in the mind if this village is in Acadie, Jonquière, Poste de Baleine, the Ottawa Valley, Cape Breton, Northern Ontario, or the Red River in Western Canada. It's the place that we all know that when we go to, we somehow belong. And I'm not, in saying these claims, Mr. Speaker, I know, I've tried it as a singer. It doesn't cut across all manner of cultural representations unless you were absolutely fantastic. If you're a saxophonist, some people like the sax, some people don't. The guitar, well, everyone plays the guitar, same with the piano. But there's something about a fiddle that is played that brings that sense of identity, even if you don't need to know the song. And whether it's Quebec fiddling or Acadian fiddling or Western fiddling, you immediately see that's from us. So what is it about the fiddle? Well, it is the people's instrument because it was simple. It was portable. Again, the fingering is very easy to remember, the many complex jigs and reels, but the GDAE fingering, it's intuitive. It's also, it didn't need amplification. So you could go to a village dance on a Saturday night, and if you had nothing else, if you had no other band, the fiddle itself could be heard above the crowd. One of the things that we've tended to lose in terms of the fiddle, there are incredible numbers of young fiddlers out there. This is not a dying art by any means. What we see is an incredible talent right across this country. But what has mostly disappeared, it's not entirely disappeared, but is the audience role. Because the fiddle was not meant to be just listened to, it was meant to be danced to. So the straths, fays, the reels, and the jigs followed set patterns. You didn't need a caller to tell you how to dance because the audience knew. And if you're in a traditional country dance where the fiddle is still played, you notice a unique relationship between the instrument and the audience that does not exist if you're simply there to listen to it. That the audience, with the movement of the feet, sets a rhythm, and you see this in step dancing, that the feet set the rhythm, and it's a natural rhythm that plays to the fiddle. And so there's many elements about this. There's another interesting element because, of course, it's not a fretted instrument. So there's a proximity to tonality, which, if you're very good, creates an incredible warmth. Just like a big band with their horn sections, if you're really good, the approximation of tonality creates a warmth. If you're not good, it is literally like scratching down a blackboard. And so we always see the images of the young child learning the violin because it's brutal. It's the level of precision. But it's this sense of warmth and the fragility of the instrument that actually allows it to cut through the sound and creates a different relationship with people. So, Mr. Speaker, when we talk about who we are as Canadians, we cannot really talk about ourselves unless we think of that village that still exists. Whether people have moved away, whether people have moved on, whether people have hip-hop pants, whether people haven't been back to that village in their mind, when they hear it, it is a cultural memory that puts them in a place, and that place is Canada. The idea that we would celebrate this, I think, is really important because we see the fiddle culture has gone through waves of recognition and diminution as other forms of music take over. I know when I was young, even though our family was very close to the Cape Breton culture, there was a sense that it was a dying culture. And then we saw in the 1990s a whole growth of the new Celtic movement and many young people coming forward. I know in Quebec, we see the continual strength of traditional music is still rooted in the traditional songs, the call and response, but also the role of the fiddle. You take the fiddle out, and you're missing something fundamental. So you can go into a dance club now, and you will see the fiddle placed. Now, this, again, is not to undermine the incredible role of the violin. The violin is the same instrument for the layperson at home. The violin is the fiddle. But the fiddle that we are talking about is the traditional culture, the traditional music, the reels, the strathspeys, the jigs, and in this case of Cape Breton, the incredibly beautiful slow airs. That is a people's music. It doesn't need the amplification. It doesn't need a record label. It doesn't need anything else except the ability of someone to play it and someone to dance. So I'm very proud to get up tonight and speak on the role of the fiddle and its importance. And for all you young bands out there, believe me, if you ever get yourself into trouble, have a good fiddler with you. It'll get you through anything. If you need gas any place, if you need to get fed, if you have a good fiddler, if you have a bad fiddler, I can't make any promises about how you're going to make out across in this country. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for giving me a moment to speak to this bill, which I am very pleased to support. I am a fiddler, not perhaps very good, but I have a good time with my violin, and I do have a lovely violin thanks to the generosity of my mom and dad who gave me a beautiful instrument some years ago. My aspiration is to do that instrument justice at some point in my life, and although I went on with my music and did my degree with piano, violin was always my first love. And whether it is the concerto of Tchaikovsky or Mendelssohn, or whether it is the strathspeys or the jigs or the laments that we have in our Celtic music today, I have a deep passion for the music of the fiddle, the violin, and how it can stir the emotions of the heart. But, Mr. Speaker, we have had wonderful cultural experiences here in Canada, visiting Prince Edward Island, where in the same village you can go from a ceilidh one night where you're experiencing the music of Ireland or Scotland, over to a house party where the same instrument is participating in the music of the Acadian people with their step dancing and the wonderful emotion that that evokes. Or when I was in Newfoundland and I took my fiddle with me, I was on a concert tour in Newfoundland in the summer of 2008 and had the opportunity to go to George Street, where you just pull up a chair in a music circle and people come and go from that music circle all evening, but a variety of instruments, but lots and lots of fiddles. Or when I was in Cape Breton and I had the opportunity to attend the Celtic College in Cape Breton and do some fiddle classes there and learn to experience some of the other music that was being played in Cape Breton. We have so much wonderful music that can be played on that instrument. I have a daughter who decided to take up the fiddle, and she loves the music of Eastern Europe and plays that music as opposed to the Celtic music. But, Mr. Speaker, what I really want to do tonight is to pay tribute to the wonderful instructors that we have here in Canada. We have some remarkable musicians. And I think of the people like Natalie McMaster, who comes out of the East Coast, whose name has not been mentioned here tonight, but one of the people who brought back in the 1990s the wonderful love for the fiddle music. When I was in Prince Edward Island, I visited the Summerside School of Piping and spent some time with the gentleman there who was making the fiddles for the Rankin family, another group that came out of Cape Breton who provided Canada with a remarkable position in the world of music, in the world of Celtic music, and the fabulous fiddling that came from that group. But I really want to pay tribute to those people who have undertaken to instruct young people in the art of fiddling, because so often they don't get the recognition they deserve. And whether it is a teacher who is starting with a young student to apprise them of the fingering, as my colleague from Timmins was saying, the DGAE fingering that is seemingly so simple on the fiddle but needs accuracy in the position of the fingering. Those instructors are the ones who painstakingly take the time to inform young students, first of all, of the mechanics of the instrument itself, but secondly, they introduce them to the wealth of music that they can speak through into a variety of cultures. And so I would like to pay tribute tonight to several people in my life. Philip Howes, who is an instructor from Markham with whom I had the opportunity to study. Philip is a remarkable musician himself. He is a regular adjudicator at fiddle competitions across Canada. He and his wife have recorded a number of CDs, and I would commend those to my colleagues if they're looking for some good music. Philip is a remarkable fiddler, and he is a delight to listen to. I would also like to pay tribute to Bob and Ginny Arbuckle, constituents of mine in Newmarket, Aurora, Bob is a remarkable fiddler as well, and again, a gentleman who has poured his life into instructing young people in the art of music. Ginny sadly has passed, but we had many, many nights at my house where Bob would bring his fiddle and I would get out my fiddle and Ginny would play the piano and we would do lots of wonderful Celtic music. So, Mr. Speaker, I would just like to offer my thanks to those people who have become the instructors, many of them remarkable musicians in their own right, but they have poured their lives into the life of others so that they too can learn the fiddle and learn to appreciate so much of the wonderful cultural experience that we have to offer in this great country of ours. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development will have 4 minutes remaining for her comments when the House next returns to this item of business. The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Orders of the day.
Government orders.
It's number 13, military contribution against ISIL, and on the amendment of Monsieur Mouka.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's like turning the channel to move from the conversation that we've just had about recognizing a Fiddle Day in Canada back to the weightiness of the debate in which we have found ourselves today. And, Mr. Speaker, Canada is deeply concerned by the recent increase in violence in Iraq and in the humanitarian consequences. First of all, Canada condemns in the strongest terms the targeting of civilians and religious minorities, and we are deeply concerned by reports of possible war crimes and crimes against humanity. That is why we continue to call on all parties to the conflict to respect international humanitarian law. I would like to provide some context tonight that will help you understand the dire situation being faced by the people of Iraq. The humanitarian situation in Iraq continues to deteriorate as armed clashes between the Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant, or ISIL, and government forces drive displacement. Since January, Mr. Speaker, an estimated 1.7 million people have been displaced throughout the country, which represents one of the largest cases of internal displacement in the world. Basic services, including health care and water infrastructure, are disrupted, resulting in acute humanitarian needs. The intensity of fighting in ISIL-held areas has resulted in a security situation that does not allow humanitarian organizations to operate, and the persecution of minority groups, including Christians, Yazidis, Shabak, and Turk and Shia, is an ongoing concern. Mr. Speaker, this is why the Canadian military contribution, as articulated by the Prime Minister, is so vitally important. The size and pace of displacement has overwhelmed local communities. There is a concern that the schools being used as shelter may not be able to reopen as scheduled, which means that 850,000 children will begin to fall behind with their education. Mr. Speaker, Canada is actively working with partners to address children's needs and to see what more can be done. We are currently working through experienced partners such as Save the Children and the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees to help provide child-friendly environments for displaced children and to give them the psychosocial support they need. We believe that when adults fight, children's education should not suffer, and the continued academic growth of children must be secured, even in the face of conflict. Keeping the family unit together, ensuring that assistance needs are met, and providing case management are the key. The flows of internally displaced persons has also placed considerable strain on health structures, and many health facilities are overwhelmed with large caseloads. In addition, Food security is a growing concern in central and northern Iraq because normal supply routes have been interrupted by conflict and insecurity. The next harvest is at risk in the areas affected by the conflict, and that accounts for nearly a third of Iraq's wheat production. Millions of Iraqis are likely to face food shortages later this year unless these challenges are resolved. A key challenge for the humanitarian community continues to be the difficulty of being able to get into conflict areas to reach the people who need the help. Again, Mr. Speaker, this is why targeted airstrikes are so important to assisting the humanitarian effort. We need access to the most vulnerable, and ISIL isn't about to offer that. The sheer number of different locations people have fled to, as well as their mobility, adds a layer of complexity that makes matters even more difficult for humanitarian organizations. Mr. Speaker, Canada is working through experienced humanitarian partners such as the United Nations humanitarian agencies, the International Red Cross Red Crescent Movement, and non-governmental organizations to get life-saving assistance to those who need it. Since the beginning of 2014, Canada has allocated nearly $29 million to humanitarian assistance in Iraq. Of this, $19 million is in response to the recent civil unrest, and almost $10 million is to respond to the needs of Syrian refugees in Iraq. And just recently, the Minister of Foreign Affairs announced an additional $10 million contribution to support the innocent victims of ISIL's brutality, in particular to respond to the heinous acts of sexual violence and other human rights abuses being committed against women and children. To date this year, Canada is the 7th most important humanitarian assistance donor responding to civil unrest in Iraq, with a share of 4.4% of the emergency appeals. With these funds, Mr. Speaker, lives have already been saved. Canada's funding is helping to meet the health, shelter, water and sanitation, protection and food needs of affected Iraqis, as well as relief supplies and camp construction through the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees. We are also addressing the protection and education needs of displaced children and those whose schools are being used as emergency collective shelters. For example, our funding is helping to support mobile health clinics through Plan Canada, as well as providing medical supplies through the International Committee of the Red Cross. The Canadian Red Cross is currently looking to determine what more can be done. Our humanitarian partners provide very specific assistance, such as transportation to areas of safety or child-friendly spaces, and take steps to ensure that particularly vulnerable people, such as the disabled, the elderly, and children, have access to life-sustaining services. On August the 28th, a first plane load of humanitarian relief supplies was deployed from our warehouse in the international humanitarian city in Dubai to Erbil. It contained kitchen sets, jerry cans, tents, blankets, hygiene kits, and mosquito nets. The relief supplies were distributed by Save the Children to those in need. We anticipate that the second plane load of $365,000 in humanitarian relief supplies will be sent soon. It will include blankets, buckets, tarps, hygiene kits, jerry cans, and kitchen sets. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to work closely with our partners to ensure that emergency humanitarian assistance is provided to Iraqi civilians in need. And Canadian officials will continue to monitor the situation closely and assess the security and humanitarian challenges facing the Iraqi people. I would also like to add that Iraq became one of Canada's development partner countries in June. We already have development staff on the ground in northern Iraq and will soon finance a series of development initiatives to help communities maintain better services such as education, water supply, and waste management in response to the recent flow of internally displaced people coming into the country. Mr. Speaker, Canada will continue to work closely with our allies to determine how we can best continue to support the needs of Iraqi civilians, particularly the religious minorities. And, Mr. Speaker, we are going to do that because this needs to be done to secure the safety of these people who are vulnerable and so desperately in need. Thank you so much.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my colleague for her intervention today, and I can hear the commitment in her voice towards delivering aid to those in need. Obviously, Canada has been able to commit itself and deliver aid in other regions of the world, absence of our own military intervention, under the protection of others. And that is part of the argument we're making, is that obviously aid can also be delivered. It's not contingent entirely upon the 5 CF-18s that we're sending, is the proposal I would make. But a question to my friend is, she mentioned the military intervention specifically, so this is what I'd like to focus on. Increasingly, there seems to be a consensus that security cannot be achieved in Iraq solely through bombing missions, solely through these flights, and that what Canada is committed to, that so-called boots on the ground are required. There is little confidence that the Iraqi army has the capacity to do that. Is it just, I'm asking for her opinion, not the government writ large, is it her belief that we may eventually step to that place in order to deliver the aid that she's talking about, unable to do it from the air, from these bombing missions where we would have to resort and involve ourselves in so-called ground forces to enable that aid to be delivered to the Iraqi people?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what we know is that this group, ISIL, is a brutal group of people who are out to kill and maim and injure Iraqi people, and particularly dispose of very vulnerable small religious groups who get in their way because they don't believe the same thing that they do. Mr. Speaker, I believe that this mission that Canada is looking to undertake in conjunction with our allies does not preclude any of the humanitarian assistance that we need to get in there, but it has to be done in tandem. In order to get any humanitarian aid in, we need to clear the routes. We know ISIL isn't going to allow it, but we need to continue to work with our humanitarian partners. We have people who have deep, deep roots in Iraq. The Canadian Red Cross, Red Crescent Movement, Plan Canada, Mercy Corps, Save the Children have been there for a long time. We're going to...
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a comment and then a question. I think it's really important that the Government of Canada and its allies ensure that Allied military action does not give new life to a separatist Kurdish movement in that region of the world. I think people should know that there are some 10 to 15 million Kurds in eastern Turkey, some 2 million Kurds in northern Syria, and some 6 million Kurds in northern Iraq. And it was only just last year, in March of 2013, that the Republic of Turkey negotiated a ceasefire with the paramilitary Kurdish group, the PKK, in eastern Turkey in March of 2013. Now, the conflict is at Turkey's borders today, and we are going to be assisting the Peshmerga in northern Iraq. And so I think it's really important that that assistance be done in a way so not as to give rise to another separatist movement, because potentially a civil war in Turkey would be a far bigger danger to Western interests than the current situation presents. And I wonder if the member would comment on that.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that's precisely the reason why we have to work with our allies. We are working in conjunction with countries like the United States, Australia, Denmark, the United Kingdom. We have all of these partners who are working together because our goal right now is to eliminate or to downgrade the ability of ISIS to create more tension in that part of the world. We have to work with our partners on this, Mr. Speaker. We are going to continue to assess the situation on a day-by-day basis. We've committed to a 6-month term here, working with our allies. We will be continually reassessing, and we will reassess when that time comes.
Nous avons le temps pour une brève.
We have time for a brief comment, the honourable member for Laurentide-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every time I hear the word allies, I'm worried. The terrorists have taken on such importance because it is because of some of our allies. We know that Turkey is a hub of many combatants who come from Western countries to go and fight on behalf of ISIL on the other side of the border. We know that there are rich Gulf countries that have funded the purchase of weapons, and that is what we are confronted with here today. And if there is a solution that does not take those factors into account, then we should not bury our heads in the sand, or else we'll just get nowhere. So I would like to hear my colleague on that.
Secretary Parlementaire.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, it's the very reason that we need to work with other countries. This is not going to be Canada alone. We have countries from the Middle East who are working with us. We heard the Minister today talk about Bahrain, who is coming in, and we have countries in that part of the world who also see this ISIS group as a huge threat to peace and security in the Middle East. We need to work cooperatively on this, and we are going to continue to assess the situation on a day-to-day basis, but we have to work with other countries.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before beginning, I would like to say that I'll be splitting my time with the Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. All right. I'm very pleased to rise in this House to contribute to the debate on the motion concerning the military contribution to the fight against the Islamic State, the Iraq, and Levant. After weeks with no answers, the Conservative government has finally decided to unveil its plan. Obviously, it accepted a debate in the House of Commons, but unfortunately, its mind is already made up, Mr. Speaker. The government wants and has decided to engage Canada in war against the terrorist group called the Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant. We know, Mr. Speaker, that the Islamic State is responsible for horrific violence inflicted on the Iraqi and Syrian populations. It represents a genuine threat to the health and safety of civilians. The horrors that these people have witnessed and the victims condemn them to a life controlled by fear and threats. The Islamic State has taken advantage of a feeling of powerlessness on the part of citizens and has extended its sway on a greater and greater territory, plunging these regions into real humanitarian crises, Mr. Speaker. Now, obviously, I think that we must assist these local populations. But the Conservative government intends to get involved in the military mission of the coalition against ISIL in Iraq, which involves airstrikes. Now, these military ambitions will likely have little impact because the terrorists know that this will be a short-term mission, and so they will have all the time they need to hide for as long as they want to, and then to emerge from their hiding place once the bombing is over. Sources on the ground have already indicated that the jihadis have deserted the official bases and have temporarily blended into the civilian population. So the airstrikes will not have the sought-after effect. Mr. Speaker, as a physician, I worked for the Red Crescent during the first Persian Gulf War. I witnessed how the war, led by George Bush Sr., went awry. A war that originally was supposed to be merely a surgical strike. It consisted in an operation that was essentially composed of airstrikes targeting the Saddam government. Now, I was there on the ground And I can tell you that this mission failed. The reality was quite different. These airstrikes hit the elderly and children and women as well, and that is what we call in military jargon collateral damage. The losses were essentially among the civilian population. An image that has been burned into my brain, Mr. Speaker, is that of a daycare that was bombarded by the Allies. All that remained were burned skeletons of toddlers and infants and children. The government likes to say, since the beginning, that we need to be good citizens by supporting this motion, but what it does not say is that tens and hundreds of collateral damage, civilian deaths, will be the result of these airstrikes as well, Mr. Speaker. Now, has the government thought about this reality? I don't think so, Mr. Speaker. In fact, the government seems more concerned about pleasing the United States by sending fighter jets than by what the local population and the local authorities are actually calling for. Because, I might remind you, the Kurdish and Iraqi authorities did not, and I repeat, they did not ask for these fighter jets. The Prime Minister wants to get involved in the conflict, not under the authority of the United Nations, but as part of a coalition orchestrated by the United States with the sole purpose of legitimizing their attacks. The tragedy in Iraq and Syria will not stop simply because the West is once again invading this region. It will only stop once we help the people of Iraq and Syria to build the political institutions and security forces they need to address these threats themselves. The Conservative government seems to have forgotten that terrorism is not a military project. It is also a formidable tool of propaganda that the combatants in ISIL have learned to use with perversity and intelligence, whether it be by staging the executions of hostages or in their diatribes against Western mobilization. Canada must provide immediate assistance to local populations. They need all the humanitarian aid that we can give them, whether it be to build refugee camps, to fight sexual violence, to protect minorities, and to institute legal proceedings against presumed war criminals. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety said yesterday that this mission must be supported because it is the Canadian way. But the Canadian way is not to rush headlong into a quagmire in Iraq, but rather to help the local population to keep the peace and to maintain the safety of the local populations. And that is why we have been leaders in creating the UN peacekeeping forces. And it is by following these principles that we will continue to be a leader in conflict resolution, especially this conflict, Mr. Speaker. Personally, I believe that before any decision is made, Parliament must be consulted and a vote must be held. The government should also provide the information that is required and answer questions about the participation of our Canadian armed forces in this conflict. And yet the government has already sent forces in without consultation or a vote. Now, Mr. Speaker, tonight we will be voting on the 6-month deployment with 600 military personnel, a debate that has once again been cut short by the Conservative government, who is keeping us in the dark and imposing a gag order, all of this to avoid holding a debate that would force it to reveal all the parameters of this mission, including how much it will cost. The government is cutting public services, but it has managed to find funds to finance a war. How much will this war cost Canadians? If the government really cared about its citizens, it would be investing this money in sectors where the public needs it most. For example, in the health sector, where cuts have been numerous once again this year. It would invest in veterans programs in the Canadian Forces, where it closed down 9 offices. And finally, it would invest in job creation, Mr. Speaker. For all of these reasons, I am opposing the government motion, and I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of the amended proposed by our leader, Mr. Thomas Mulcair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentaires. The Honourable Minister of State for Foreign Affairs and Consular Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada's Ambassador Sakamone was one of the first to visit HoC and witnessed the incredible humanitarian disaster that was unfolding in the atrocities and the horrors. He heard the accounts of the horrors, especially women and those that were of Christian minorities and Yazidis. So in Iraq, it is believed that it is necessary to have the emergency humanitarian aid, but there is not any room for negotiation with such a group as ISIL. So it is incumbent upon the international community to engage so that we can see our work that we have done, so we can prevent some of the humanitarian work that has been already in place and continues to be in place. We need to have that assurance or that protection to bring on the humanitarian work. Her nightmarish recount of the last war in Iraq, I think, is something that is today is why we have to be involved, is because there is nightmares of women and children being beheaded with barbaric acts of violence. And I think that for her to...
The Honourable
Orleans is rising on a point of order.
Thank you. This is a point of order. The Honourable Member across the way has been here for 3.5 years. She knows the standing orders, and she's ignoring it by naming members in this House during her speech.
Yeah, the Honourable Member for Ottawa Orleans, concernant le règlement.
Concerning the standing orders, regarding the use of the name of another minister or of a member in this House is not allowed. I think that the Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno-Saint-Hubert knows this rule. I think she recognized her error. So for the questions and comments, I will await her answer. The Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to tell my colleague, indeed, that I should have said the member for Outremont instead of naming our leader, but it was in the heat of the moment that I made this mistake. Now, if I understood, I'm not really sure if there's a question from my colleague or if that was a comment, but I had said in my speech that this radical Islamist group committed atrocities, and I condemn everything they do. And we in the NDP do not want to fight violence with violence, because there are so many other ways to do our job. So if my colleague is concerned about minorities, about women, children, and seniors, that is what I'm saying. That is what we call in military jargon collateral damage, and unfortunately those are civilians, and we are saying that airstrikes are not the solution, Mr. Speaker.
Comments. Questions et commentaires.
The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to share something with my colleague. I lived in Turkey during the terrorist campaign of the Kurds, the PKK, the Kurdish Workers' Party, and I think that many members in this House have not really experienced what genuine terrorism is. They have not seen bombs in shopping centers, things that I witnessed. So according to you, Mr. Speaker, has the government really reflected deeply about its support for the rebels in this region by supporting motions that involve airstrikes? The Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno-Saint-Hubert. I'd like to thank my colleague for his very relevant question. Like him, for me, it was a privilege, but for him, it was a misfortune to live on the ground because he lived that on the ground because he was involved in war. But as I said before, and I'll say it again, it is not with airstrikes that we are going to solve this problem. There will always be civilians who will pay the price, and as I said, this group has already left their bases and they have blended in with the local population. So we are saying no to these atrocities. We are saying no to attacks on minorities, on women and children. We think that there are other ways to help these people, and we have said and said again that local authorities have never asked us for this type of combat. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's with a heavy heart that I participate in this debate on the combat mission for the Canadian military in Iraq. But I think it's very important to speak up with a different voice than what my Conservative colleagues are saying. I don't share their point of view. The Conservative government is presenting things in a simplistic way, a binary way, and there's a lack of important information. And this is an insult to the intelligence of parliamentarians and to those citizens who want to understand what's going on and to want to fully understand the situation. To this government, there are good guys and bad guys. There are allies with whom we need to be fully united, which suggests that the only way to be united with them is to participate in airstrikes. Well, Mr. Speaker, I ask this question. Of the 60 countries that have made up this international coalition, those who've chosen to intervene in a different way than militarily, like Italy or Norway, for example, are they less our allies because of it? The government's position is mainly based on argument 3 in the motion tabled by the Prime Minister, which says, and I quote, that this House accept that unless confronted with strong and direct force, the threat ISIL poses to international peace and security, including the two Canadian communities, will continue to grow. So, do we need to understand that deploying a strong and direct force means sending 6 CF-18s? You don't have to be a 5-star general to understand that airstrikes are not a mark of success, and that a strong and direct force requires a large ground force supported by fighter jets. And thank goodness the government has not followed that route, but we could worry about what is coming, because in 6 months, well, we don't know what they're going to come back with. Several analysts have suggested that airstrikes could be completely unproductive. And if we look at the recent airstrikes on Kobané, which, along with being imprecise, generated the exodus of hundreds of new refugees, and which caused ISIL combatants to spread out into the town, which meant the fight turned into a guerrilla war in the city. And once the bombing ended, the forces regrouped again and are moving to their next goal. And so it's difficult to suggest that there's a simple solution to a very complex issue, and to make it seem as though airstrikes are the solution to this conflict. And the discussion gets even more complicated when we try to define what are the objectives of the Canadian mission. Where will our troops be based? Who is going to lead them? What criteria will allow us to determine our success? And how will we know if we need to extend the mission after the end of the 6-month period? So look at these are all questions we don't have answers to. At the same time as the Canadian government is trying to convince us to move forward with these airstrikes. And this conflict was created by a similar approach where the United States invaded Iraq under false pretenses, dismantled the structures there, and left behind them a disorganized country where there's a lot of tension and where the government is disorganized. It's also worth noting that this combat mission is not justified by a UN mandate or a NATO mandate. Here again, the government is flirting with disinformation by insinuating that our participation is linked with Resolution 2178 of the UN Security Council. Now, this resolution it deals with those who would leave their country to participate in jihads and not on strikes by the international community. But does this mean that we should do nothing, that Canada should stand idly by? The answer is not. And I have proof of this. My colleague from Ottawa, Senator, was recently in Iraq. And when he came back, he talked about the situation that he saw. And he spoke of the requests that were given to him. There were 2 requests that he received while he was there, and they correspond directly to the amendment proposed by the leader of the NDP yesterday. The NDP does not believe that Canada should stand by and do nothing. Rather, the NDP says that we need to increase our humanitarian support. For example, we're asking the government to strengthen humanitarian aid activities in areas where they can have an immediate impact and save lives day after day, starting today. We also want to offer Canada's help in investigating and prosecuting war crimes. And we also want Canada to continue to support the victims of sexual violence. Now, all of these measures, Mr. Speaker, do not exclude our support for military participation, which, in our opinion, should be limited to the transport of weapons for a period of 3 months, and which would allow local stakeholders on the ground to act effectively. And they know the ground better, they know the situation better. Because when it comes to saving lives, these are ways that we could act that would bear the most fruit as soon as possible. Obviously, we're all horrified by what we're seeing. Journalists who've been decapitated, humanitarian workers who've been decapitated. But we need to look beyond the disgust that we all feel when we see this. And we need to be able to act in a way that will have an effect on all of the horrors that we're seeing. Now, already $28 million have been contributed by Canada to humanitarian aid, and that's good, but the UN in short term is looking for more than $300 million. So $28 million, is that an acceptable limit to for Canadians? Well, that's a question we don't have an answer for, and there are a number of other questions that don't have answers. For example, how is it that our government has no numbers on the costs of our military participation? This means that we can't evaluate the proportion of our humanitarian aid versus our military support in terms of what our actions will mean for people on the ground. Are we answering a request from our American allies, or did we offer to participate in these airstrikes? Has Canada become a warlike country, or are we still interested in peacekeeping? Why are we mobilizing our army to face ISIL when we did very little to fight against Boko Haram, or where we're doing very little in the crisis in the Congo? But for the moment, let's look at the motion before us. Unless the government recognizes the pertinence of the amendment proposed by the leader of the official opposition, the member for Outremont, I will have to vote against the government's motion. And that way, I will be consistent with my thoughts and with and with the thoughts of my the people in my riding. If the government were ready to review its position after this debate, well, I could perhaps change my position as well, but there are too many questions that have not been answered. To finish, I'd like to note that last Friday, when the Prime Minister tabled his motion in Trois-Rivières, we saw the opening of the 30th edition of the International Poetry Festival. And I'll remember what our poet Gilles Vigneault said, is that violence is a lack of vocabulary. And unfortunately, this government is putting priority on weapons instead of humanitarian aid. And that is not going to help the long-term prospects for this turbulent region. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Minister of State for the Southern Ontario Economic Development Agency.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have to say to my member opposite, talk is cheap. And we've heard a lot of talk from the NDP. In fact, the member opposite is even suggesting a larger scale ground operation. I mean, the NDP is working really hard to find some legitimate excuse for not being in this conversation. Now, I know the member opposite is being demanded to vote a certain way, and that is, in fact, a shame. Now, I understand as well that humanitarian aid is a big issue, and I know the NDP are worried about refugee support, and we're doing exactly that. But the refugee support that is actually necessary is to return these displaced human beings to where they actually live. The only way to do that is to participate in a sophisticated and controlled military operation that includes airstrike. Now, I know the NDP want to eat their lunch in peace as long as they don't have to pay for that peace or pay for that lunch. But I want to ask this member, what are we doing about those civilians that cannot escape to become refugees?
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would simply say that if all NDP members can sleep comfortably at night, it's because they are all completely in agreement in the way that they are thinking, and they are reflecting what their fellow citizens are telling them. And there is no NDP member, and I find it surprising that my colleague across the way is talking about dialogue when the dialogue here means just insulting, or just means dropping bombs on people's heads, and that's going to create a lot of victims. And I don't want to minimize the acts of terror that have been undertaken by this terrorist group, but airstrikes are not the solution to this conflict. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. My colleague, during his presentation, spoke about a number of issues, and if we look at the 6 million victims in Congo of the conflict there, Congo has asked for Canada's military support 3 times. Rape has been used as a weapon of war for 10 years in that country. Rape is a weapon of war there. So how is it that we were asked to do something in Congo and we refused 3 times, but now this government is ready to drop bombs from 10 kilometers in the air in another conflict? The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Obviously, it's difficult for me to answer to that question by trying. I would have to get into the head of a Conservative member, and that would be almost impossible for me. But certainly there's a question of point of view and of interest, and I would even suggest that somewhere behind all of this there is political thinking. The government is looking ahead to an election. They think that a majority of the population is behind these airstrikes. But once we see in the days and weeks to come to what extent this will not work, I believe that public opinion will change quite a bit. And it's not by chance that this mission will be reevaluated in 6 months, when we all know that in 6 months nothing will have been fixed. So the government will undoubtedly be looking at public opinion.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Ottawa-Orleans.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for this opportunity to speak on a critical international issue, the ongoing crisis in Iraq. And before I go any further, with your permission, I'd like to share my time with the distinguished and learned member for Kitchener Centre. Alors que la dimension
Well, the military dimension of this crisis is important, and I will speak to this point later in my speech. Canada's involvement in Iraq is much broader than our military contribution. Indeed, Canada's contributions also aim to address the security, humanitarian, human rights, and political dimensions of the crisis.
Let me provide some context on the nature of the ISIL threat. In recent months, Canadians have observed events taking place in Iraq and Syria with growing alarm. The consequences of ISIL's advance have been dire. Thousands of people have been uprooted as they flee ISIL's advance, while thousands more who remain in their homes have been given the terrible choice of either converting to ISIL's twisted theology or facing torture and death. Les minorités religieuses,
religious minorities and ancient communities, such as the Yazidis, have been persecuted and forced to flee their ancestral homelands. Young women and girls have been subjected to rape and forced marriages. Men have been executed in public after sham trials for supporting the government in Baghdad or for having ties to Westerners.
ISIL poses a grave threat to Canada's friends and allies in the region, including Jordan and Israel. If left unchecked, ISIL could pose a threat to Canadians as well. ISIL has made repeated and direct threats against Western countries, including Canada. If left unchecked, there is little doubt that ISIL will use its territory, resources, and fighters to operate terrorist training camps and to plot terrorist attacks against targets in the West.
For all these reasons, inaction is not an option. The international community is acting, and Canada will play its part.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to point out that since this House last debated the crisis in Iraq, the international coalition against ISIL has grown considerably.
ISIL's heinous and repulsive actions have shocked the world. As reports have emerged of whole communities being terrorized and murdered, of women and girls being forced into sexual slavery, and of mass executions based on religious identity, the international community has grown increasingly horrified and has quickly responded to Iraq's request for military assistance.
The Obama administration has sent approximately 1,600 military personnel to advise Iraqi forces in the fight against the terrorist organization. U.S. leadership and coordination have also helped to galvanize support around the global coalition. This coalition has already brought on board almost 50 countries that have indicated support for military action against ISIL. A core group of these countries has already decided to go beyond contributing military advisors and military equipment. Many of Canada's closest like-minded countries, including the United Kingdom, France, Denmark, Australia, Belgium, the Netherlands, and the U.S., have committed to engage in a combat role by contributing to airstrikes against ISIL in Iraq. La coalition regroupe
The international coalition against ISIL includes 10 Middle Eastern countries as well. Several of these countries, including Bahrain, Jordan, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates, have participated in or supported airstrikes against ISIL targets. In addition to ongoing military efforts, a broad coalition of states, from Europe to North America to the Middle East, has responded to the crisis by supplying humanitarian assistance.
The Arab League of Foreign Ministers committed to take all necessary measures to join Iraq and the international community in confronting ISIL and other militant groups, including by stemming the flow of foreign fighters. And as a six-year co-chair of the Canada-Arab World Parliamentary Association, I paid attention. So, Canada is pleased that partners in the Middle East are doing their part to address the threat posed by ISIL. Mr. Speaker, Canada takes the ISIL threat very seriously, and that is why we are joining our international partners to confront this threat head-on. And as the Prime Minister recently stated, we do our part. That's always been how this country has handled its international responsibilities, and as long as I'm Prime Minister, that's what we will continue to do. Sur le plan humanitaire, le Canada.
On the humanitarian side, Canada is one of the largest donors to Iraq and was one of the first to recognize and address the significant needs of the Iraqi people. We have allocated over $28 million to respond to humanitarian needs in Iraq. The government is working quickly to establish an overall framework for Canadian development programming in Iraq over the next 5 years, to build the economic and social foundations that are vital for a prosperous and stable future.
Canada has assisted in the delivery of critical military supplies from contributing allies to Kurdish Peshmerga forces. The aptly named Royal Canadian Air Force provided airlift support to deliver military supplies donated by Albania and the Czech Republic using CC-130 and CC-17 cargo planes. As well, Special Operations Canadian Armed Forces personnel are deploying to northern Iraq for an advise and assist mission. Comme je l'ai mentionné, Monsieur le Président,
as mentioned, Mr. Speaker, many of Canada's closest allies are sending their Air Force jets to participate in the air war against ISIL. As announced by the government on October 3rd, Canada is planning to participate further in coalition operations against ISIL by contributing airstrike capability for a period of up to 6 months. Canada's air combat mission will include up to 6 CF-18 fighter jets, 1 air-to-air refueling aircraft, 2 Aurora surveillance aircraft, and the necessary air crews and support to personnel. Beyond these measures designed to address the most immediate security and humanitarian challenges, Canada is actively rolling out forward-looking initiatives that will help Iraqis to make the eventual transition towards long-term recovery.
$64 million in assistance for Iraq. The Minister of Foreign Affairs has announced $15 million in new security programming alone. This sizable contribution is being used to strengthen the capacity of security forces in Iraq by providing them with non-lethal assistance, including vehicles, computers, radios, personal protective equipment such as helmets and body armor. Ce financement sert aussi à aider les forces régionales.
Canada is also using these funds to advance regional efforts aimed at limiting the movement of foreign fighters into Iraq and Syria. Additional support is being explored, for instance, to enhance Iraq's capabilities to prevent, detect, and respond to chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear threats or incidents.
Our engagement in Iraq incorporates a range of measures to tackle the various security, humanitarian, human rights, and political aspects of this conflict. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, the challenges that Iraq faces are enormous. The good news is that the international community is united in responding to the threat of ISIL.
By ISIL is broad-based, and Canada is taking a holistic approach in response to this crisis. We are doing our part. Canadians can be proud of this contribution, and we do support our troops. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, each time a conservative rises to speak in this debate, to talk about bombing that territory, it seems to be a miracle solution in their eyes. They seem to think that it will be the magical solution. 6 months from now, the problem will be resolved, and that the forces will be able to return home. And that's what they seem to be saying. That's what I understand from what they're saying each time they speak. But it's not that simple. It's not that simple, Mr. Speaker. I think they need to be aware of the collateral damage that my colleague referred to earlier. The collateral damage involving the civilian populations and the concerns raised by a number of experts with respect to the counterproductive nature of the air campaign. So it wouldn't be the most appropriate solution to stem this problem. So why does the Honourable Member think that bombing this territory is the most appropriate situation in these circumstances, where terrorists can hide amongst the civilians?
The
Honourable Member for Ottawa-Orleans. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the tone of the question from my adversary. But I have no illusion he is an adversary. The party that he represents has always been against Canada's involvement in defending Canada. They were even against defending Canada during the Second World War, against the worst dictator of history. And then they try to give the impression that we're attacking a country. No, we're not attacking a country. We're not attacking Iraq. What we're doing is joining forces with the coalition forces, responding to an invitation from Iraq to protect the people there.
The Honourable Member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his contribution to the debate here today. And he talked about the role that different countries are playing with regard to the mission in Iraq. And I'd like to ask him, because one of the things that causes me such grave concern when we send our military away is what happens when they come back. And I asked the member, is he concerned by the fact that there are so many soldiers in this country today that have come home from Afghanistan that feel that they are not getting the services they should be getting as Canadian soldiers on home soil?
Honourable Member for Ottawa-Orleans.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for the tone of her question, and I want to advise her that I participated at the Committee of Veterans Affairs with members of all parties, including a representative from her party, in a unanimous report to the government in order to improve services to veterans. I participated in that. The official opposition participated in that, and so did the third party. And we came up to a unanimous recommendation, and the government has accepted it. But quite frankly, a lot of these problems that our veterans have were caused in Afghanistan because the party that she represents, when it was in government, sent them there poorly tooled and actually sent them to the desert with green uniforms.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I have to cite my admiration for this member. He's a very eloquent speaker, and he spoke upon the whole spectrum of the efforts that the Canadian government has done and presented to this House so that we can fully debate. Everything from humanitarian aid, which I know many members opposite are very supportive of, all the way over to advisory role, so that the Iraqi and regional and national forces are able to try and fight back on the ground, but also airstrikes, Mr. Speaker, and this is done in concert with many different partners. Question to the member, is does he feel that by presenting a whole spectrum approach that we will be more likely to support the efforts? And remember, let's keep in mind, Mr. Speaker, this is a democratically elected government that is trying to fight off a terrorist organization that is taking up huge swaths of land, and we need to all work together on many different levels. Does he feel that it's important for us to have an integrated approach with our allies?
The honourable member for Ottawa-Orleans.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Of course, a holistic approach is what this government is proposing. This is what I was promoting in the remarks that I've just made. And actually, Canadians from across the country seem to be approving of it also, and including many members that used to support the third party. I remember our former colleague, Michelle Simpson, who represented the Liberals in the House until the last election. She just wrote that she's ashamed of the Liberal Party. And the honourable member for Westmount Ville-Marie, who's likely going to vote against this tonight, said, well, after the vote is over, they'll support it. So you remember Bob Ray? Bob Ray said, there are some...
Yeah, we're over time. Resuming debate. The honour... Order. I'm sensing that there's no consent for that. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My thanks to the erudite and wise member from Orléans for sharing his time with me. And I want to say, Mr. Speaker, it's with considerable sadness that I rise in this House to do something I never dreamed that I would need to do, to convince the members of the Liberal Party to return to the internationalist and multilateralist roots of Liberal foreign policy and to reject the isolationism that their current leader wishes to impose upon them. To be clear, the Liberal leader wants his caucus to turn their backs, as he has turned his back, on the atrocities being committed against innocent women and children in Iraq. I want to speak today about the multilateral and internationalist policies like the responsibility to protect doctrine, which used to be the foundation of the Liberal Party's foreign policy, but which the current Liberal leader recently brushed aside with 2 short sentences amid a lengthy speech about what should be Canada's response to the atrocities being committed as we speak against innocent women and children in Iraq. Every state has the responsibility to protect its population from genocide, from war crimes, from ethnic cleansing, and from crimes against humanity. The international community has an obligation to assist states to fulfill that function. And the international community has recognized that its members may have to act quickly to protect innocent citizens against ethnic cleansing and crimes against humanity. Now, for geopolitical reasons of its own, which I urge members of the Liberal Party to reject, China has expressed reluctance to allow the UN to invoke the R2P doctrine, vetoing R2P in response to the deaths of innocent civilians in Syria to date. In the case we are debating today, however, where, unlike the government of Syria, which resisted any effective international intervention, Iraq has actually invited Canada and others to provide military assistance to protect its citizens against the ethnic cleansing and other atrocities being perpetrated by ISIL, there is no reason to prevent the international community from acting. I'd like to quote you from the Liberal Party policy document, Canada in the World, a global network strategy, which represented the tradition of the Liberal Party before the current Liberal leader reshaped it to conform to his own unthoughtful and dictatorial whims. That document said this: another Canadian-inspired idea, responsibility to protect, will ensure that military intervention is truly a last resort, but that when sovereign states fail to protect their people and the international community mobilizes to stop large-scale harm to innocent life, for example, in genocide and ethnic cleansing, Canada will be there." End quote. The same Liberal Party policy document also endorsed, quote, "a muscular approach to renewing Canadian multilateralism," end quote. Now, this is not simply a Liberal Party sentiment. This is actually the policy of governments of Canada, past and present. This is the tradition that is being pursued by our Prime Minister today in the resolution that we are debating. Unfortunately, it is a tradition which the recent remarks of the Liberal leader show has been abandoned under his leadership in favor of spurning our multilateral ties with close allies and adopting instead an unpredictable and inept isolationist approach. It's also helpful to quote from last week's report by the United Nations Office for Human Rights, which said this, quote, "ISIL and associated armed groups intentionally and systematically targeted these Turkmen, Shabak, Christian, Yazidi, and other communities for gross human rights abuses, at times aiming at destroying, suppressing, or even cleansing them from areas under their control." OHCHR also notes that many of the violations and abuses perpetrated by ISIL and its associated armed groups may amount to war crimes and crimes against humanity, end quote. That report recommended that, quote, "Iraqi political leaders should use every opportunity and urgently achieve a substantial and effective resolution of the crisis by restoring control over the areas that have been taken over by ISIL," end quote. Now, it's for that purpose that Iraqi leaders have reached out and requested international and Canadian military assistance. In the face of this authoritative report of unspeakable atrocities, what did the leader of the Liberal Party propose should be the world's response? He suggested that R2P required the international community to provide no more than development assistance to Iraq and refugee assistance to Turkey, as if somehow that would protect innocent women and children from the slavery, murder, and other atrocities being perpetrated by ISIL. Shame, Mr. Speaker. Tell that to the women and girls in ISIL's slave markets. Tell that to the children who will have to watch their parents butchered before their eyes by ISIL. The Liberal leader called on the parties in Iraq to come up with, and I'm quoting here, quote, "an inclusive government that speaks for and represents all Iraqi men and women, a government that is fair-minded and which respects the many ethnic minorities within its borders." As if somehow a series of Canadian-sponsored seminars would convince ISIL to stop committing atrocities and to become fair-minded and respectful of minorities. Perhaps that would have been an admirable prescription for the Iraq of 2004, but it has absolutely no air of reality today in 2014. Mr. Speaker, had I not read the Liberal leader's words myself, I would hardly believe that such an uninformed view could come from any member of this House, much less the leader of the Liberal Party. Mr. Speaker, I do not pretend that the international responsibility to protect, which has arisen in Iraq, is susceptible of any easy or predictable course. The government of Iraq, which has requested international help to protect innocent civilians within its borders, is not itself an ideal ally. The strength of ISIL has been misjudged up to this point. Military commanders, as in any armed conflict, will need to proceed step by step to contain our adversaries, and the course of that battle plan cannot be predictable. Nonetheless, the responsibility of the international community, including Canada, to protect those innocent women and children in Iraq from ISIL could not be clearer. The resolution before us today offers a modest, even minimalist Canadian contribution to the international responsibility to protect. We could not do any less. I expect I am not alone in this House in wishing that pacifism was a sufficient answer to atrocity and to mortal threats. We would all prefer to avoid causing anyone's death, and no Canadian takes any glory in military action. However, no government can proceed without a firm commitment to protect its citizens. And it has been one of the great advances in our international practice to recognize the global implications and application of that principle. Mr. Speaker, I have no great expectation that the NDP will turn aside from the isolationist approach with which it so often shrouds itself. However, I expect better of our colleagues in the Liberal Party, and I urge them to turn away from isolationism and to embrace Canada's role in multilateral efforts to assist the international community in fulfilling its responsibility to protect innocent women and children from the ongoing genocide and other atrocities in Iraq. Do not surrender the time-tested principles of respected liberal foreign policy to the dictates of your current leader. Thank you for this opportunity to address the House.
Question commentaire. Par la députée de Marcorel.
The Honourable Member for Marcorel-Fortin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to please my Conservative colleagues. I'm going to give them a history lesson. I got out one of my old books here, and it said in here that the war is an act of violence intended to force the adversary to carry out our will. Is there anyone who can say what our will is, Canada's will in this war? And in Chapter 4, this book says, the adversary needs to be submitted to our will, and in order to do so, we have to put him in a less favorable position. However, the disadvantage of his situation must not be transitional or appear as such, otherwise the adversary will wait until a more favorable moment and will not give up. Mr. Speaker, the Vietnam War was lost because people said, we're going to wait. The war in Afghanistan was lost as well because the Taliban said, we're going to wait. Do you know what's going to happen, Mr. Speaker? And I'd like to know this from my colleague. What are they going to do there? Is they're going to wait? They're going to wait it out and come back in 2 or 3 years. So did they want us to go back every 6 months?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my thanks to my colleague from across the way. I'm glad he asked what is our will, because it's actually the simplest and easiest question to answer, and I'm going to answer it by reading to you from the UN report that I mentioned in my remarks. Just some extracts wherein it is recounted how women and children who refused to convert were being allotted to ISIL fighters or were being trafficked as slaves in markets in Mosul. Or in another spot, 150 unmarried girls and women were reportedly transported to Syria either to be given to ISIL fighters as a reward or to be sold as sex slaves. Now, it is my will, it is the will of the Government of Canada, and I hope it is the will of my colleague across the way that we put a stop to these barbaric practices.
Bravo! Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I listened attentively to the member for Kitchener Centre, and I certainly listened to his tone, Mr. Speaker, in the House. And when he talked about the leader's dictatorial whims and de-isolationism, I think he was referring to his own leader, his own leader, who's a prime minister, Mr. Speaker, who even refuses to meet with the leads of provinces in our own country. But, Mr. Speaker, I would like to say to the member opposite that one of the largest problems that we have with this mission is trusting his government. That is one of the largest problems that we have. And they have given Canadians no reason to trust them when it comes to managing our military, when it comes to our place in combat missions around the world. And even in this House, I asked a member, why did his Prime Minister not brief the leaders of the opposition parties in our country, in Canada, sit to the table with them and talk about why Canada needed to go into combat in this mission and justify our position as a combat.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my friend's question because it clearly discloses what is at the root of her discomfort about this mission. Her discomfort is not about women and children being sold into slavery. It is not about women and children being given as rewards to soldiers. It is not about children being required to watch their parents being butchered. Her discomfort about this mission is that her leader didn't get a briefing from the Prime Minister. And I find that, quite frankly, beneath this House. Let me tell you also about provincial leaders.
I thought I heard somebody up on a point of order. It seems that's not the case. I'll let the honourable member for Kitchener Centre conclude his remarks. We are out of time, so order. I'd ask the honourable member to wrap up quickly, and we'll get on to the next intervention.
Just wanted to respond to my Liberal colleague's comment about provincial leaders by mentioning that Quebec Liberal Premier Philippe Couillard, whose son is in the military, gave his support to this mission before even knowing the specific details, saying Canada, quote, cannot escape its obligation, and, quote, this is a significant threat to our society, and Canada and Quebec are part of the landscape.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And if I do have any time left, I'd like to share it with the member from Abitibi-Temiskaming. Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity to stand in this House tonight as a member of the official opposition, as a representative of the good people of Dartmouth Cole Harbour. This is a serious issue. Whether or not to send Canada's military women and men into harm's way. And it's a difficult issue. It's also a complicated issue, Mr. Speaker, and I hope I can add something to this discussion. A discussion which is being held not just in here, in this House, but in the pages of our newspapers and around kitchen tables all across the country. You see, Canadians are very concerned about the decision this government is making because they know this is not just a question of if we should send 6 jets to fight for 6 months. They understand that this is a decision about whether we commit our military to a prolonged, expensive, and deadly war. Mr. Speaker, this may be a global issue, but as a member of Parliament, my first thoughts, my first responsibilities are to my constituents. You see, Dartmouth Cole Harbour is home to a large number of women and men in the armed forces, as well as countless veterans and reservists. For them, their families, their friends, this is not a theoretical debate. These are decisions that change their lives and the lives of their families forever. They know this because many of them are still struggling with the aftermath of other decisions the government has made on their behalf. So it's difficult for them on the one hand because they're the embodiment of loyalty, of honor and commitment. You see, if we ask them to go, Mr. Speaker, they'll go without a second thought because that's what they do. That's what they're trained to do, and they're trained very well. They're the best in the world. On the other hand, these same Canadians are on the front lines of another battle, a battle with their government for the help they need after they come home. In my community, we have members like Major Marcus Brower, who teeters on bankruptcy because the government has not honoured its commitments to him and his family. We have veterans with PTSD, like Medrick Cousineau, who walked all the way to Ottawa to raise money for service dogs. We have great Canadians like Dennis Manouge, who led a years-long battle for pension benefits clawed back from disabled veterans. See, when these are the experiences of so many people in my riding, people who have dedicated their lives to their country, it's a stark reminder that although the Prime Minister can talk in terms of months, I know that for many the decision to enter this war will last a lifetime. And Mr. Speaker, I'm deeply troubled with how the government is framing this issue. You see, they suggest either you are for airstrikes because you care and you want to do something, or else you don't support airstrikes because you don't care and would rather do nothing. It's outrageous. You see, if that were the case, the government would be accusing Germany of doing nothing. Do they call Norway cowards, or do they say that Italy and Italians simply do not care? See, they are all allies who are deeply involved in providing aid and who have all rejected airstrikes. Of course we don't say those things because it's insulting, it's clearly untrue, and such gross oversimplification simply diminish us all. Regardless of your position on this motion before us, I believe that we are duty-bound to acknowledge how complicated, how dangerous, and fraught with risks this situation truly is. I would suggest that no clearer example can be found in terms of how complex it is than to consider the role of Syria. Witness the moral knots our Prime Minister is tying himself in, trying to explain how he would deploy our military assets against Assad's enemies, but only at the request of that brutal dictator. Can also look to the campaign in Libya, where many analysts agree that our overreach in bombing that region has added more fuel to the fire. Mr. Speaker, I don't believe Canada should participate in these airstrikes. But that doesn't mean I don't understand or respect those people who would make a different decision. I believe they are compelled to support entering this war out of compassion for the victims of ISIL, or out of rage at their atrocities, or out of fear in response to the threats made against our country. Intelligent, compassionate people disagree on what we should do. I can appreciate the impulse to join airstrikes aimed at people who have done terrible things, not just with impunity, but seemingly with delight. It offends every fiber of our being. It provokes anger and outrage and disgust. I understand that. I feel it too. But these strong emotions, I believe, are not the frame of mind in which we should make such decisions. We all agree that something must be done. But what? The Minister of Foreign Affairs said himself yesterday, and I quote, "The scale of the humanitarian crisis is truly hard to comprehend." And he said, when we look at a humanitarian crisis of this size, there is always more that can be done. I completely agree, Mr. Speaker, because the millions of internally displaced people, women and children, matter. Because the victims of the horrible atrocities ISIL is committing matter. And also because how we respond matters. Now, some are caught up in the notion that the only way to deliver peace is with bombs, when really I believe it's not that simple. Mr. Speaker, this is an enemy that doesn't think like we do. They invite the attacks. They crave the violence. In fact, they're counting on it. As I said earlier, we cannot underestimate how complicated this situation is, and certainly no one can say what the future will bring. But it's becoming increasingly clear that in this case, more violence will not suppress the violence. Attacks will not dissuade attacks, and killing will almost certainly lead to more killing. Mr. Speaker, this is complicated, and as I've said, we do know some things. We know that deploying 6 CF-18s will lead to a greater level of engagement, sometimes known as mission creep. We have good reason to believe the value of such airstrikes is dubious. We certainly know from experience the cost of waging war is enormous, not just to our Treasury, but to the physical and mental health of the Canadians that we deploy, not to mention their families. And we know that there are 5 million and counting internally displaced people who need immediate assistance. Now, that's an area where Canada can and should do more. It's a task where heavy lifting is truly required. Yesterday, the Foreign Minister asked if we should, quote, stand with our close allies or stand aside as they put themselves on the line, unquote. That's a false dichotomy, Mr. Speaker. And the Minister should be ashamed for diminishing the risks taken by each and every person who is sent there to help in whatever capacity they have. Make no mistake, humanitarian efforts in that region are not for the faint of heart. It's a job that will put Canadians in harm's way. It's also a job, I believe, that better reflects who we are as a nation. I think we all agree this is a problem that is not going away anytime soon, certainly not in 6 months. It will take a long time, but that is what pulling your own weight is really about committing time, the money, resources that are needed for the long run. Mr. Speaker, it is for those reasons that I implore this House to vote in favour of the amendments proposed by the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition. His amendments recognize that strong and direct force is absolutely necessary to confront ISIL, but that it must come from capable and enabled local forces. It calls for military support and the transportation of weapons where needed and for assistance to investigate and prosecute war crimes. It calls for monthly updates on the cost of our mission, and it wholeheartedly supports the brave men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces who stand on guard for all of us. Perhaps most importantly, it calls for a significant boost in humanitarian aid in areas where there will be immediate life-saving impact, including contributing to winterized camps for refugees and investing in water, sanitation and hygiene, health and education for people displaced by the fighting. Mr. Speaker, you've indicated my time is drawn to an end. I want to thank you for the opportunity on behalf of my constituents to come here tonight and to share some of my views, to share the opinions of some of my constituents. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I want to suggest to my honourable colleague that he may have misrepresented the Syria factor. The readiness to attack ISIS in Syria is not because ISIS is Bashar al-Assad's enemy. It is because ISIS is the enemy of humanity and decency and Canada. And like him or not, and we don't, Bashar al-Assad is the international recognized leader of that country, at least for the moment. So this is nothing about supporting Assad. This is everything about attacking ISIS where we can and, if necessary, where we must. I would rather ask this one of a Liberal member, but the member may want to comment. And this goes to the credibility of leadership, I guess. When the Liberal leader was asked today, what if Turkey invokes NATO Article 5 when attacked by ISIL, the Liberal leader's response was, what is Article 5?
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
I don't have a comment on that question, Mr. Speaker, except to say that this is a complicated issue and the decision will affect many members in the constituency that I represent. And I wish all members of this House would take it a lot more seriously because of the impact that this is going to have, not only in the immediate term, but in the long term for them, their families, and for all of those people that will be subjected to this bombing campaign.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's somewhat unfortunate given the very seriousness of this particular debate, and I've heard now on a couple of occasions where Conservative members decide to take cheap shots at the leader of the Liberal Party. And I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, that at the end of the day, that they only need to take a look at their own leader, the Prime Minister of Canada, who has not been able to demonstrate to Canadians, Mr. Speaker, that an airstrike is in fact warranted. We in the Liberal Party and the leader of the Liberal Party have been very clear that Canada does have a role to play. And, Mr. Speaker, we're prepared to support that role. But, Mr. Speaker, what the Prime Minister has failed to do is to convey through the House of Commons to Canadians any sort of justification for an actual airstrike role for Canada. He did not share with Canadians the other alternatives that could have been there, and nor did he give any indication, Mr. Speaker, that, in fact, he was exploring other options. And I'm wondering if my question to the member is, could he provide to the House his thoughts on whether or not he believes that the Prime Minister did, in fact, look at any other options in a very real...
The honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just spoke for 10 minutes and gave this House my thought on what we're involved with here. You know, these questions going back and forth between the Liberals and the Conservatives is just noise, and it doesn't relate to the speech that I just gave, where I talked about how complicated an issue this was and how important it was that all of us spend some time to reflect on what the short-term impact and the long-term impact is of this particular decision.
It being 8 p.m., pursuant to an order made earlier today, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of government business number 13, now before the House. The question is as follows. Mr. Baird, appuyé par...
Mr. Baird, seconded by Mr. Nicholson, moved that this House, 1, recognize that the leadership of the terrorist group known as the Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant, ISIL, has called on its members to target Canada and Canadians at home and abroad.
Dispenser? Oui? No. 2.
2. Further recognize the clear and direct threat that ISIL poses to the people of the region, including members of vulnerable religious and ethnic minority groups who have been subjected to a sustained campaign of brutal sexual violence, murder, and barbaric intimidation by ISIL.
That unless confronted with strong and direct force, the threat ISIL poses to international peace and security, including to Canadian communities, will continue to grow. 4, affirm Canada's desire, consistent with Canadian values and interests, to protect the vulnerable and innocent civilians of the region, including through urgent humanitarian assistance. 5, acknowledge the request from the government of Iraq for military support against ISIL from members of the international community, including from the government of Canada. 6, further acknowledge the participation of Canada's friends and allies, including numerous countries of the Middle East, in the broad international coalition committed to the fight against ISIL. 7, note that the United Nations Security Council has become seized of the threat posed by international terrorism with the unanimous passage of the United Nations Security Council Resolution 2178, and accordingly,
A. Support the government's decision to contribute Canadian military assets to the fight against ISIL and terrorists allied with ISIL, including airstrike capability for a period of up to 6 months.
That the Government of Canada will not deploy troops in ground combat operations, and C, continue to offer its resolute and wholehearted support to the brave men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces who stand on guard for all of us. Mr. Mulcair, appuyé.
Mr. Mulcair, seconded by Mr. Dewar, moved the following amendment. That the motion be amended, A, by deleting Clause 3 and replacing it with the following. 3. Except that unless confronted with strong and direct force from capable and enabled local forces, the threat ISIL poses to international peace and security, including to Canadian communities, will continue to grow.
By replacing all of the words after the word accordingly with the following. A, call on the government to contribute to the fight against ISIL, including military support for the transportation of weapons for a period of up to 3 months. B, call on the government to boost humanitarian aid in areas where there would be immediate life-saving impact, including contributing to building winterized camps for refugees and investing in water, sanitation, and hygiene, health, and education for people displaced by the fighting. C, call on the government to provide assistance to investigation and prosecution of war crimes. D, call on the government to not deploy the Canadian forces in combat operations. E, call on the government to seek House approval for any extension of the mission or any involvement of Canadian forces in Syria. F, call on the government to report back on the costs of the mission on a monthly basis to the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development. And G, continue to offer its resolute and wholehearted support to the brave men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces who stand on guard for all of us.
The question is on the amendment. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment?
All those in favor of the amendment will please say yea. Yay! All those opposed will please say nay. Nay! In my opinion, the nays have it. Call in the members.
La question est la suivante.
The question is the following one. Mr. Baird, seconded by Mr. Nicholson, moved that this House 1 recognize that the leadership of the terrorist group known as the Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant has called on its members to target Canada and Canadians at home and abroad.
It's the clear and direct threat that ISIL poses to the people of the region, including members of vulnerable religious and ethnic minority groups who have been subjected to a sustained campaign of brutal sexual violence, murder, and barbaric intimidation by ISIL.
3. Accept that, unless confronted with strong and direct force, the threat ISIL poses to international peace and security, including to Canadian communities, will continue to grow.
Desire, consistent with Canadian values and interests, to protect the vulnerable and innocent civilians of the region, including through urgent humanitarian assistance. 5. Acknowledge the request from the government of Iraq for military support against ISIL from members of the international community, including from the Government of Canada. 6. Further acknowledge the participation of Canada's friends and allies, including numerous countries of the Middle East, in the broad international coalition committed to the fight against ISIL.
7. Note that the United Nations Security Council has become seized of the threat posed by international terrorism with the unanimous passage of United Nations Security Council Resolution 2178, and accordingly
support the government's decision to contribute Canadian military assets to the fight against ISIL and terrorists allied with ISIL, including airstrike capability for a period of up to 6 months. B. Note that the Government of Canada will not deploy troops in ground combat operations. And C. Continue to offer its resolute and wholehearted support to the brave men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces who stand on guard for all of us. Monsieur Mulcair, appuyé par Monsieur Dewar.
Mr. Mulcair, seconded by Mr. Dewar, move the following amendment, that the motion be amended.
Clause 3 with the following. 3. Accept that unless confronted with strong and direct force from capable and enabled local forces, the threat ISIL poses to international peace and security, including to Canadian communities, will continue to grow. A. B. Par substitution.
B. By deleting all words after accordingly and replacing them with the following.
A. Call on the government to contribute to the fight against ISIL, including military support for the transportation of weapons for a period of up to 3 months. B. Call on the government to boost humanitarian aid in areas where there would be immediate life-saving impact. May I dispense? Life-saving impact, including contributing to building winterized camps for refugees and investing in water, sanitation and hygiene, health and education for people displaced by the fighting. C. Exhort le gouvernement à aider à...
Call on the government to provide assistance to investigation and prosecution of war crimes.
D. Call on the government to not deploy the Canadian forces in combat operations. E. Call on the government to seek House approval for any extension of the mission or any involvement of Canadian forces in Syria. F. Exhort le gouvernement à...
Call on the government to report back on the costs of the mission on a monthly basis to the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development, and G. Continue to offer its resolute and wholehearted support to the brave men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces who stand on guard for all of us.
Amendment. All those in favor of the amendment will please rise.
Monsieur Mitterrand. Monsieur Mitterrand. Ms. Ashton. Ms. Ashton. Madame Nadal. Nadal. Sim North Delta. Sim North Delta. Mr. Alan Welland. Alan Welland. Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona. Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona. Mr. Dewar. Mr. Dewar. Mr. Harris St. John's East. Mr. Harris St. John's East. Madame Boivin. Madame Boivin. Ms. Leslie. Madame Leslie. Mr. Julian. Mr. Julian. Ms. Davies, Vancouver East. Ms. Davies, Vancouver East. Mr. Christopherson. Mr. Christopherson. Ms. Nash. Ms. Nash. Mr. Cullen. Mr. Cullen. Ms. Crowder. Ms. Crowder. Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway. Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway. Ms. Matheson. Ms. Matheson. Mr. Godin. Monsieur Godin. Mr. Martin. Mr. Martin. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott. Mr. Bevington. Mr. Bevington. Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Madame Day. Madame Day. Mr. Donnelly. Mr. Donnelly. Mr. Massey. Mr. Massey. Madame Leblanc-Lassalle-Mare. Madame Leblanc-Lassalle-Mare. Mr. Kelway. Mr. Kelway. Madame Brosseau. Madame Brosseau. Monsieur Toon. Monsieur Toon. Madame Turmel. Madame Turmel. Mr. Chisholm. Mr. Chisholm. Monsieur Boulris. Monsieur Boulris. Mr. Angus. Mr. Angus. Mr. Marston. Mr. Marston. Madame Hughes. Madame Hughes. Mr. Caron. Monsieur Caron. Mr. Rankin. Mr. Rankin. Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest. Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest. Mr. Thibault. Mr. Thibault. Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Grosguet.
Madame Grosguet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Peclet.
Madame Peclet.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Maille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Gigard.
Monsieur Gigard.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Sandou.
Mr. Sandou.
Madame Sella.
Madame Sella.
Monsieur Dianabel.
Monsieur Dianabel.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Monsieur Tobiason.
Monsieur Tobiason.
Madame Doré-Lafayette.
Madame Doré-Lafayette.
Madame Quash.
Madame
Madame
Quash.
Borg.
Madame Borg.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Madame Morin, Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Madame Morin, Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Monsieur Morin, Chicoutimi-Lafiore.
Monsieur Morin, Chicoutimi-Lafiore.
Madame La Tendresse.
Madame La Tendresse.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame de Grâce-la-Chine.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame de Grâce-la-Chine.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Monsieur Morin, Laurentier-Labelle.
Monsieur Morin, Laurentier-Labelle.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Atamanenko.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Leblanc-Beauséjour.
Monsieur Leblanc, Beauséjour.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Fry.
Miss Fry.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Valeriot.
Mr. Valeriot.
Miss Foote.
Miss Foote.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. McKay, Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. McKay, Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Mr. Sims, Buena Vista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Sims, Buena Vista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Shue.
Mr. Shue.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Patry.
Monsieur Patry.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Madame Mourani.
Madame Mourani.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
All those opposed to the amendment will please rise.
Mr. Harper. Mr. Fletcher. Ms. Lee. Mr. Glover. Mr. Fantino. Mr. Badcool. Mr. Blaney. Ms. Finley, Alderman Norfolk.
Mr. Nicholson. Alderman Norfolk. Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay, Central Nova.
Mr. McKay, Central Nova.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Monsieur Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mrs. Aglukac.
Mrs. Aglukac.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Moore, Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore, Fundy Royal.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Gossal.
Mr. Gossal.
Ms. Rempel.
Mrs. Rempel.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Camp, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge, Mission.
Mr. Camp, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge, Mission.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Decker.
Mr. Decker.
Monsieur Gauguin.
Monsieur Gauguin.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukivsky.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Leong.
Mr. Leong.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket, Aurora.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket, Aurora.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Brown, Leeds, Grenville.
Mr. Brown, Leeds, Grenville.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Brown-Berry.
Mr. Brown-Berry.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Gedipo.
Mr. Gedipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Allen Tobic Mactaquac.
Mr. Alan Tobic Mactaquac.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Richard.
Mr. Richard.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, St. John.
Mr. Weston, St. John.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Sopuck.
Mr. Sopuck.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Haspin.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leeson.
Mr. Leeson.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Young Vancouver South.
Ms. Young Vancouver South.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Ms. Crockett.
Ms. Crockett.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
The honourable member for Montcalm, can she indicate on which side she voted? I was for it. Thank you.
Yeas pour 134, 134. Nays contre 157, 157.
I declare the amendment defeated. The next question is on the main motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor will please say yay. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
McLeod. Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Mr. Fantino.
Fantino.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Ms. Finley, Alderman Norfolk.
Ms. Finley, Alderman Norfolk.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay, Central Nova.
Mr. McKay, Central Nova.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mrs. Aglukac.
Mrs. Aglukac.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Morfundy Royal.
Mr. Morfundy Royal.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Gosal.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr.
Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Camp, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mr. Oblonsky.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Vellacott.
Mr. Vellacott.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Decker.
Mr. Decker.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Lukitsky.
Mr. Lukitsky.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Leong.
Mr. Leong.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Brown Leeds Grenville.
Mr. Brown Leeds Grenville.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kestern.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Love.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Allen Tobic Mactaquac.
Mr. Allen Tobic Mactaquac.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leeson.
Mr. Leeson.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Ms. Crockett.
Ms. Crockett.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Devolan.
Mr. Devolan.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Radgaber.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Aspen. Madame Laverdière. Ms. Sims Newton North Delta. Mr. Alan Welland.
Alan Welland.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Harris St. John's
Harris
East.
St. John's East.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Day.
Madame Day.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Madame Leblanc, La Salle-Mort.
Madame Leblanc, La Salle-Mort.
Mr. Kelway.
Mr. Kelway.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Monsieur Toon.
Monsieur Toul.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Turmel.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Grosguet.
Madame Grosguet.
Madame Boutin.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Peclet.
Madame Peclet.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Maille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Gigard.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Genet Jourdain.
Monsieur Genet Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Sandhu.
Mr. Sandhu.
Madame Sella.
Madame
Madame Sela.
Monsieur Diane Labelle.
Monsieur Diane Labelle.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Mr. Tobiason.
Mr. Tobiason.
Madame Doré Lefebvre.
Madame Doré Lefebvre.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Borg.
Madame Borg.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Mr. Sullivan.
Monsieur Sullivan.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Madame Morin, Saint-Hyacinthe-Pagode.
Madame Morin, Saint-Hyacinthe-Pagode.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Chiquan.
Monsieur Chiquan.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Monsieur Morin, Chicoutimi-Lafiard.
Monsieur Morin, Chicoutimi-Lafiard.
Madame La Tendresse.
Madame La Tendresse.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame-de-Grâce, La Chine.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame de Grâce, La Chine.
Mr. Penskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Monsieur Morin, Laurentier-Labelle.
Monsieur Morin, Laurentier-Labelle.
Mr. Adamenenko.
Mr. Atamanenko.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Godel.
Mr. Godel.
Monsieur Leblanc-Beauséjour.
Monsieur Leblanc, Beauséjour.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Valeria.
Mr. Valeria.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Lamour.
Monsieur Lamour.
Ms. Stroh.
Ms. Stroh.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Gilroy.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Gilroy.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Patry.
Monsieur Patry.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Madame Mourani.
Madame Mourani.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Perrault.
Yeas pour 157, 157. Nays contre 134, 134.
I declare the motion carried. It being 8:58. This House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.